Chapter 1051, Level 5 Metahuman, Invincible No More. After a few hours of flying, all three of them arrived in the southern region of Africa. The place was so huge and all Jiang Fei could see was its green lush. It was so peaceful and quiet that one could even forget that humanity once existed. Sounds of animals and insects filled the air. Everything that could be seen, heard, felt, and smelled there was natural. Because the place was not contaminated by humanity, it thrived with all sorts of flora and fauna. It was a good place for something to remain hidden, something like Braveheart's ship fragment. Based on 0542's direction, Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella flew over the lush greens. However, before they were even close to the target destination, Isabella frowned and nudged Jiang Fei. "We are trespassing into someone else's territory," Isabella said, clearly trying her best to resist the maddening urge to go berserk. "I see," Jiang Fei hummed. He did not expect anyone to have already been discovered by others. From the looks of Isabella's sudden changes, Jiang Fei could easily determine that someone was not from the indigenous African tribes. 0542, scan the area and check if there are any level 5 metahumans here, said Jiang Fei as he stopped flying. Isabel was more than capable of killing a level 5 metahuman, but doing so would trigger the power of Berserk. He did not want to worsen her condition any further by letting her fight. "Yes, Captain," following Jiang Fei's command, 0542 sent out detection waves. Initially, 0542 was able to detect 15 possible points of interest. It used a method of detecting energy spikes around the globe. It could originate from a level 5 metahuman or a ship fragment, or even radiation from a large uranium mine. It was without a doubt that there were more than 15 metahumans on Earth. Early detection by the radar system had only managed to detect faint signals of their energy signatures and not enough to properly trigger a detection. If they truly wanted to stay invisible, they would only need to stop using their powers, just like what Isabella was doing. If so, 0542 could never detect their presence unless it invested a large amount of energy. However, 5 days later, the radar system would finish the thorough scanning and detect all level 5 metahumans and their unique energy signatures. 15 minutes later, 0542 finished its scanning. A thorough scan of a small area would not consume a lot of energy. "Captain, I have detected 2 level 5 metahumans. One of them is badly injured while the other is unharmed. Besides them, I am detecting unknown energy signatures. I cannot determine who or what they are unless I have 10 hours to thoroughly scan and process the energy signatures." "Unknown signal," Jiang Fei snorted. He was worried about the 2 level 5 metahumans and not so much about the unknowns. An injured level 5 metahuman could indicate a ferocious battle. If there was a fight, being a pseudo level 5, Ariel could not outmatch either of them. As for Isabella, Jiang Fei cringed immediately when he remembered how Isabella reacted with the Valium in her hand. It was a risk that he dared not take. Right now, without the main engine room, Jiang Fei could never properly cure Isabella's unique condition. He could not even be sure that if she got into a fight, she would be able to return to normal. "F***ck it, let's leave those two alone," said Jiang Fei, disappointed. Although the unknown signature could possibly be a part of Braveheart, Jiang Fei dared not take the risk to investigate. He rather let it slide than have Isabella engaged in a fight. "Sigh, when I can grasp the power of the Conqueror," Jiang Fei sighed even louder, which prompted both Isabella and Ariel to notice, although they could not do anything about it. Triggering the moment to grasp the power of Conqueror was not easy, much less to properly grasp the power itself. 0542, find me the next closest point of interest, Jiang Fei ordered before controlling the hoverboard to fly. "Yes, Captain." The next point of interest was located in the same country of Africa, but was right across the entire country, towards the north. More specifically, the Sahara Desert. 1 hour after Jiang Fei and the others had left. "Are they gone?" said a young girl through her teeth as she tried her best to suppress the pain in her shoulder. "Yes. It's strange. I thought they were here for this thing, but why didn't they come down to snatch it?" said a man, slightly older than the young girl. The young girl sat down on the damp cold floor. The two were hiding, deep in a system of underground caverns. Rest. You need it as we are moving away now. This place is compromised. It's not safe to stay here any longer, said the man. That's too bad. Ugh, the girl groaned before she continued to speak, I'm going to miss this place. It's been close to 100 years since we lived here, I agree. This cavern is one of the few places that could properly hide our presence. Unfortunately, them arriving here have proved that this cavern is not safe enough for us. The man knelt and shifted himself closer to the young girl. With this stone, your wounds will heal faster than before. We can always come back here when we are stronger since you like it so much. The young girl turned to the man and rested her head on his well-honed biceps. That's reassuring. At that moment, when the young girl was about to close her eyes to rest, loud footsteps could be heard at the cave entrance. I don't know about that. This place is filthy. How could you even sleep inside this disgusting place? Cried out a voice that sounded synthesized and robotic. Both the young girl and the man used their powers to push themselves up and immediately got into a battle stance. Who or what are you? Cried the man as he failed to trace anything that was biological about them. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. And my plan is to have the two of you to come with us quietly, said the unknown with the same robotic voice. Crack! Boom! The earth and the great forest split apart and two flashes of light flew out from where the chasm was. Target escaped initial capture attempt, command. Please deploy the shockwave barrier deploying. Complete. URGH, KYAH, the two flashes of light hit something in the air and were immediately sent to the other direction. What the hell is that? The man roared. It's some sort of barrier, brother, said the girl as she leaned against her brother. The unknowns, cloaked in rags of cloth, flew in the sky towards the two level 5 metahumans. The younger sister turned around as she noticed there was something coming for them. Who the hell are you? What do you want with us? Cried the young girl. The unknowns remained quiet. Command. Please deploy energy barrier towards targets. Energy barrier deploying. Two beams of light came out of nowhere and hit the two level 5 metahumans. The man was prepared to use all that he had to deflect the light beam. However, the unexpected happened. When the light beam was only 1 meter away from hitting the two, it split into countless pillars before turning into a large barrier that encased the two inside. Brother. This barrier. It's separating us from the outside world, cried the younger sister, with fear reverberating in her voice. Don't be scared. I'm here to protect you. I shall destroy this annoying thing, the brother roared. Even though he was unable to draw power from the surrounding outside the barrier, he was still able to summon a considerable amount of strength from inside him. A level 5 metahuman was strong. Besides relying on the power of Conqueror, they were still able to draw energy from the air around them. Depending on the nature of their powers, one can even draw power from space itself to enhance their power beyond their own limits. Right now, the source of power that the two level 5 metahuman was drawing from was separated from them. Break! The brother roared and hurled out his fist so fast that several sonic booms were unleashed in that meter range. Unfortunately, as the fists hit the barrier, all forms of kinetic energy were absorbed by the barrier, causing it to slightly rattle a little and not break. The target's strength is commendable. After deducting the amount of energy we used to erect the barrier, the man's punch had generated a total of 3,400 energy crystals. We did well. Not only did we manage to capture the core of life, but we had also captured two level 5 metahumans to be used as life energy. Let us waste no time. Capture the two now and bring them in. A beam of silvery light was blasted off from the forest and encased the light barrier containing the two level 5 metahumans. The silver light wrapped itself around the ball barrier and morphed into a cube-like energy barrier. Command. Targets acquired. Requesting wrap transport. Request received. Preparing for transport. Please stand by. The clouds in the sky opened up and several faint pillars of light came down. After that, the several unknowns and the 2 level 5 metahumans that were encased in the cube prison were disintegrated into millions of particles. A few seconds later, the pillar of light faded away, leaving no trace of anyone had ever been in that area. Chapter 1052, Luck from Above. 3 hours later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived in the center of the Sahara Desert. The sun was blazing and it was scalding hot. Worst of all, everything was sand. Nothing but sand all over the horizon. It was so hot and unbearable that there was no one in sight. Perhaps the only living creatures that could survive in this extreme heat were those that had adapted to this climate for centuries. 0542, are you sure the signal came from this godforsaken place? Jiang Fei grunted, wiping off the sweat from his forehead that almost dried out from the heat. Yes, Captain. The signal had indeed originated from this location. The numbers don't lie. It better. Or else I'm dying here from the heat for no good reason. Jiang Fei descended and was preparing to land when Isabella suddenly flinched maddeningly. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. She was clearly trying to resist something. Ugh! Arg! Isabella roared out of the blue. Her eyes blared with the color of crimson. At that moment, Isabella unleashed a blast of energy that sent Jiang Fei and Ariel off their feet. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's impeccable martial artist reaction allowed him to hold his stance even on the small surface of the hoverboard. If he had reacted 1 second slower, he would have made a drop of more than tens of meters. Even if he did, he would be fine since there was nothing but sand. Bella! What's going on with you? Snap out of it! Jiang Fei cried and tried to shake her back to reality. Die! All who dares to harm my beloved shall die. With unfocused eyes, Isabella muttered eerily before flashing away towards the west. Ariel, do you know what is going on? Jiang Fei panicked. I don't know, Ariel choked, befuddled. Get me to her. Now! Jiang Fei roared. Even though he was more than capable of using the hoverboard to chase after Isabella, having Ariel to use teleportation was clearly faster. After a few flashes, Ariel stopped. Her hands that were holding Jiang Fei's started to grip harder. Something was wrong and her warped face explained it all. What happened? Jiang Fei asked. There's a level 5 metahuman ahead of us, said Ariel. Before she could finish her sentence, a huge explosion erupted not too far ahead of Jiang Fei. It was obvious that someone was discovered when Isabella was forced into a trance. A level 5? Why would they trouble Isabella for? Jiang Fei roared. Isabella was not well, and every time she used a little bit of power, the power of Berserk would be activated, sending her into a trance that would speedily corrupt her mind. From Jiang Fei's vantage point, Isabella was not at fault. It was that level 5 metahuman who had provoked her. I know that presence. It belonged to the same person that had tried to snatch the rebirth egg. The man that had lost an arm, said Ariel. Now, that explains why Isabella would do that, said Jiang Fei. Even though she was reborn into the world, she once had the blood of the dragon flowing in her veins. To seek revenge was second nature for dragons. The man that had lost his arms had once crossed swords with Isabella. It was only natural for her to seek vengeance knowing that he was close by. Look out! Ariel cried. A blast of shockwave was heading towards their direction. Jiang Fei, being only a level 4 fighter, could not detect that incoming danger. Without warning, Ariel quickly flashed the two of them away. From a distance, Jiang Fei could see how the powerful shockwave had completely sent the bed of sand flying amok. If not for Ariel, Jiang Fei might have been seriously injured. Another burst of wave was sent out, but this time it was heading towards another direction. Along with a cloud of sand, Isabella was spotted zooming out from it. She landed not too far from the explosion, panting for breath, and was still trying to resist the surge of power coming from her trance. Isabella! Jiang Fei shouted when Ariel flashed to her side. He leaped forward, hugging Isabella tightly, and tried to calm her down. Everything is all right now. There's no one here to harm us. It's all right now. Calm down. Control your power, said Jiang Fei as he held her close in his embrace. It took a little over a minute before Isabella finally stopped struggling. Concurrently, 300 kilometers from where Jiang Fei was, two unknowns, cloaked with thick cloths, spoke to each other. Their voices were similar to the unknowns that were in the forests south of Africa, robotic and synthetic. We are too late. Target has been eliminated. Life sign ceased, detected two other level 5 beings. Should we pursue? Negative. New targets proved to be too strong for us to capture. Ion detected an energy spike on one of the level 5 beings. It is too risky for us to pursue. We should call off the mission. Affirmative. Abort mission. Mission aborted. Command. Number 1, number 18 requesting warp transport. Mission aborted. Mission aborted. Copy that. Transport request received. Stand by for transport. 1 second later, the sky opened up and two pillars of faint light came down to teleport the two unknowns away. Bella, are you all right? Jiang Fei asked, coddling the girl who was now overwhelmed with fatigue. Isabella was out of trance. Her crimson-red eyes were not as clear as the calm sea. The after-effects of the power of Berserk put a toll on her frail body. I'm a little dizzy. My head hurts. Did someone just hammer my head with a building? Said Isabella, trying to gasp for air as the pain was too much for her. My poor little babe. How could you still find the strength to make a joke like that when you are in so much pain? Please do not make me worry like that anymore. You need to be more careful. How could you just go berserk without any warning? Said Jiang Fei. But, I couldn't control myself, Isabella whimpered like a beaten dog. Oh dear. It's all right. Just rest now. I'll take care of you later, all right? Said Jiang Fei, finally able to draw a deep sigh of relief. Even though he said he would take care of her later, he would still need the main engine room and other parts of the ship. Only through Namek's technology could he truly cure her of the unknown ailment. Isabella nodded and closed her eyes. The pain in her head and body was making her too weak to talk for long. Worst of all, the damage inflicted to her mind was not something a simple overnight rest could cure. Ariel, I'll leave Isabella in your care. I need to make this trip worth it, said Jiang Fei. Ariel nodded and took over Isabella. With a simple flick, Ariel conjured a small barrier to block out the sun and heat. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, manifested the excavator from the ring. Digging through the bed of sand was tough. Ariel could have done it much faster by creating a hollow barrier to make a pathway straight down towards the ship fragment. However, knowing that Ariel could take care of Isabella better than he could, Jiang Fei persisted on and dug through the never-ending sand. While the two girls were resting, Jiang Fei continued to dig. The entire process took much longer than Jiang Fei had expected. Due to the compaction of the sand, more sand would fill in the void as soon as Jiang Fei dug into it. However, 0542 made a quick adjustment to the vehicle to expel all the sand that was dug further away to prevent them from falling back in. Captain, I have detected the signal of a ship fragment coming from 25 meters deep. I have established a link with it. Great. What is it? It is the core storage facility. Explain. The facility stores cores that have a special energy. Braveheart was a ship that was meant for deep space voyage. During its mission across deep space, the crew of the ship had discovered cores that emanate strange energy. This facility is meant to keep them for the researchers of the ship to analyze its energy signature. I see, so before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, 0542 interrupted. To cure Isabella, the core of life is an absolute necessity. Jiang Fei was thrown. He had wanted to ask about the function of those cores and what could it do to save Isabella. Knowing that one of the cores, the core of life, could save and cure Isabella of her illness. Jiang Fei felt extremely lucky to find the core storage facility so soon. Chapter 1053, First Come, First Serve. Jiang Fei profusely manned the excavator, powering it to the maximum to dig through the dirt. Bella, just relax. I'll definitely get that core to save your life, Jiang Fei said to himself. "Captain, please slow down. We are close to the target," said 0542, trying to calm Jiang Fei down, seeing that he was pushing the excavator to its limits. "Right. Sorry," said Jiang Fei. He quickly turned the machine down a notch. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei stopped the machine entirely and dug through the dirt by himself. Following 0542's instructions and guidance, he dug through the right spot and found the entrance to the fragment. Accessing security system, a few short moments later, the door opened with a loud metallic grinding sound. "Where is the core?" Jiang Fei hummed, not caring about anything else but the only thing that could save Isabella's life. "Captain, I have bad news. The laboratory has been infiltrated. All alarms and defensive systems had been destroyed," 0542 reported after accessing the security footage. "What?" Jiang Fei roared, not believing what he was hearing. All of the alien artifacts that he had collected so far had never been accessed before, what more, infiltrated. First of all, the metal that was used to construct these alien facilities were not as rare as valium, but they were extremely strong. They could very well be the strongest metal on Earth. Not even a level 4 metahuman could leave a dent if they punched it with all their power. The only means to infiltrate the artifacts was to break the security codes and access the facility via the door. This method was used by China and the American government, allowing them to access the ship without compromising anything on the inside. Other nations had tried brute forcing their way in via explosion or physical damage. Unfortunately for them, that just meant that they would never be able to access the facility no matter how hard they tried. That was why Jiang Fei was shocked to the core when 0542 reported that the laboratory had been infiltrated via brute force. "Leave that aside, take me to the core of life," Jiang Fei disgruntledly roared. "Yes, Captain," 0542 replied whilst projecting a 3D diagram of the facility's structure. Without wasting time, Jiang Fei followed 0542's guidance and moved along the inside of the structure. Only while he was walking did he realize how severe the damage inflicted on the facility was. Broken ceilings, damaged walls, and exposed wiring were the only scenes he could see as he made his way to where the core of life was supposed to be. "What on earth happened here?" Jiang Fei asked. As informed, the defensive weaponry that was triggered to take out all intruders were destroyed. Along the way, Jiang Fei found pools of blood on the floor. Jiang Fei was no detective, but even he knew that the blood belonged to the intruders. "Captain, we have arrived at the core storage facility. This is where the defenses were at the highest. Unfortunately, they were destroyed," 0542 reported. "What the hell? Just how strong are the intruders?" Report: "The weapon systems that were installed were strong enough to take out a level 5 metahuman. Weapon systems that could take out a level 5 metahuman were destroyed nonetheless." "That means there were more than one of them," Jiang Fei exclaimed. At the moment, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about triggering the system defensive protocol since 0542 had taken over the facility's control. There was no need for him to be careful. Without any worry, Jiang Fei zoomed past many corridors that were riddled with destroyed cannons and wall-mounted guns. "Shit! Where are we? Isn't this the core storage center?" Jiang Fei roared when he had arrived at the destination highlighted by 3D hologram. "Captain, we are at the core storage center." Horrified, Jiang Fei stared blankly at the storage room that had been utterly destroyed. The room was dark, but most importantly, it was empty. The decks and cabinets that were supposed to be filled with cores were empty. There was even a huge metal box that clearly looked like it was meant to store something important that had been destroyed, as if it were made of plastic. F***ck. To vent his anger, Jiang Fei unconsciously charged his fist with origin force and punched the metal box with all his might, leaving no damage. "Who the F***ck dares to steal from me?" Jiang Fei roared as he continuously vented his rage against the metal box. Isabella's life was at stake and the core of life was gone. "Captain, I have taken a sample of the intruder's blood and will begin to analyze its properties. Give me enough time and I will be able to track him down via the radar system. He could hide for now, but his energy signature will be the beacon that will allow us to track him down," Good. Find him. Notify me as soon as you can. We will hunt him down and get the core of life back. Begin analysis. I will be able to lock his energy signature after 4 days, Captain. Jiang Fei calmed down. Right now. There was nothing he could do but wait until 0542 locked his position with the radar system. Are there any other valuable items here? Jiang Fei asked. He paced around the empty core storage facility. All of these apparatus are important and useful, but none of them could be of immediate use, said 0542. Sighing disappointingly, Jiang Fei made his way out of the facility. Put it away and let's go back. From then on, Jiang Fei realized he had been too slow. Someone else had been doing the same thing he did, tracking down the alien artifacts. Since he could not and did not announce his claim to the alien artifacts, all of them were a first-come, first-served basis. Whoever got their hands on the alien artifacts could practically own everything it has to offer. Knowing that, he realized he had to pick up the pace. When a silvery light beamed out of the ring, the entire core storage facility was absorbed into the ring. Once Jiang Fei leaped out to ground level, he put away the excavator and had Ariel teleport everyone back to his house in the Winter Islands. There were still other places to investigate, but it seemed that Isabella was not in a condition suitable for travel. They were currently rather far away from the Winter Islands, and Ariel was not able to instantly teleport all of them there. Instead, she teleported a few times, each time appearing in a safe place before jumping to the next. 3 hours after Jiang Fei and the others left the site, several white pillars of light flashed downward. Several humanoid figures walked out of them and toward the now empty desert. All of them looked no different from the locals of the Sahara Desert, yet their speech pattern was unique. Commander, based on the prisoner's direction. This is where they had found the core of life. Affirmative. Let's proceed with the mission. The man that was addressed as Commander looked different from the other unknowns. Any other human would immediately acknowledge him as a Chinese man. Understood, Commander, said the other unknowns in unison. A flash of light came downward before materializing a large contraption that looked like a cannon. One of the unknowns started operating it when the commander gave the order to start. When the machine was turned on, all the sand particles nearby started to vibrate. The machine then produced a powerful sound wave that made a small region of sand in front of the machine boil. The unknown that was operating the machine turned the power up, and the sand was split apart as if there were an invisible knife splitting the desert apart. When the sand was pushed away, a large bubble emerged out of the sand, empty. Nothing, the commander frowned. The prisoner lied to us. He will be punished. The unknown that was operating the machine roared angrily. This operation had cost them a large amount of energy, yet they were greeted with an empty hall. Chapter 1054, Foreshadow. When Jiang Fei returned to his home in the Winter Islands, Isabella was still fidgeting, flinching about restlessly. Hence, the natural thing to do then was to let the poor girl rest and recuperate for the night. The journey today was rather unfortunate, as Isabella went berserk halfway through. Other than Isabella's sudden outburst, there was nothing else that hindered Jiang Fei's journey besides knowing that there were others out there that were after the alien artifacts. One night later, when Jiang Fei was about to leave the Winter Islands with Ariel, Han Tianyu came knocking on his door. "Fei, you there? I've got some urgent news for you." Han Tianyu bellowed at the doorsteps. "What's wrong? Did something happen with the martial artists? Did someone try to make a farce?" said Jiang Fei, glancing at Han Tianyu suggestively. It was predicted that some of the old farts did not enjoy the idea of abandoning their homeland. Surprisingly, no. It's not about that. So far, those that had agreed unanimously were those smaller, second-rate sections. They knew that the land they were stepping on belonged to Jiang Fei. While they were in the same alliance, the other sect members chose to obediently cultivate their arts without giving any trouble to Han Tianyu. "What's wrong then?" Han Tianyu frowned and sucked in a deep breath before answering. The Chinese military had suddenly restricted all the martial artists from leading their sect, Han Tianyu reported. He had already contacted many of the other sects and had already arranged transport for all of them. However, before any of the ships and planes could start fueling up, Han Tianyu had received news about the military's sudden change of plans. They would not allow any martial artists to leave China. What are they thinking? Jiang Fei barked, confused. I really can't tell. I don't have many inside men that could give me any reliable information for now. We are truly in the dark here, said Han Tianyu. To be fair, ever since Han Tianyu had chosen to flee China to the Winter Islands, all of his corporate connections to the military were severed. He had lost his power there and thus lost his means to gather inside information. That's fine. Nothing you can do about it anyway. Even so, try your best to investigate the matter. Once you get hold on any important information, ring me up, said Jiang Fei after giving it some thought. There was something odd about it, but he could not put his finger on it, not that he wanted to just yet. He had other more important matters to tend to find the main engine room and other apparatus and materials to save Isabella. Try, Han Tianyu sighed. His original intention was to inform Jiang Fei about the situation and ask him to head over to China to investigate. With his powers, he could do it in a breeze. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei was current the boss of him now. Even though it might take some time, he would do it either way. After dealing with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei and Ariel proceeded with their plans to travel. Today, their first objective was to travel to the North Pole. According to 0542, there were 2 points of interest there. The two flew for some 5 hours before reaching the border of the Arctic Circle. Unlike the Antarctic, the land was slightly different and there were no penguins. Nevertheless, it was still freezing cold. Let's go down. Be careful when you're walking on the ice, said Jiang Fei. The North Arctic Circle was crumbling. Instead of a large piece of land covered in ice, there were icebergs. There were so many of them that when Jiang Fei was flying high in the sky, they looked like paper boats floating on water. Hence, the only place that could house the ship fragment would be at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Fei equipped a few breathing gears that was provided by 0542 before jumping into the freezing waters with Ariel. The sub-zero temperatures were fatal, but to Jiang Fei and Ariel, it was nothing but an ice bath. The two dove down with speed toward the point where the signal was detected. 0542, have you locked onto the signal? Jiang Fei asked, throttling a small machine that was helping him to dive downward fast. Captain, I am unable to accurately pinpoint the location of the signal. There is a strong interference wave being broadcast through the water. Interference? Where? By whom? Jiang Fei asked immediately. Right then, Jiang Fei was only accompanied by Ariel. Although she was strong, he did not want to clash with another level 5 metahuman. I am not detecting any life form around the vicinity, 0542 immediately reported when it picked up stress patterns in Jiang Fei's cognitive process. That's good. Let's go down slowly and carefully. Although it was nice to know that there were not living beings close by, heading down knowing there was something interfering with 0542's signal was still nerve-wracking. 20 minutes later, both Jiang Fei and Ariel got close to the signal and discovered a large chasm in the middle of the seabed. Close to the huge gaping hole of darkness, there was a small ancient submarine. Judging from the amount of rust around the submarine's outer hull, the vessel had sunk down to the seafloor more than 10 years ago. Captain, I have identified the source of interference and have isolated it. When you say the source of interference, did you mean that broken submarine? Yes, Captain. That submarine has been leaking radioactive materials for decades, contaminating the surrounding water and rocks with radiation that was causing interference with the signal detection. Well, lucky me. Get on with the signal detection then, said Jiang Fei. He had zero interest in the old submarine that had been there for more than 10 years. Perhaps the Smithsonian Museum would be interested in scavenging this old piece of junk. Captain, I have locked onto the ship's fragment and established link. We are close to the ship's engineering bay, said 0542 after Jiang Fei had swam past the broken submarine. What does it do? Said Jiang Fei. While he knew a little about engineering, no doubt he would not know anything about alien engineering. It is used mainly to perform maintenance of the ship while on occasion deal with other unforeseen circumstances. There were times when the engineering bay was used as a refiner when the ship encountered planets that the crew could use to harvest raw materials. Jiang Fei had never been to outer space, but he did not lack in gaming experience. From what he gathered from 0542's explanation, the engineering bay should be the production facility of the ship, allowing the ship's crew to produce resources and even other facilities. Whilst discussing with 0542, Jiang Fei had descended deep into the chasm. At the bottom, they found said production facility. The structure was completely covered by sea plants and other seabed animals. Even after an unspecified amount of time, the facility remained unharmed, undamaged. Before entering the facility, 0542 projected an overlay hologram to show what the engineering bay looked like. The entire cube-like facility extended out for at least 500 meters. The main body was cube-shaped while the externals of the facility looked like a scorpion. It had metal claws and arms that were used to cut and pick up materials outside the ship. Better yet, one of its arms had a particle beam collector and condenser. It functioned exactly like a 3D printer, except that it only worked in outer space. Seems complicated. Put it away first. We'll talk about it later when we're back on land, said Jiang Fei. He should be happy. He should be excited. Yet, there was nothing, at that moment, that he could use to save Isabella. I have established link with the engineering bay. You are now in control. Jiang Fei pointed the ring out toward the engineering bay and cleaned off everything that was growing on the facility before absorbing it into the ring. Next location, 0542, said Jiang Fei immediately before resurfacing. There was one more point of interest in the North Pole. Chapter 1055, 0541's message, back to the surface of the ice-cold waters. Jiang Fei immediately hopped onto the gigantic sword and flew away toward the second point of interest. Out of the blue, 0542 was alerted of something and made a loud humming sound. When Jiang Fei noticed its sudden change, a barrier was erected around them. What's going on? I have detected a powerful energy reading. This energy reading unmistakably belongs to apparatus given off by Planet Namex technology. Is it coming from the second point? No. It is currently being used. It is functioning at full power. 0542's comments made Jiang Fei a little startled as well as scared. Braveheart's fragment would surely be in passive hibernation mode after crashing on Earth for thousands of years. That would mean someone had already managed to excavate, repair, and turn on parts of the ship. Who else could do that besides Jiang Fei? Find out what is happening. Jiang Fei roared. Affirmative. Scanning for energy signature, all other search inquiries were temporarily suspended as all search priority was given to locating the signal. 5 minutes into using the radar system to scan the entire globe, 0542 returned with a report. Captain. The energy reading that I am detected is indeed Planet Namek. However, I am also detecting traces of Earth-based technology within the energy reading. Someone had managed to combine and fuse both planets' technologies, and they had done so perfectly. Jiang Fei got more nervous at this point. What else? He asked. I have also detected 4 machine lifeforms and 1 anti-gravity patrol ship within the vicinity. What the F***CK? Machine lifeform, confused, befuddled, and utterly stressed, Jiang Fei was completely thrown off guard when 0542 introduced a new term. He knew about China's military Supreme Android project, but he had never heard of machine lifeforms. He had thought that China was behind this, but when 0542 brought up the anti-gravity patrol ship, Jiang Fei dropped the possibility that it was China. There was no human nation, group, or individual that could possibly master Planet Namex technology, what more develop a functioning aircraft. Captain, should we mark them as possible hostile targets? Said 0542. Currently, sitting quietly in Jiang Fei's ring was half of the transport shuttle. Many of the cargo were destroyed, but there were still over 1,000 robot warriors. These robots must be remotely controlled. Their weapon system is strong enough to take down a single patrol ship. Could you identify the targets? Impossible. The security encryption is too much for me to decode at this moment. Shit. Could you at least trace them? Jiang Fei asked. Not knowing who he was dealing with was a great annoyance. Yes. I have traced the signal back to a large plutonium mine. The radiation given off by all the unstable radioactive material is strong, plutonium. So, it's not a fragment of the ship. It's highly unlikely that it is the main engine room, said Jiang Fei to himself. All right. Leave them be. There's no need to create conflict when there is none. The energy potential of a plutonium mine is high. Given the time, Jiang Fei would absorb all of them. However, there was a possibility that the targets were merely automatons set to harvest plutonium. Fighting them would be an unwise decision as they were using Planet Namex's technology. It was best to find out everything he could about the targets before actually going against them. He had a theory. The users of that machine, although perfected using human technology, would never be an alien. When 0541 was still with Jiang Fei, it had informed him that all of Planet Namex's citizens had perished. If they were from Namek, they would never have fused human technology with their own. Why use inferior technology when they had better? Shit! F*CK. Now I have more things to do. Jiang Fei was not having it. Besides finding the main engine room, he still had to do some research, possibly even espionage missions in order to find out more about those machine lifeforms. It was clear that whoever had managed to crack the secrets of Planet Namex's technology was no ordinary force. They must have more than enough fragments of the ship. As quietly as possible, Jiang Fei and Ariel left the place via teleportation. After a series of short-distance teleportation, the two returned to Winter Islands. It was still early and he still had more than enough time to head to other points of interest. However, even he realized that he needed some time off. The forces that appeared back there were unheard of. How did they manage to keep themselves hidden for so long? The more he thought about them, the more anxious he became. Who the hell are they? How did they manage to understand Planet Namex's technology? How long had they had the machine in the first place? That aside, Jiang Fei thought it was best to put it behind him for the moment. Right now, he thought about what Han Tianyu said about China not allowing the martial artists to leave China. It was odd. Technically speaking, the military had always been wary of their existence since they were a group of powerful fighters, capable of posing a threat to the nation. Having them leave the country on their own accord would be the best way. Hence, why would they suddenly change their mind? Were they planning to kill them all instead of letting them go? Then again, this was not a viable action. After the war with the mutants in Japan, the entire martial artist alliance of China had suffered a large toll. Their numbers dropped by a significant margin that they could no longer be considered as a threat. That aside, if they wanted a war, the civilians of China would be affected. That would be the last thing China wanted. Are they just trying to subdue them and bring them down to their knees? Jiang Fei simply spouted an idea which he immediately discarded. Ugh. Might as well wait for Han Tianyu to settle this. He lied down on the sofa in the massive living room for a while more before heading over to Isabella's room. After an entire morning of rest, the girl was already looking better. She was calm and her sleeping face was peaceful, graceful like a princess. Jiang Fei could not be more relieved to know that the damage caused by yesterday's random outburst was not too serious. After a while, Jiang Fei returned to his own room for a quick bath. Before he could undress, 0542 rang. Captain, I have a message left by the previous support system. It is time for you to receive it. Previous? Did you mean 0541? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. Before he was sealed away, he had left a message for you. It was scheduled to be revealed to you before the next game update was released. That day was the last day before Dawn Break reopened its servers. All right. Play the message. Captain, if you are hearing this, it means I am unable to serve you any longer. If Dawn Break has finally been updated to the Battle of the Heavens update patch, please eliminate all NPCs that are Celestial tier and higher. No matter which faction they are from, as long as they are of Celestial tier and higher, you must kill them. Another piece of advice, please treat your current pet better. If not, You must kill her as soon as possible. Chapter 1056, A Change of Stats. Why, said Jiang Fei to himself. To kill all NPCs that were celestial tier and higher, even if indiscriminately, that was what 0541 advised. If 0541 had advised him to kill all enemy NPCs, celestial tier and higher, he would understand. He could do it, albeit how difficult it was to achieve. The thing was, 0541 did not say enemy but all. That meant he would need to kill friendly NPCs as well. The thought of it alone was hard to digest. NPCs like Oyezi and the Nephilim King were extremely helpful to him. Others, such as Poseidon and Sheraz, had helped him on many occasions. No matter how, Jiang Fei could not muster the killing intent to actually raise his sword against them. However, 0541 had always thought about Jiang Fei's future when it made any move. On the other hand, playing the game had always been a means to relax. Jiang Fei could not believe that 0541 would suddenly want Jiang Fei to kill all the celestial tier or higher NPCs. It was hard for him to believe there was a hidden purpose behind that. Baby steps, I suppose. I should try and target the enemies first and cross that bridge when I get to it, said Jiang Fei, giving him a time extension instead of figuring out a real solution. It was 4 a.m. in the morning, and Jiang Fei, who was still pondering the question of why 0541 would suggest committing mass genocide to him, entered the game when it started. Jiang Fei was in the birthplace when he came to. The entire area was devastated by lightning strikes. Although it had been 3 days since he had logged into the game, the little girl was still unconscious at the same place. Time stopped after every time the server shut down. The NPC boss, Mother of the World, was now dead and did not drop anything for Jiang Fei. In any case, the place was now safe. He found himself a nice spot to sit beside the unconscious girl and started examining his own stats. He had not had any time to check his new skills and stats when he became a Celestial. Verger Glider, High Human, Lower Celestial, Level 100, Class, God of Craft, Health Points, 382,464, Attack Power, 3,495,072, Skills, Celestial Strength, Celestial Stature, Celestial's Authority, Celestial Strength. All your attacks are now AoE, dealing full damage to all targets within 10 meters. Celestial Stature, all non-celestial tier targets will deal 99% reduced damage to you. You will deal 10,000% increased damage to all non-celestial tier targets. Celestial's Authority, increase 100% on all attributes. Increase maximum level limit to level 109. Being a level 100, Jiang Fei had indeed increased his tier to Celestial. With it, he had gained 3 incredibly passive skills. Celestial Strength had made Jiang Fei a walking cannon. All of his attacks would deal AoE damage, even his normal attacks. This made clearing monsters incredibly faster. The second passive skill definitely lived up to its name. Celestial Stature granted Jiang Fei the absolute position against any other players and monsters. That was the true difference between those who were Celestials and those who were not. As long as his enemies did not have special attack attributes such as having chaos damage or final damage skills, Jiang Fei had basically become untouchable to all that was lower than him. The third passive skill was nice as it increased Jiang Fei's overall stats as well as his maximum level limit. Even though his character had reached Celestial tier, his profession tier had not. He had to return to the main overworld and find Oyezi to increase his profession tier. After looking through his newfound stats, Jiang Fei checked his inventory and was pleased to see the Celestial's ring that he had made before. Dream Crystal Ring, Celestial, Attack Power plus 50,000, all attributes, plus 3,000, Equip, grants 50% lifesteal effect to all of your attacks. When your health points is full, all absorbed health points will be converted into a damage-absorbing barrier. The barrier's maximum health points is your maximum attack power. Barrier will disappear after the battle ends. Equip, grants the skill Mirrored Attack. Summons a mirror image behind the target. Mirror image will continue to attack for 5 seconds before disappearing. Mirror Image has the same attack power, 50% maximum health points, and no defense properties. Equip grants the skill Dream Realm. Creates a realm and inflicts confusion for 1 minute. Confusion will be dispelled once the target receives an attack. Note, Dream Realm is a sure hit skill and would 100% inflict confusion on any target that is within the area of effect. Jiang Fei took off the Merfolk's Vengeance ring off and swapped it for the new ring. The token of the God of Crafts was strong as it was a chromatic evolving equipment. While it was not stronger than the Merfolk's Vengeance ring, the rebirth effect was extremely important to Jiang Fei. He had basically been putting himself in danger, courting with the God of Death every time he engaged someone stronger. The new Celestial Tier ring boosted Jiang Fei's attack and gave a minor boost to his overall stats. To be fair, 3000 Vitality was considered as godlike to other players. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, had gotten too used to having superior equipment. In his opinion, 3000 Vitality was just a tiny boost. If he still had the 9 treasured cauldrons, he would not even bat an eye at the 3000 Vitality points boost. However, since he did not have it with him, the 3000 Vitality points was crucial for his survivability. 50% lifesteal effect and the barrier skill were strong. However, compared to how overwhelmingly powerful celestial bosses are, those two effects would only prolong his inevitable death unless some Deus Ex Machina appeared again. Mirrored Attack was nothing but an attack skill. Strong, but nothing out of the ordinary. The one skill that Jiang Fei had his eyes on was Dream Realm. The skill was the ultimate crowd control skill that would disable the enemy for 1 minute as long as Jiang Fei did not engage. With that skill, Jiang Fei might have a chance to run away if he was unfortunate enough to encounter a high celestial. Chapter 1057, Time to Make Wild Boar Stew. Just as Jiang Fei was done checking his stat window, the little girl woke up. "Maluya, how are you feeling?" said Jiang Fei, brushing her hair off her face. "Big brother! You're here!" "I was so afraid," cried the girl before bursting into tears and leaning into his chest. The girl was clearly frightened. "Nothing to be afraid of anymore. I'm here. Do you recall anything?" Jiang Fei asked. "All I remember was the big tree trying to crush me. I felt so much pain and then. I can't remember," said the little girl whilst hiccuping. "That's good. Not use in remembering the pain." Jiang Fei cuddled the little girl and continued to brush her black hair to comfort her. He frowned for a while. How could she not remember turning into the Angel of Death? "Big brother," said Maluya after she was done crying her eyes out. "I think we should get away from this place." The girl was clearly traumatized by the incident there. Even though the tree was no longer alive, she did not want to relive the experience. "Okay. Let's leave this place. Do you have anywhere you want to go?" Jiang Fei asked, holding her little hand in his huge metallic gauntlet. "I don't know. It's an adventure," she cried out, cheerfully. Jiang Fei actually knew where he wanted to go. When he logged on, the place where the Mother of the Word was supposed to be had a large teleportation circle. "Look, Maluya! A portal! I wonder where it would take us." "Shall we go for an adventure?" said Jiang Fei playfully, coaxing the girl into going inside the circle. "Yay! Adventure!" cried the girl as she dragged Jiang Fei, who was at least 3 times her height, toward the teleportation circle. "All right. Get ready," Jiang Fei said. He picked up the little girl, making her laugh happily, and charged toward the teleportation circle. With a flash of white light, the two were teleported away. "Where are we?" Jiang Fei asked. He was not sure where would he end up at. After the light dissipated, darkness rolled in. The smell of rotten plants and waste filled his nose. It did not take long for him to realize that he was standing in the middle of a huge swamp. "Ding! Your presence in the primordial celestial realm is not welcomed. You have incurred the attention from all nearby primordial celestials." Just as Jiang Fei was trying to get his greaves out of the nasty, thick, swamp waters, a system notification popped. This is bad. Before he took off to the celestial realm, Oyezi had advised him about not taking on a certain quest before reaching the celestial tier. It was mainly because of the power of celestials. Once a human that had reached the celestial tier entered the celestial realm, he would be a beacon to all primordial celestials. A call of challenge, a signal to indicate that there was a human who was ready for a fight. He had fought a celestial before, but that was not on purpose. In fact, before he reached the celestial tier, no primordial celestial knew about his presence in the celestial realm. Things were different now. Jiang Fei had achieved what no other player had and became a celestial. His presence was that of an open challenge call. No matter where he hid, his mere presence alone could be detected by any primordial in the celestial realm. Everyone would want a piece of him. Shit, Jiang Fei had just come to realize what had befallen him. From that moment on, he was the intruder that had come into the celestial realm. All that awaited him was confrontation with other primordials. Big brother? What's wrong? Malia promptly asked when Jiang Fei was not moving with her. There's trouble. A big one, said Jiang Fei, grunting even. Just before he got to prepare mentally with what was to come, a silhouette appeared between the eerie rotting trees. A human? A mere human dares to enter this realm. A loud roar was heard, reverberating through the thick, viscous swamp water. It was a roar that Jiang Fei did not like. Humph. A coward! Nothing more, cried Malia. Show yourself, now, now. There's no need to be so hasty. You will share the same fate as the human that had entered this realm, said the voice before it burst into a beast-like laugh. The silhouette emerged from the trees and revealed himself. Right as he walked out, Malia struck her tongue out and sulked. Ugh, so ugly. No wonder he was hiding in the trees. If I looked like that, I would have done the same. Malia said as she covered her eyes playfully. Beast Fawn Lord, Primordial Celestial, Lower Celestial, Level 103, Health Points 650 million, Attack Power 2,500,000, deals 100 times damage to all targets below Celestial Tier, Skills, all Warrior Common Skills. Charge of the Thousands. Note, the first wild boar to achieve Celestial Tier. Heh. I was scared of nothing, said Jiang Fei to himself after he had a good look on the NPC. The boss was nothing but a beastkin celestial. He might be a primordial, but his stats were too weak. He might even be the weakest amongst all primordials. Well, no time to waste then, is there, said Jiang Fei, immediately jumping into a battle stance. The soul cutter flew out of its sheath and started to hover around his back. After the patch was implemented, the wound on Soul Cutter had completely healed. Big brother. He's so ugly I can't watch, said the girl as she cowered behind Jiang Fei. The NPC looked like a westernized version of Zhu Beiji. He was fat, furry, and had fangs of a boar protruding from under his upper jaw. His skin was flawlessly white. Although he was fat, Jiang Fei considered his figure not as obese but one with powerful, bear-like physique. His weapons were not the usual Zhu Beiji trademark farming rake. It was a flail longer wooden handle with a large morning star dangling from a large chain. No worries. It'll get rid of him. How about some nice barbecued pork ribs, said Jiang Fei jokingly. Before the ascension to celestialhood, Jiang Fei would never dare to talk so boastfully in front of a celestial tier boss. Now, things had changed and he was able to play on the same ground with them. Although the boss' health points were undoubtedly larger than his, with his attack power overwhelmingly stronger, Jiang Fei was not scared. He knew his character well enough to know that as long as he wasn't stunned, he could end the fight faster than the wild boar god could even snort. You. I don't want to eat that. His ugliness would only be spread to me, cried the brutal little girl, not giving face to the primordial boss. Humph. The two of you are getting on my nerves. I will crush you, without even the need to charge. Beast Fawn Lord zoomed toward Jiang Fei. It was fast. Too fast since he did not need to build momentum to reach maximum moving speed. However, even though the boss was fast, Jiang Fei was faster. After training for so long in martial arts, Jiang Fei's reaction was close to instantaneous. A reflex that he brought into the game and could use to his advantage. After stopping the boss for a split second, Jiang Fei immediately activated Soul Cutter's skill. The longsword spun around and quickly split itself into 128 swords. These swords spun so fast that once would be grounded into mincemeat if one dared to step any closer to it. Sword form, Blade Dragon. The sword stopped spinning instantly, as if time had stopped itself. Not a fraction of a second later, the sword converged on a single point, forming a large blade dragon that flung itself toward Beast Fawn Lord. As a means to defense, the boss started to brandish his flail all about. He was able to deflect some of the attacks, but only a small portion of it. 2/3 of 128 swords landed on the target, hacking and slicing away so much health points that the boss was left on death's door. Impossible! The boss gasped in horror. The human that was standing in front of it was only a human. A human! How could a human, albeit being a celestial tier, bring him down to his knees? With just one attack, he was already close to meeting death. Were all adventurers this strong? Time to make myself wild boar stew. I'll dice you up nicely into bite-sized cubes. Jiang Fei hummed. His attack might only be a fraction of what the boss had, but he had 128 blades to help him multiply that fatality. Not to mention the effects of Ruthless Barrage. Now that Jiang Fei was at the same stage play as the Beast Fawn Lord, there was no stopping Jiang Fei from killing him. Chapter 1058, It's Not Ugly Just Poor Taste, RORR. With almost nothing else to lose, Beast Fawn Lord started to hammer the ground hard repeatedly, like a fast drum roll with just a single drumstick. Big brother! Watch out, cried Maluya as she pulled Jiang Fei's iron skirt closer to her. At that moment, the ground shook hard. Distracted by the cloud of dust that was made from hammering the ground, Jiang Fei failed to realize that he was about to be trampled by a massive stampede. It was only when he felt the earth shaking did he see thousands or even tens of thousands of wild boars charging from the cloud of dust. Their eyes were filled with rage, their minds focused solely on charging forward with razor-sharp fangs. Standing in the middle of their stampede, one would surely be torn to shreds. Sword form, sword burst. The blade dragon disassembled quickly to form a rain of swords. With Jiang Fei controlling their general direction, the sharp end of the swords directed themselves toward the oncoming stampede before raining down on them. This sword form was meant to be used to deal with multiple targets over a large area. They were incredibly weak as their damage was lowered greatly. However, against the massive oncoming stampede, the attack proved to be extremely effective. In fact, all 128 swords found their targets. Oh, screw this, even though all 128 swords found their targets, killing them instantly, there were more than tens of thousands of them. As long as Beast Fawn Lord kept on banging the ground with his flail, those wild boars would not stop charging toward Jiang Fei. Big brother, I'm scared, said Maluya, pulling herself closer to Jiang Fei. Nothing to be scared about. Your trusted big brother is here. Get behind me, said Jiang Fei, carefully pushing the little girl behind him before he took another battle stance. He made a hand signal and all of the swords pulled themselves back and formed a large metallic sword shield in front of him. Sword form, reflection. Contrary to its name, this sword formation was not designed to reflect damage but instead deal damage to those who dared to charge toward it. All the swords were arranged in a way that the blade side of the sword were facing toward the enemies. They were arranged like pillars of blades that were so thin that they were practically invisible. Enemies would receive damage if they were to run into the shield blindly. It was the perfect situation to use the skill. All wild boars that charged into the slicer were sliced up into thin sheets of meat in a more gruesome way. Even so, not all wild boars would charge directly at him. Some that could run faster moved sideways and attacked from the side, dodging the sword shield entirely. Sheesh! There's really no end to this. Jiang Fei grunted. Sword form, reflection might be the ultimate form of defense, but its duration was limited. Once the effect ended, it might be the end of him. Jiang Fei took out 28 swords from the sword formation and used them to attack as many wild boars that were coming from the side. At one point, Jiang Fei realized that the stampede would not end unless he did something to the caster itself. At that moment, Jiang Fei gave up attacking the wild boars and proceeded to attack Beast Fawn Lord himself. It was then a battle against time. Jiang Fei needed to kill Beast Fawn Lord before the sword shield formation collapsed. Unfortunately, before he could kill the boss, the sword shield broke apart. F***ck it. You want a piece of me? Come get me then, he roared, completely ignoring defense. Jiang Fei pulled back all the swords into his hand and broke into another stance. Sword form, Blade Dragon. This time, Jiang Fei focused solely on attacking Beast Fawn Lord alone, ignoring all the other incoming wild boars. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. A single wild boar's attack was not as lethal as it seemed, but when there were over tens of thousands of them, any lower celestial would die unless they could fly. Ding! Jiang Fei's entire character flashed with a golden hue. The rebirth after death effect on the token of the God of Craft was activated. At that moment, masked by the loud stampede, the boss groaned before it dropped to the ground, dead. If the game was not censored for younger audience, the body of the now dead boss would have many holes. Once the boss dropped to the ground, all of the wild boars vanished into thin air. The cloud of dust they made during the stampede still lingered in the air. When the dust settled, Jiang Fei and Malia paced toward the now dead boss. That was awesome. Malia cheered. But of course. Who am I? Jiang Fei snorted with his head held high. That was the first time he had defeated a celestial tier boss, all by himself. It was a proud moment for him. Now that the boss was dead, it was time to collect the rewards. Although he did not have the cauldron of luck on him, the boss would still drop luxurious drops since it was a celestial tier. Show me the money, cried Jiang Fei as he opened the corpse. A red flash of light came and Jiang Fei grinned happily. As expected of celestial tier, all drops were good. Wild Boar's Might, Chestplate, Holy, Physical Defense, plus 10,000, Magic Defense, plus 10,000, all attributes, plus 1,000, Equip, reduce received physical damage by 10%. Equip, grants a passive skill, Thorn of the Prideful Boar. Reflects 10% of all melee attacks back to the attacker. Equip, grants a skill, Charge of the Thousands. Summons a stampede of wild boars to attack the enemy. Each wild boar will deal 10% of your attack power. Requires channeling, maximum of 10 seconds. Note, upon adorning this armor, you will become the new lord of the wild boars. Ish! This armor is strong, but that name it's just eek. 10,000 to both magic and physical defense, 1,000 all attribute boost, a passive damage reduction, and damage reflection. These stats were good as it were all leaning toward defense. Thorn of the Prideful Boar, the damage reflection skill, was highly situation dependent. Against a horde of monsters? Not so much. Against a single boss? Worse. The active skill, Charge of the Thousands, was strong as Jiang Fei had just experienced the skill effect not a minute ago. Having almost an unending stampede of wild boars could change the tide of the battle. Jiang Fei might be unstoppable if the enemy did not have any long-ranged attackers in their ranks. One wild boar might only have 10% of his attack power, but considering the fact that he would be summoning countless wild boars, even an intermediate celestial would have to be wary of Jiang Fei. Big brother, are you going to put this on? It's so ugly, said the little girl. Well, let's not call it ugly, it's just poor fashion taste. Jiang Fei took the armor and put it on. With his current dangerous situation, having extra defense would be helpful. He could only be an effective attacker if he was alive, hence even though the armor was not to his liking, it was still important. Once Jiang Fei put on the armor, his entire physique changed to that of the boss. His original toned and muscular frame was gone. The little girl that was by his side sulked immediately and even shrank away from him. Big brother, you look really ugly in the armor, said Malia, not even trying to sugarcoat it. Ugh, might as well. Right now, staying alive is more important than looking good. I'm doing this to protect you, said Jiang Fei, laughing at the little girl's painful jab. Let's go then, said Jiang Fei as he escorted the girl away. He felt somewhat satisfied with the trade-off. Even though he was ugly as F***ck, he now had over 1,000,000 health points. With that, he left the godforsaken, smelly, disgusting, putrid swamp. Chapter 1059, inconspicuous yet intriguing. With the boss dealt with, Jiang Fei quickly made his way out of the swamp with the little girl in his arms. As he trekked past the thick swamp waters, Jiang Fei concocted his next waypoint. Jiang Fei was following 0541's advice to slay celestial tier NPCs, but he was unable to bring himself to kill allies. Primordial celestials were easy to deal with since all of them were considered as enemies. About allies though, Jiang Fei had a loose grasp of the possible situation. 0541's message was Cleardo, kill all NPCs of celestial tier and higher. Back when the Dragon God and the Divine Light God went missing in the game, Jiang Fei had guessed that it was the military's doing. These two NPCs' programming were extracted out of the game to be used as artificial souls for their androids. There was no way he could prove it, hence it was just a hypothesis. He had literally zero clue on how the military coded the artificial intelligence. However, from what he knew about the breakthrough in computer science and machine learning tech, there could not be any other faster method to make a perfect artificial soul. That thought led to another. The military had shown their hostility toward their own citizens, even if it were only the martial artists. Who's to say that the military wouldn't deploy their supreme android project to go against him? 0541 had went ahead, without Jiang Fei's knowledge, to inform him about the possible coming conflict and tried to take it into its own hands to stop it. As a result, 0541 was sealed away. However, the result was still pending. It did what it could to inform Jiang Fei to kill all high-intelligence NPCs. That way, the number of possible AI that could be extracted was reduced, decreasing the number of soldiers that the military could actually produce. There was one thing that Jiang Fei could not fully comprehend. It was about Akatsiri's. Her entire existence was treated like a silent companion or even a servant. Besides engaging in fights, there was literally nothing special about her. Jiang Fei had little to no emotional attachment to her. In the simplest manner of explanation, she was nothing but a true in-game pet. However, 0541's advice caught Jiang Fei's attention, and that granted her a spot in the limelight. On the one hand, she was only an intermediate overlord tier NPC. Her strength was not to be feared as she was not really a damage dealer but more of a disabler. Her AI programming was no way close to Hua Mulan or the other girls that Jiang Fei had managed to court. Hence, why would an NPC that possessed mediocre strength and intelligence be paid attention to? Why did you do, Akatsiri's? Why did 0541 call out your name, said Jiang Fei to himself. Befuddled, Jiang Fei opened his character window. Her pet slot was still displaying an error code and she herself was missing. 0542 was probably too slow in relaying 0541's message. If Jiang Fei was supposed to do something, it was probably too late. Big brother! Look! Cried Malia while Jiang Fei was busy with his thoughts. Huh, Jiang Fei traced the little girl's finger and saw a glimpse of bright light at the end of the swamp. Unknowingly, Jiang Fei had almost made it out of the smelly dump. It was not far from where they were, but Jiang Fei noticed a huge mountain with a peak that he could not even see. At the bottom of the steep cliff was a cave. That was the source of the light which Jiang Fei had mistakenly thought was the end of the swamp. Let's go in, Jiang Fei said. Besides the cave, he could not see anywhere else that could serve as the exit of the swamp. As soon the two entered the cave, everything went dark. Light was already scarce in the swamp and it got worse upon entry. Be careful, it was too dark. Although he was giving Malia a heads up, he was actually just trying to boost his own courage. Right then, the rebirth after death effect of the ring was ready. Even so, Jiang Fei was still incredibly nervous as he might encounter other primordials. The deeper they went, the darker it got. The light that was barely coming in from behind them vanished from their vision. At that point, Jiang Fei could only move forward, one step at a time as he kept one hand on the side of the cave wall, tracing them as he moved. "Big brother! It's all black." Malia grunted. "I know. I do wish we have a torch or something," said Jiang Fei with a heavy sigh. Tracing the wall while walking forward was too slow. Even so, he dared not move too quickly as walking with his eyes closed was no different to when they were opened. "Leave this to me," cried Malia as she let his hand go. Quietly, she whispered something, like a chant. Malia, as soon as she was done. A small orb of yellowish light floated up from her tiny palms. It was small, about the size of a baseball. The light it emitted was weak, yet it was sufficient enough to illuminate at least a meter away, allowing Jiang Fei to see where he was going. The light floated around Jiang Fei before it remained within an arm's reach. It was then that Jiang Fei realized the light was being emitted by a rather large firefly. "Lead the way, little firefly. Wow, I didn't know you had that kind of magic," said Jiang Fei, happy. "Heh! You can praise me more often, you know," said the little girl with her chest puffed out proud. The little girl did not have any attack power, but she did know some odd forms of magic. With the firefly leading the way, Jiang Fei was able to move forward at a slightly faster pace. It had gotten easier since he no longer needed to watch his steps. "Big brother? When are we going out?" "I'm bored," Malia complained. "Soon, okay then." She smiled, trusting Jiang Fei. Chi! It happened in a fraction of a second. An arrow came out of nowhere and killed the poor firefly. Without light, the entire cave turned pitch black. Hiya! The sudden attack made the little girl scared. The loud piercing cry distracted the would-be assassin toward the girl instead of Jiang Fei. With nothing but Malia's cries to go on, Jiang Fei only knew that they were under attack. Who was attacking and what their numbers were unknown. In that darkness, Jiang Fei had failed to notice that a pair of daggers had been thrust toward Malia. When the attack almost reached Malia, something far darker than the darkness itself came hurling from behind. The shadow engulfed the attacker like a blob of glue, slowing down the attacker. What came next was the sound of punches and beatings. From what Jiang Fei could hear, it was someone beating up someone else. But after the first beating ended, he heard the same sound of beatings coming from further ahead. There was more than one attacker. "Malia! Malia? Where are you? Are you all right?" cried Jiang Fei. He was frantically waving his hands around, trying to make sense of where the girl was. "I'm fine. Someone was picking on me and Brother Lucifer came to teach them a lesson," said the little girl. Her voice was somewhat jubilant with a hint of smugness. The girl's strong supporter was there and there was nothing that she would be afraid of. Heh, Jiang Fei sighed a breath of relief. Even though he could not see his surroundings, there was nothing to be feared since her big brother Lucifer was there. As long as it was not a random level 300 boss, nothing could stop the godlike Lucifer. Chapter 1060, a prank designed by the developers. The beating stopped in less than a minute after it started. Like nothingness itself, the place was once again devoid of both sound and light. "Maluya! Luya!" the little girl chanted, creating another large firefly to brighten the place up. "Oh my!" Jiang Fei gasped at the first sight of light. Bodies were lying everywhere. Strangely enough, that was not the worst part. Although the sight of ripped, mangled body parts were not a sight to behold, the monster's original appearance was far worse to look at. Their skin was ashen and had some kind of fungus growing on it. One would never want to touch that even if given a fortune. Their faces, or basically their external organs, were positioned extremely oddly. Their eyes were grown super asymmetrically. Their noses and mouths were basically attached together. Their lower jaws were so abnormally huge that they extended out further than their upper jaws, which were decorated with sharp, irregularly shaped fangs. "Don't look," said Jiang Fei as he tried to cover her eyes. The girl nodded in agreement and quickly cowered behind Jiang Fei's armor skirt. Where is Lucifer? Jiang Fei asked. He's gone. Unbeknownst to the girl, both Lucifer and Michael were inside her the entire time. They only appeared when Malia was in mortal danger. Once the threat had been neutralized, they returned to where they resided. Since the monsters were all killed by Lucifer, they did not drop anything for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei only glanced at the dead bodies and made his way around them. Petrified cave dweller, humanoid, overlord, level 95, health points 0, note, lifeless corpse. Jiang Fei was unable to obtain more information on these monsters since they were already dead. However, he did manage to learn their ranks. Knowing that they were merely overlords, nothing else could threaten him there. After 20 minutes of walking, a bright light flickered at the end of the huge tunnel. There's the exit. Jiang Fei cried happily. Finally! Hooray, let's run, said Jiang Fei. Before he could even start, the little girl, who was always hiding behind Jiang Fei, sprinted faster than he could. What the hell? We're not out yet. Jiang Fei gasped. The flickering light at the end of the tunnel was not the exit. They had only just entered a larger cave. Calling it a cave was an understatement. It was huge. It was as if someone had spent their entire lifetime to dig out all the soil and earth that was inside the mountain. The place was extremely bright as it was illuminated by streaks of lanterns that hung off the sides of the entire cave. Countless cave dwellers roamed the entire place. Some were working while the others were lashing whips at them. Minotaurs, humanoid, high overlord, level 99, health points 300 million, attack power 60,000, note, servant of Cain. Heh. There must be a primordial here, said Jiang Fei with confidence. If a level 99 overlord still served as a servant for someone, that someone must be a primordial celestial. Big brother. What are we going to do? Said the little girl when she ran back to him and hid behind him again. Well, the only thing we can do. Brute force our way through, said Jiang Fei as he gritted his teeth. He knew just how strong a primordial boss was, but from the looks of it, there was literally nothing else he could do. They're scary. I'm scared, cried the little girl. She had started to cry just from seeing those mighty minotaur beasts. Let brother take care of them for you. Jiang Fei got into his battle stance and sent out his sword. It was time for a massacre. All NPCs besides the little girl had a red name. It went without saying that killing them was the right thing to do. Spread out, soul cutter. Jiang Fei roared, sending his sword into the air before it split into 128 swords. Who goes there? Guards! Seize him! Bring his head to me, a loud voice roared, the vibrations reverberating through the cave which made the lanterns tremble. All the working cave dwellers dropped whatever they were carrying and rushed toward Jiang Fei, ready to attack. The Minotaur whipped his whip harder and steered the cave dwellers toward Jiang Fei. Sword form, sword burst. All 128 swords zoomed around in the air like large oversized needles, piercing through any enemy. All it took was a single pierce to kill each one. Even the Minotaur, which appeared to be their leader, perished in just one hit. It was only as expected. Jiang Fei's basic attack power was over 3 million. Soul Cutter's special effect allowed it to ignore all defensive armors that were holy tier and weaker. Jiang Fei was practically attacking unarmored enemies. If that was not good enough, Jiang Fei's celestial tier effect granted him over 100 times attack bonus on all non-celestial tier targets. It only took several seconds for the swords in the air to go around and kill every single living enemy then. Curses! Who is killing all my slaves? The same voice that sent the entire cave trembling roared again. Malia, that's the big boss. I can't do this by myself. I need your help, said Jiang Fei as he knelt in front of Malia. He had only dared to face the primordial celestial because of Malia. To be more specific, because of the two god-like entities, Lucifer and Michael. Without them, Jiang Fei would have never walked so boldly into the cave without even knowing who he was going to fight. "But I'm scared," said Malia as she gripped the corner of her cotton shirt. The little girl was behaving exactly like a real toddler. "It's all right. It's all right to be scared. You just need to find a way to conquer that fear." "How else are you going to grow?" said Jiang Fei as he hugged the trembling little girl. At that moment, the wall at the far end of the cave burst open. A large, overly muscular minotaur came out from the cloud of dust. "What the F***ck? Why is Mr. Universe a minotaur?" Jiang Fei cracked a joke. The minotaur looked about the same as the other minotaur. The only thing different was his bulky muscles. This minotaur had muscles bigger than the actor who played the good Terminator. Cain Hove, Primordial Celestial, Intermediate Celestial, Level 112, Health Points 5,500,000,000, Attack Power 11,000,000, Skills Unknown. Note: the first bison to become a Primordial Celestial. Note: a prank designed by one of the developers. A prank? What does that mean? Jiang Fei frowned as he read the description of the boss. "Intruders. I shall kill." Wait a minute. The boss charged toward him with killing intent, but suddenly, he stopped and froze in front of Jiang Fei. His huge eyes scanned Jiang Fei over and over again. He did not even finish his sentence. "Malia, I trust you to help me out here," said Jiang Fei as he got into a battle stance. Jiang Fei was no match for a Primordial Celestial. All he could hope for was to delay the fight long enough to let the little girl summon the two angels. Chapter 1061, Screw That Developer. You! 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 The Minotaur's cries became louder and louder before it became incoherent screaming. The odd thing was, it was not screaming in anger nor agony, but in arousal. "That's not right," said Jiang Fei when he understood that the boss was not going to attack him. The boss had a red tag on his name, yet it did not seem like it wanted to attack him. "Oh no! Is the Romeo title affecting it?" Jiang Fei began to feel scared. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he prayed hard. "Please don't be a female. Don't be a female." The Minotaur had a normal physique of a male Minotaur, a nose ring, horns, and even muscle that was incredibly ripped. No matter how he tried, Jiang Fei could not see how the boss was a female. The only female Minotaur that Jiang Fei had seen was Lady Casanova's character. She still had those female characteristics on her character, boobs and all. However, the footnote of this NPC had specified that it was a prank designed by the developers. The possibility of it being a female Minotaur was there. "Oh, sweet baby Jesus! Please do not be a female," he cried. The thought of a huge, muscular Minotaur being infatuated to him was so horrifying to even imagine. What a minute, Jiang Fei realized something. Cain was not affected by the title because the system would notify him about it through reputation announcement. The only way a female NPC could be infatuated to him was through the reputation system. "What is going on?" said Jiang Fei as he lowered his sword, studying Cain's situation. "You! You are a man, yes," said Cain as he huffed and puffed out loud. "I am," said Jiang Fei. He was not sure if he should have answered him, but when he did, he regretted his decision immediately. "Good." "Moo!" Cain roared excitedly when Jiang Fei had given him the answer he wanted to hear. With a quick swing, he bounded Jiang Fei with a thick rope. Even Soul Cutter was trapped in its sheath. The F***ck, Jiang Fei tried to struggle, but all was in vain. The ropes were as thick as his thighs. There was no way he could force himself out of it. "Fate had finally answered my prayers," said the Minotaur before he hauled Jiang Fei up to his shoulder and carried him away just like that. "Hiya! Don't take Big Brother away," cried the little girl as she ran in front of the Minotaur and stood in his way. "Good one, Malia. Show him who's boss." Jiang Fei cheered. Everything would be over as long as the boss attacked her. "Sheesh. Move away, little one." "I have no business with you," said Cain as he walked around her instead. Maluya! Save me! Do something, cried Jiang Fei desperately. Something was incredibly wrong. The boss should have attacked her for standing in his way, yet he just walked away from her. Hey, Mr. Kane. It appears that we might have a misunderstanding. Could we just talk? Set me down at least? What are you doing capturing me like this? Let's talk. Please! Jiang Fei pleaded profusely. At that moment, Jiang Fei was incredibly nervous. He had no idea what Kane would do to him. The only worry he had right then was whether there was a beautiful, lonely daughter at home, waiting for a handsome groom to be wedded to. You might be a little small, but in time, you could become like me. There's nothing to worry about. I am going to make you family, said Kane, laughing madly. Excuse me? If Jiang Fei had been drinking water, he would have spat it all out. He might be right all along. There could really be someone that he would be forced to marry. Jiang Fei was so scared of the thought of marrying a minotaur. Perhaps, the only person in the world that could really accept that was Billy Boy. Jiang Fei was just a normal boy with normal sexual needs. Mr. Kane, I think I'm not suitable to be your son-in-law. I'm too weak. See, I'm all skin and bones, huh? Son-in-law, what? Didn't you say something about making me your family? Aren't you going to make me marry your daughter? Without expressing it, Jiang Fei was relieved. If there were a trapped princess or even kidnapped female NPC, he would not have minded being married of. But absolutely not a minotaur. What are you blabbering about? I'm the one that you are going to marry, said Kane, averting his gaze bashfully like a maiden in love. If he could, Jiang Fei would have knocked himself on a wall and bled himself dead. What the F***ck was that expression? Shy? Bashful? You're a mother f*** king bull, for God's sake. Who the F***ck designed such a foul root? F***ck them. F***ck the developer. Whoever designed this piece of shit minotaur is going to get it. Jiang Fei could not even think straight then. The minotaur was not affected by his Romeo title because he was not a female. A male minotaur wanting to marry him. There was no way Jiang Fei was going to go along with that. Remove the ring and Jiang Fei was just a typical young man with typical sexual urges. He could never accept the fact that a gay minotaur was going to marry him. A muscle head at that. Screw that guy. Whoever designed this scenario. Jiang Fei grunted. Maluya! I'm begging you. Please save me. Jiang Fei cried for help. At such a desperate time, there was one other way to save himself. If he were to be captured and brought into whatever chamber Kane had, and Maluya could not save him, Jiang Fei would just log out forcefully. He would rather lose his progress than have his chastity lost to a raging homosexual minotaur. Big brother! Here I come! Maluya cried as she ran like the wind and stopped once more in front of the minotaur. As soon as she did, Kane merely pushed her away with his gigantic foot. However, since the little girl was too small, it was akin to being hit by a massive log. Grr! Stop! Give me back my brother, she cried angrily as she got up to her feet. She ran past Kane once more and decided to do a jump attack. Hiya, thud. The little girl did her best, but she was too short to do anything. Her jump had only allowed her to reach Kane's waist and hit his hard abdomen. She tried and tried again, but failed nonetheless. It was a scene that was both touching and disappointing. After a while, at her last attempt, she hit Kane's belt buckle and knocked her head against the metal hock. The poor girl slipped and fell hard, after which she ended up crying her eyes out. Although she did hurt herself, she did not take any damage. That was why neither Lucifer nor Michael came out. Why? Why am I being treated like this? F***ck me, Jiang Fei could not take it anymore and literally cried. An almost similar thing happened back in the underwater city when he was held by the Naga sirens and was being pressed to marry them. That he could accept since they were female, but not this lump of testosterone. Chapter 1062, aspects of the primordial, the Minotaur continued to stomp itself toward its lair, or in his own words, royal chambers. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei was about to be devoured like a lollipop. F***ck this. If I can't fight you properly, I am not going to play along with your charades. Jiang Fei snapped disgruntledly. At this point, Jiang Fei had stopped expecting the little girl to help him. This gay man human-loving Minotaur was not at all bothered by Malia's feeble attempt at stopping him. Without the threat of being attacked, Michael or Lucifer would not be bothered to come out. VSSH. A black shadow flashed around Jiang Fei, instantly causing him to disappear. That was the power of an adventurer, being able to log out at any time. "No!" Cain roared in utter sorrow as the delicious-looking male on his shoulder had disappeared without a trace. One aspect of the primordials that Jiang Fei could not understand, which was similar to Beowulf in the real world, was their asexual status. Both were considered as sexless. Before the first beings became primordials, they had their specific gender. However, once they had ascended into godhood, their biological function had lost its meaning, making them genderless. That was why the Romeo title did not activate when he was in the primordial celestial realm. None of them were female or male to begin with. It was all good when the overall concept of a genderless race was suggested. Yet, somehow, a particular developer managed to sneak in a prank design. Thus, a gay Minotaur, craving for men, was born. The setting for the Celestials was designed to be unvisited for thousands of years. A gay Minotaur that loved men had just caught his first prey after so many years. Like a famished man being offered a pizza, the Minotaur would want to devour Jiang Fei as soon as possible. Jiang Fei's decision was final. Whether or not Malia could save him, he would log out once he was carried into the chambers. Whoever designed that punk-ass bison must be out of his mind. Jiang Fei was pissed. Even though he was out of the game, he was still frustrated by what had taken place. F***ck. I'd better take a long shower. Might as well wash my eyes too. Jiang Fei was not a homophobic person, but he could not stand the fact that he was about to be wedded to one. By the time Jiang Fei was out of the hot tub, the sun had only just risen from the horizon. When he entered the game, it was only just 4 a.m. in the morning. He had only managed to spend a couple of hours in there before the incident happened. He took his own sweet time in the shower and spent a far longer time in the hot tub, where he emptied the body shampoo to wash away the scent of the Minotaur. After he was clean and dried out, Jiang Fei was greeted by Han Tianyu when he was going to meet Ariel. "What's up? Let's talk in your room. I've got something to tell you." "Might want to sit down," said Han Tianyu, gesturing to the mahogany chairs that were laid out in the corner of his room. Han Tianyu took a seat first and started to ponder. He took his time thinking about it quietly, which made Jiang Fei a little restless. "So, huh?" Han Tianyu hummed. "What was it that you want to tell me? Oh, right. About that. Look, China has restricted all the remaining martial artists that were in China from getting out of the country. Thing is, there are many more that want it out and... Well, I was hoping to plan out an escape route for them. The current situation in China was complicated, at best. Most of the second-rate sects were rattled. Unlike other top-tier sects, they did not have any level 5 masters sitting deep in their private lounge, relaxing about. They could never have a face-off with the vast army of the China military. Even if they could, they dared not. They extended their hopes to Han Tianyu, which was to request for Jiang Fei's assistance in helping them escape. "Is that it? I thought you could handle that sort of problem," said Jiang Fei nonchalantly as he brushed it off. He had no time to care for the other martial artists, which he had almost zero connection to, when he was busy dealing with Isabella's ailment. There was still the main engine room and the other parts of Braveheart that he needed to find. "Yeah. That's really all I wanted to say. It'll be off then. Good luck with whatever you're up to right now," said Han Tianyu before he kicked off the chair and walked away with a large pace. To be honest, Han Tianyu might not know what Jiang Fei was doing, but he knew that he was busy with something. That aside, he he wanted to talk to Jiang Fei, just to seek acknowledgement about it. Jiang Fei helping out or not did not matter. Now that Jiang Fei had given his blessings, Han Tianyu went ahead and kickstarting his plan, the plan which he had strategized for a long time. One of the sects that wanted out of country was his own sect, the Green Willow Height. After Han Tianyu went away, Jiang Fei wasted no time and headed off to the sea with Ariel. This time, his destination was the Atlantic Ocean, at the region known as the Bermuda Triangle. There were 2 points of interest there. The Bermuda Triangle was a triangular region of the North Atlantic Ocean said to be abnormally prone to both aeronautics and nautical vanishments. "Bring me along," said Isabella sternly. Ever since Jiang Fei had woken up from the abruptly unfortunate event, Isabella awoke as well. Since then, the girl had been restless. Something was going to happen and she could not explain how she knew about it. It was the mythical sixth sense that almost all metahumans, even martial artists, had. A level 5 metahuman sixth sense was even sharper than those of other levels. That was why she persistently insisted on following Jiang Fei. "Bella, be nice. Bermuda is but very close. We will be back even before dinner," Jiang Fei tried comforting her. "No! You either bring me along, or you don't go at all." Isabella was adamant. Her temperament had been rather well these few days, but it was about to become rowdy all of a sudden. "Well, even if you say that," Jiang Fei squirmed. The thought of waiting for a day or two before taking off had crossed his mind. However, the super radar system of Braveheart was almost ready to deliver the scanning data. He wanted to finish as many tasks as he could because once the results come in, there would be more places to visit. He was afraid that he would not have enough time to finish his work as it would keep piling up. "Big Sister Bella, you're still," Ariel could not finish her sentence. "I'm fine. I've been on bed rest for 2 whole days and I've never been better. Please, bring me along. I can't stand the thought of letting darling go off alone into the open sea. Something bad will happen and I would not be able to live my life if I were not there with you when something happens, Bella," Jiang Fei sighed. He paced slowly toward Isabella and cupped her head before kissing it. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine." "Really," Isabella assured him. Jiang Fei sighed once more before he gave Ariel a certain look. "Very well," he said. "I think you're ready. But, if there's an enemy, promise me to let Ariel take care of them. I don't want you to fight." "Not when you've got that Valium stuck in your wrist." Ariel came in and cupped Isabella's hands in her. "I promise to fight harder and better to protect hubby." "I know you would," said Isabella as she hugged Ariel gratefully. "Off we go then," said Jiang Fei, telling Ariel to teleport them all. Ariel had only managed to teleport everyone to the coastline of America since she could not teleport to a destination she had never set foot on. Teleporting to the edge of America was only a means to reduce the total travel distance. 1 point out of the 3 that made up the Bermuda Triangle was Fort Lauderdale, the southern part of Florida. It took them 2 hours or so to finally reach the exact point where 0542 had detected a signal. 0542, are you sure we are at the right place?" Jiang Fei asked. "We are here. The signal is coming from below us. Are you picking up on any powerful energy reading here?" Jiang Fei asked. He was checking to make sure that there weren't any level 5 fighters to disrupt them. "No, Captain. There are no signals beside the initial signal detected by the radar." "Good. We're alone. Let's go diving," said Jiang Fei as he dove headfirst into the cold blue waters. Chapter 1063, Frontal Assault. Before Jiang Fei could reach the deep waters, 0542 materialized a diving suit that wrapped around Jiang Fei. "Give me an update," Jiang Fei said. "I am still currently tracking and identifying the source of the signal," replied 0542. Jiang Fei nodded and continued to dive with Ariel and Isabella clinging onto him. They were about to head into the dark region of the deep sea, below 1,000 meters, where no sunlight could ever touch. It was the same feeling as when he was trekking through the dark cave with Malia in the game. Without light, Jiang Fei got a little nervous. By the time Jiang Fei had reached 3,000 meters under, 0542 reported an update. Captain, you may now stop diving. What's wrong? Is there something down there? Jiang Fei asked, not about Braveheart but about enemies. There are no dangerous entities down there. Unfortunately, there isn't anything at all. The signal that the radar had picked up was just an anomaly in the Earth's magnetic field. Really? After all that diving? Jiang Fei groaned. He had spent so much time and effort to dive 3,000 meters only to discover that it was just a magnetic field distortion. I do not comprehend that statement. It is both true and factual, yet I cannot understand the purpose of you making that statement, said 0542. I knew it! I knew that Gaylord would bring me some bad luck. I should have washed for 2 more hours, said Jiang Fei to himself. Gaylord? What is that? Both Isabella and Ariel responded almost instantly. Both of them were strong level 5 metahumans, and their mental powers were stronger and more sensitive than normal humans. Ariel, using the body of Phoenix, had inherited the powers of telepathy. Although she was not as strong, she was still able to sense the deep troubling emotions when Jiang Fei uttered the words Gaylord. Nothing! It's nothing! Jiang Fei cried out loud. He would never explain the meaning behind those words nor the events that happened to him in the game. It was the most shameful incident that had happened to him. After returning to the surface, Jiang Fei hopped onto the hoverboard and flew off speedily toward the second point. 0542, try not to mess things up again, said Jiang Fei, a little angry. He was upset, not because of the flop that 0542 made earlier, but because of the shameful incident. Captain, I am not omnipotent. My computing power and capability can only grant me a certain grasp to the laws of the universe. Therefore, I cannot ensure that the next discover would not be another natural phenomenon of the Earth. 0542, I was making an ironic statement. Could you at least learn to pick up on that? The best thing you could do for me now is to console me, said Jiang Fei, making a sulky face. My apologies, Captain. Please retract that order. I am refrained from providing any false statement to you, said 0542 immediately. 0542's evolution progress was still at its basic form. It had yet to learn how to detect human emotions and how to respond to it correspondingly. Ugh, fine. Tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Not like I'm not used to hearing it all the time, said Jiang Fei. The group arrived at the second point shortly after Jiang Fei was done with the conversation. 0542, check if we are at the right place, said Jiang Fei. Like previously, he wanted 0542 to make sure that there weren't any dangerous beings down there. Not that he was afraid, he just did not want Isabella to fight at all. Scanning. Captain, we are at the right place and there are not dangerous life forms in our vicinity, said 0542. Be careful, dear, said Isabella before Jiang Fei dove into the sea. I will. Isabella was quiet during the previous dive, but not this time. Her gut feeling became stronger the moment they arrived at the second point. Jiang Fei took the lead, followed by Ariel and then Isabella. Ariel, pay attention to the surroundings. Make sure to protect Darling at all times, said Isabella using telepathy. Yes, sister, Ariel responded without Jiang Fei knowing about the conversation. After a 1,000-meter dive, Jiang Fei asked 0542 again. Have you detected the source of signal detection scanning? Completed. Captain, it is a part of Braveheart. I have the signal locked on, said 0542. Heh. Finally, it's over. Jiang Fei rejoiced, thinking that the bad luck that the incident had rubbed off him was gone. The group dove further down, and after an hour or so, they had arrived close to the bottom of the sea, at more than 5,000 meters below sea level. Just as Jiang Fei was starting to have trouble breathing and wanting to have 0542 adjust his suit pressure, 0542's alarm blared in his mind. Warning! Warning! Space-time distortion detected. Before Jiang Fei could even gasp, Isabella was the first to react. She quickly swam forward and positioned herself in front of Jiang Fei. The energy in her body was flowing faster but not strong enough to trigger the berserk form. At the same time, Ariel swam further and was ready to fight. Before Jiang Fei could ask 0542 to explain the situation, a powerful surge of energy could be seen below them. Ripples of energy appeared to tear space apart. A short while later, a rift was opened and several humanoid figures emerged from the rift. That spatial rift. How is that possible? Jiang Fei roared. That was a method of traveling that he knew all too well since it was one of the traveling methods using unmatched technology. Jiang Fei was not able to properly utilize that method of traveling since the parts he had of Braveheart was insufficient to generate a rift in space. Alert! Level 5 Supreme being detected, Code Black. Activated Protocol 99 respawn sequence. Jiang Fei may have been startled by the unknowns, but the feeling was mutual. From the looks of it, they too were seeking to collect parts of Braveheart. It was purely coincidental for both sides to bump into each other. Threat analysis complete. Male, low threat. Larger female, medium threat. Smaller female, high threat, battle analysis. Complete. Victory probability, 85%. Advice, capture of high energy being, advice received, approved. Battle number 1175 recording. We may now proceed. After exchanging a few short transmissions, the unknown started to attack Jiang Fei and the girls. Activated triple count particle beam cannon. Proceeding to destroy the weakest target, said the leader of the unknown. A 3-round shot was fired, all aimed toward Jiang Fei. Watch out! Ariel yelled as she hurried to Jiang Fei's side, creating a light barrier to deflect the oncoming beam projectile. Maintain cannon output power and fire continuous rounds. Destroy that nullification field, said the leader of the unknowns. Big sister! These attacks are too powerful for me to hold off, cried Ariel as she gritted her teeth. Creating the barrier was one thing, but maintaining it whilst being attacked by a level 5 tier beam attack was no piece of cake. Chapter 1064, Isabella the Destroyer. The attacks from the unknowns were so powerful that even with everything she had, Ariel could only maintain her barrier. There was no chance for her to attack. 0542. Explain to me now. Why do these people have Namex technology and weapons that are far more superior than anything that I have ever seen? Jiang Fei roared. Captain, the weapons they are using were considered as special weapons used by tactical assault team on board Braveheart. None of your weapons manufacturing factory can produce weaponry at such output. That's not an explanation. Jiang Fei snapped. I calculated the possibility of them owning such weapons, and it was low. However, all possibilities can be traced down to the discovery of the special weapons armory. Ugh. No point in asking further. Do we have any means to produce such weapons? Said Jiang Fei. He knew that he would not be ascending to level 5 anytime soon. Hence, having one of those weapons would be extremely helpful in case he encountered any level 5 enemies. At the very least, he could fight instead of being dead weight to Isabella and Ariel. Weapons at a similar power output can be produced, however, it would not be a portable handheld weaponry, 0542 explained. Jiang Fei's current collection of weapon factories could produce powerful weapons, but nothing like those special weapons the unknowns were using. It was possible for him to create weapons that could suppress level 5 metahumans, but they would not be portable. In fact, the only current weapon that could match or even supersede the unknown's weapon would be the antimatter hyper-mega particle beam cannon that was once used to vaporize an entire island. Unfortunately, those weapons required a long charging time. Another weapon at almost the same destructive power were torpedoes. Using those weapons in nautical warfare would be optimal, but not in infantry fights. Ugh! I need help! Ariel cried. She was not going to last any longer. The enemies were using technological weapons against Ariel's mental strength. Sooner or later, Ariel would be the first to drop. Maintain firing frequency and output. Initiating spatial confinement prison, said the unknown leader. Locking target, firing. Now! Just as the unknowns were going to capture Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella, a blast of ominous energy surged through the sea, sending shockwaves that destroyed nearby rocks and corals. Warning! Warning! Threat level increased. Current threat level, Destroyer. We are not strong enough to fight the enemy at this threat level. Z-31 team, respond. Send a few men to hold her down. Everyone else are to retreat at this very moment, said the leader of the unknowns. His eyes gleamed with a faint blue light. Come in, HQ. Come in, HQ. S-06 Special Recon Team requesting immediate extraction. We have encountered a destroyer-type enemy. Requesting immediate extraction, said one of the unknowns that was in charge of communication. At that moment, Isabella was glowing red. There was a barrier that was created by the unknowns to protect the other non-combatants. When Isabella glowed red, she flashed herself away from Jiang Fei and Ariel and into the enemy's barrier. Everyone was startled by her sudden appearance, but she was only just getting started. Bolts of blood-colored lightning flashed out of Isabella's fingertips, breaking the barrier and their formation. When their attack stopped, Ariel was able to regain her energy. Without the need to erect the barrier, she could now focus on attacking. In that instant, Ariel flashed herself to the closest infantry and unleashed her psionic attacks on them. At that moment, a large number of unknowns were leaving the area while the others were being attacked by Ariel and Isabella. Die! Isabella's voice was heard even though she did not open her mouth. Her voice was extremely eerie and cold, like the voice of a specter from the depths of hell. A whirlpool appeared right in the middle of the deep dark waters, and in the center of it was Isabella, unleashing her powers. HQ, S-06 requesting immediate extraction. The communications officer had been trying to contact their base for help, but nothing was working. Commander, the enemy is releasing too much power. It is disrupting our communications signal. Confound it. Keep trying. Squad leader, have your men to fall in formation and keep attacking the strongest threat, said the unknown that was being addressed as the commander. All the other unknowns that had a gun in hand quickly formed a line and started to attack Isabella. Unfortunately, all their attacks were unsuccessful as Isabella's powerful blood-colored whirlpool quickly dissolved anything that touched it, even particle beam projectile. There wasn't even any explosion. Ariel, is it just me, or did Isabella become stronger? Said Jiang Fei. She is. She's so much stronger than before. I cannot even gauge her power level now, said Ariel as she quickly flashed herself to Jiang Fei. This is bad, Jiang Fei grunted. The stronger Isabella was, the more Valium was being injected into her body. The surge of power was proof that Valium was burning inside her bloodstream, triggering the power of Berserk in her. Commander, none of our attacks are working, said the unknown that was shooting continuously. Keep firing and do not stop, there was no other plan. The original strategy was to keep on firing to pin the others down and to capture them one by one. However, there was a mishap. The female human that was supposed to have only high threat level had suddenly become stronger and far deadlier. Their only means to survive was to rely on headquarters to open a spatial rift for them to escape. The continuous stream of beam attacks had only made Isabella angrier than before. All of a sudden, a bolt of blood-colored lightning blasted from the center of the whirlpool and killed one from the Z-31 team. Jiang Fei was not able to hear the sound of the explosion, but he was able to witness how violent it was. The unknown that was struck by the crimson lightning instantly exploded into a cone of blue flames, illuminating the darkness of the sea. His armor, his weapon, and he himself were instantly set ablaze like flash paper. There was no smoke and no ash. Not a trace of his existence was left. Increase the attack, the commander roared. The frequency of the beam attacks were radically increased to its limit. Even so, none of their attacks could even survive the destructive power of Isabella's bloody whirlpool. Crack! Thump! This time, Jiang Fei was able to hear it. The flash of red lightning and its shockwave could be seen, heard, and felt reverberating through the waters. 9 bolts of lightning were blasts and 9 enemies were disintegrated. Comms! Have you contacted HQ? The commander roared, his voice suggesting desperation. Z-31 was completely eliminated and there were only 2 infantries left beside him. The rest of the unknowns that remained were non-combatants. They were likely just researchers that were meant to operate machines or even the ship fragment. Although they had identical weapons that the fallen Z-31 had, they could not fire them properly. However, even if they could fight, even if they were good as the Z-31 team, none of their attacks meant shit. S-06 Recon Team. This is headquarters, we read you. In that moment of desperation, the monotonous voice that came out of the communication device was that of an angel to the commander. We are under attack by a destroyer-type threat. Requesting immediate extraction, cried the commander as he yelled through the small communicator in his hand. Emergency evacuation is on its way. Please stand by for teleportation. Hurry up, crack. Thump! Another bolt of lightning flashed by and this time, the 2 infantry were killed. Die! Isabella's voice was as loud as if she was whispering into their ears. Right at the moment, Isabella lifted a finger to send a bolt of lightning and a flash of white light beamed down and engulfed an entire squad of unknowns. Before the lightning could strike them, everyone was gone. Chapter 1065, Energy Core, 0542, trace their position now. Find out where they are jumping to. Jiang Fei snarled. These men were the ones that forced Isabella to enter the berserk state. It was a fault that Jiang Fei could never forgive. An offense that was so hateful that Jiang Fei could feel it in his bones. Tracing targets jump point, 0542 responded immediately and began its tracing system. While it was carrying out Jiang Fei orders, Jiang Fei zoomed toward Isabella as quickly as he could. Moving quickly underwater was extra hard for him since there was no solid ground for him to kick off. The whirlpool that she made was gone now, but that did not mean that Isabella herself was not a danger to all. There was still a chance that Isabella, in her state of berserk, could not recognize Jiang Fei. The power she held in this state had traces of Valium properties. Jiang Fei would be exposed to lethal attacks that he might never recover from. Bella! Isabella! Jiang Fei roared from the top of his lungs. Whether she could hear his voice or not, Jiang Fei dared not approach her in this state. However, he's sure that at his current distance, Isabella would be able to hear his voice. Ha! Ha! Isabella breathing was ragged. Steam could be seen coming out from her entire body. Her surrounding temperature was akin to a bombing temperature, capable of instantly vaporizing all the water around her, thus creating a large void in the middle of the deep sea. She, on the other hand, was floating in the center of it all. Jiang Fei tried to enter the pocket of air but was immediately burned. The temperature was so extreme that even he could not enter without protection. Isabella! Calm down! I'm safe now. Nothing can harm me. Control your powers. You need to put a stop to the power of berserk, cried Jiang Fei when he saw Isabella was violently trying to escape her trance state. She was screaming, writhing in pain as she struggled to take control of her mind and body. Concurrently, 0542 returned with a report about the enemy's position. Captain, I have failed to trace the enemy's jump point. There is a powerful electromagnetic interference caused by Isabella, F***CK. The people that did this are going to pay, Jiang Fei barked. However, there was no time for him to dwell on that matter anymore. Isabella was still unable to control her powers. He needed to try his best to stop Isabella, as every second she spent in the state of berserk, the more damage she would do to herself. Bella! Jiang Fei cried louder when he suddenly noticed seawater pouring back into the air pocket. The temperature was dropping fast. That could only mean that Isabella's power was calming down. It took some time, but after 5 minutes, the air pocket shrunk. Seawater gushed back to fill the void, but Isabella was still in an unstable state. Although she was no longer emitting powerful heat, it was still sufficient enough to boil the surrounding water around her. It took another 10 minutes before she calmed down and was cool enough for Jiang Fei to support her. "How do you feel?" said Jiang Fei. "Better, now that you're safe and sound," said Isabella. She was incredibly tired and overwhelmed by fatigue. "It's all you. You saved me," said Jiang Fei before he stroked Isabella's still feverish forehead. Isabella smiled weakly, not wanting to talk anymore. Jiang Fei was fine since she had just forced herself to return to normal from being in the state of berserk. "Let's move on," said Jiang Fei. He left Isabella in Ariel's care and headed deeper into the waters alone with 0542 guiding him. "Have you identified the ship fragment?" Jiang Fei asked. "Yes, Captain. The ship fragment has been identified as a core storage facility," 0542 replied. "Another one?" Jiang Fei was extremely happy. What better time to find a core storage when Isabella had just gotten out of berserk state? "Is there any core of life in there?" "No. However, there are other cores that would be useful to her." "Other cores?" Jiang Fei was stumped as he swam deeper toward the storage unit. "There are many other cores that can be found in the entire universe. One of it is the core of life," 0542 proceeded to explain about energy cores. Founded in galaxies throughout the cosmos, there were 5 known types of energy cores. They were incredibly rare that one galaxy might house only a handful, one, or none at all. The identified cores that had been documented were the core of time, core of space, core of life, core of power, and the core of will. No two similar cores could be found in the same galaxy. There would not be 2 cores of life in the same galaxy. If there were, the core would repel itself to another galaxy. "Are you saying that the entire solar system that I live in has only one core of life?" Jiang Fei asked. If that was the case, the only way to fully cure Isabella of the mysterious ailment would be to hunt for the core of life. "No. Not the planetary systems, but the entire galaxy, the entire Milky Way itself?" F***ck me, this is getting out of hand," Jiang Fei sighed and complained. Right now, any hopes of leading the solar system were so bleak as he could not even leave planet Earth. "How many cores did Braveheart collect before it crashed on Earth?" "Sorry, substitute captain. You do not have enough authority to know that." Jiang Fei frowned immediately when 0542 invoked the substitute word. "Screw that," Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and snarled. He was not Namekian, hence he would never become a real captain of Braveheart. Jiang Fei would never be able to gain that position until he actually finished rebuilding the entire ship. "We are here," 0542 prompted Jiang Fei when he reached the bottom of the sea. "Sheesh. This thing must have been here for the longest time." Jiang Fei cried in shock. If 0542 had not prompted him, he would never be able to recognize the wreckage as it was completely covered in years and years of rock erosion. It was practically covered in soil and plants. "I have established link and obtained administrative authority of the storage unit." "Good, open it up," Jiang Fei said. Following 0542's guidance, Jiang Fei entered the facility and into the storage room. "What kind of core do we have here?" Jiang Fei asked. "There is one core of will inside," 0542 replied. "Core of will? What does that do?" Jiang Fei immediately regretted asking about the core as 0542 immediately replied the same as before. "Lack of authority. I am unable to inform you about the core's functionality before you actually discover it yourself." That was a surprise. There seemed to be a way to bypass the lack of authority. 0542 was just obeying its own programming protocol, not deliberately trying to hide information from Jiang Fei. Chapter 1066, Side Effect of the Core. As he made his way to the secured storage room, Jiang Fei glanced around and examined the place. Compared to the previous core storage facility, this one was in pristine condition. The interior was clean, the walls were spotless, and most important of all security systems were still working. It seemed like no one had entered the place before and chances were the core of will was still there. Although the security system was working, 0542 had disabled them since Jiang Fei was coming in. Without being stopped by torrents, everyone made their way deeper into the storage facility. Open the safe, ordered Jiang Fei when he arrived at the secured storage room that was locked behind a large metal door. After a series of unlocking, the door of the safe was opened and a small whirring sound of energy could be heard. Is that the core of will? Jiang Fei asked as he gazed into the safe. Inside the safe was a small cube-like encasement that was holding a small, blue-colored jewel the size of a quail's egg. From its appearance, the core of will looked no different than a regular sapphire jewel. When Jiang Fei reached out to grab the core, the cube encasement dissolved, dropping the jewel onto a layer of red velvet cloth. Yes, Captain. This is the core of will. Currently, the core is still inactive. When it has not been awakened, no one would detect its presence, 0542 explained. Dear, I can feel something odd about it. The energy that it's giving off, it feels like a person, said Ariel. Even though she was not a true level 5 metahuman, her psychic powers were stronger than anyone in that room. A person, you say? Jiang Fei said as he stopped in his tracks. Was the jewel conscious the entire time? Did the jewel have a will of its own? Captain, it seems that you are misunderstanding the concept of will. The core of will contains the will of the cosmos itself. The jewel contains no will of its own. Its power could strengthen the willpower of any intelligence life form, allowing them to harness the power of unlimited willpower, said 0542. You said it could help Isabella. How? Jiang Fei barked. In our current predicament, the core of will could be used to strengthen Isabella's willpower, allowing her to protect her consciousness from being corrupted by the power of Berserk, 0542 explained. Oh! That's what I want to hear. So, what should I do now? Should I just let Isabella swallow this? Jiang Fei frantically asked. The sooner he could solve this problem, the better. He still had enough Valium in his Jean-Lu sword to support Isabella for some time. However, it would be hard to predict the possibility of Bella getting into a fight. The damage that she inflicted on herself was already hard to cure. Having the core of will now would be a lifesaver. Even so, the core of will was not a treatment, but merely a symptom suppressor. Jiang Fei would need to hunt for the core of life in order to properly treat Isabella. With that being said, with the core of will, Isabella's condition would not worsen any further. There is no need for fusion. Based on Isabella's condition, fusing the core of will would be a waste. It is best for her to just hold on to it. Now that Jiang Fei had actually held the core of will, he had successfully unlocked a few restrictions, allowing 0542 to reveal more detailed information about the function of the core of will. The function of the core could be activated through two methods, fusion and attachment. Fusing the core with the user would grant the user the ability to harness the full power of the core. However, unless the user perished, the core would forever remain in the user's body. Additionally, one life form was limited to only one core. Even if one was able to collect all the energy cores in the entire universe, one could only fuse one core into one's body. The only way to use the power of the other core, albeit weakened, was through attachment. Attachment, or simple temporary contact, could never truly unlock the full potential of the core. However, it was the best method to use multiple cores' power, like swappable equipment. Judging from Isabella's condition, the best method to save her life is to have her fuse with the core of life. Attachment with the core of life would not be the best or safest way to save her, 0542 explained further. Alright. How do I attach this to her? Jiang Fei asked. You can just put it onto the place that was most affected. All that is needed is physical contact with the jewel, so, the head, 0542 ended the conversation with Jiang Fei before it switched to Isabella. A series of crown-like designs were projected from the ring. Miss Isabella, what do you think of this design? 0542 asked Isabella directly. Oh! This one's nice, she said, pointing out to one of the designs that she liked. 0542, how long would you need to make this? Said Jiang Fei after he had absorbed the core of will into the ring. In no time at all, 0542 replied. Making the crown was not as complicated as making a weapon. Seeing that it only took a couple of seconds for 0542 to make a fully functioning infantry weapon for Jiang Fei, a crown would take less than a second. As such, 1 second later, a crown with the coravel embellished onto it was created. "Sister Bella, put it on," said Ariel, excited. The crown was actually a thin tiara with the coravel attached to the front. Jiang Fei, holding the tiara in his hands, blushed immediately as he thought of putting it on top of Isabella's head. "My princess, it is this humble servant's honor to deliver the tiara of Wolf for the princess," said Jiang Fei. His act made Isabella fidget around bashfully. It had been a while since someone actually addressed her as a princess. It was especially more embarrassing since it was coming from Jiang Fei. Before he could stand up to put the tiara on her head, 0542 butted in, ruining the moment. "Wait, what? There might be some side effects after putting on the tiara. What kind?" Jiang Fei asked. His voice became serious. Side effects were the least that he wanted at that moment. It is inappropriate to call it a side effect. The power of the coravel is to strengthen one's conscience. Her state of mind would always be protected from the power of berserk. At the same time, certain aspects of her personality would be strengthened as well. 0542 was trying to be as subtle as possible. Wearing the tiara would enhance one's personality, including one's behavior or temperament. If one was a bad-tempered person, the coravel would only make things worse. In the case of Isabella, her behavior, or personality, that Jiang Fei did not want enhanced was her intense jealousy. After the little princess wears the tiara, Jiang Fei would need to be extremely careful about making her jealous. Things might turn ugly if Jiang Fei did not behave. Chapter 1067, Little Loli grew up. It doesn't really matter if her temper gets worse, Jiang Fei told himself and shrugged. Although there was a possibility that Bella would get jealous more easily after she wore the core of will, Jiang Fei could not bear to let her continue suffering from the pain caused by the power of berserk. Swoosh! After Bella put on the hairband, the sapphire core of will radiated a dazzling light. The next moment, the light faded. However, the coravel was no longer as dull as before. Instead, it glistened with majestic grandeur. "Do I look nice?" Bella asked somewhat shyly. It seemed like there was no change in her personality. "Wow! You're beautiful." Ariel looked envious. Girls generally like these kinds of shiny things, especially gems. "Really?" Bella took a small mirror out of nowhere, then took a good look at herself and started chattering away with Ariel. "Phew," Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by how relaxed Bella was, Jiang Fei knew that the coravel worked. Before this, Bella would occasionally smile, but Jiang Fei could tell that she only did it because she was afraid that they would be worried. She was always affected by the power of berserk, so the pain she suffered was hard to imagine. Now, after wearing the core of will, the erosive effect of the power of berserk was suppressed. So, Bella naturally felt way more relaxed. Even though she still needed Valium to stay alive, she was no longer in pain. It was a pity that there were no Valiums on Earth at all and Jiang Fei had limited reserves. Otherwise, Bella would be able to maintain such a state for a long time. After all, in this state, Bella was extremely powerful. "Okay, are you girls done talking yet? If you're done, let's go home." As the two girls chatted endlessly, Jiang Fei became a little impatient. "Okay. Sister Bella, let's continue talking at home." Ariel nodded obediently. After all, they were deep under the sea. Even though they were separated from the seawater as they were inside the fragment, the air outside was definitely fresher. Okay. Bella was also pretty understanding. There were no side effects like 0542 had mentioned. Swoosh! Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the laboratory in the mysterious ring. Then, Ariel teleported them back to Winter Islands. After they returned home, Ariel and Isabella went back to their room to continue their girl talk. Jiang Fei paid Han Tianyu's governor's office a visit, but Han Tianyu was nowhere to be found. After asking around, he found out that Han Tianyu had personally led a team to help the martial artists sneak away. Whatever. It's better if he goes personally anyway, in case anything goes wrong. Jiang Fei nodded, not too bothered. After returning home, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while, then had a reunion dinner with his family. At this time, Jiang Fei was feeling pretty relaxed. After all, Bella's injury was under control. Although it could not be fundamentally cured, it was definitely not going to worsen anymore. Moreover, Jiang Fei had also figured out all 15 suspicious signal sources that had appeared during the super radar's preliminary scan. He had collected all the fragments except the large plutonium mine. As for the engine room and core of life that Jiang Fei cared the most about, he had to wait for the detailed scan results, which would show after 3 days. If Jiang Fei wanted to find these fragments without the guidance of the super radar, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After a short nap, Jiang Fei returned to the game again at 4 o'clock in the morning. Although he was forced to go offline yesterday because of the gay Minotaur, he still had to play the game. After all, 0541 clearly told him to kill those celestial tier NPCs. After he logged into the game, Jiang Fei realized that he was still in front of the palace. He was exactly where he was before he went offline yesterday. However, the Minotaur was no longer there. Obviously, as he went offline, the boss would not keep waiting for him here. It was not just the Minotaur that had disappeared. Even the little lowly Maluya was gone. However, Jiang Fei was not worried about this little girl's safety. After all, although she looked harmless, both Michael and Lucifer that were within her body were extremely powerful. Moreover, if there happened to be a relatively powerful boss that managed to empty Maluya's 2 health points, it would awaken the Angel of Death, Azazel. This hidden boss would kill anyone instantly. Even the level 300 Mother of the World had been killed by her, so no one else would be able to escape death. I shouldn't stay here for too long. Jiang Fei looked around. When he was sure that no one was around, he quickly ran out of there as he did not want to meet the cow again. As he ran all the way, Jiang Fei quickly rushed out of the underground hall and re-entered the cave. He kept running without keeping track of time. When he saw glaring light coming from the front, he knew that he had passed through the chain of mountains. Looking at the plains in front of him, Jiang Fei frowned. Without his small bodyguard Maluya, Jiang Fei had to face all the bosses in the entire ancient celestial realm alone. If he encountered a wild lower celestial boss, it was still manageable. If he ran into anything more powerful than that, he would probably have a hard time just trying to escape. Although Jiang Fei forced himself offline to avoid the powerful Tauren boss, he was only safe because that boss meant him no harm. Moreover, the palace was near a rest area. So, his character disappeared as soon as he went offline. If he was in the wild, his character would still remain in the game for 10 minutes even if he was already offline. 10 minutes was enough for this boss to kill him 100 times. Moreover, in addition to this, Jiang Fei still had another problem: did not know the way. Although Maluya also had no sense of direction, at least he had a companion when they were together. Moreover, the little girl would occasionally remember the way a little, so it was way better than walking around aimlessly. Now, Jiang Fei was all alone, so he was like a brainless fly. Jiang Fei continued in his tracks. After about an hour, he suddenly noticed that there was a small figure crying under a dead tree not far away. So annoying. Boo-hoo, you guys never ever play with me. It took me so long to find a big brother that would play with me, and now he's gone too. Boo-hoo, Maluya? Jiang Fei called. Although the little girl looked similar to Maluya, she looked a lot older than the little lowly. She looked about 12 or 13. Moreover, her name was not displayed above her head like other NPCs, so Jiang Fei could not see any of her information. Big brother, I found you. The little girl turned back to look at him. Although her eyes were still glistening with tears, she was clearly overjoyed. Chapter 1068, The Chosen Maiden, Maluya, is that really you? Jiang Fei asked doubtfully as he stared at the girl in front of him. Although Jiang Fei logged off midway last night, only a day had passed. How did the little lowly who was originally only 8 or 9 years old become a big lowly that was around 12 or 13 years old? I don't know. Big brother, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Boo-hoo, Malia cried and laughed after she saw Jiang Fei, obviously emotionally overwhelmed. It's okay, I'm here now. Tell me, what happened after I left yesterday? Jiang Fei comforted her first, then asked for information. After you disappeared so suddenly, that ugly thing became very angry. Then, he bullied me. Malia then described what happened after Jiang Fei went offline yesterday. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Malia did not go into detail, he could still figure out what had happened. Yesterday, after Jiang Fei logged himself out, the Tauren boss Cain Hoof immediately went crazy as he had not seen a man for thousands of years. His eyes, the size of 2 bronze bells, got enlarged with rage, looking bloodshot. To make things worse, the little lowly Malia was crying uncontrollably at the side, which made the Minotaur even more irritated. As he could not trace Jiang Fei at all, he ended up using the little lowly as a punching bag. The angry Cain Hoof immediately kicked Malia far away. At the same time, he also ended his life. Due to the presence of Malia's strength, although Cain had high attack power, the little lowly only suffered 1 damage upon being kicked. However, this 1 damage was enough to summon the big boss Lucifer. This fallen angel was not kind and forgiving at all. After he appeared, he instantly killed the gay Minotaur that dared to bully Malia. After getting rid of the danger, Lucifer naturally returned to the little Lola's body. Jiang Fei did not come back online after that, so Malia was left all alone once again. After she waited for Jiang Fei for a while, the little lowly left the underground hall while crying. However, Malia was afraid that Jiang Fei would not be able to find her after he came back online. So, every time she walked a certain distance, she made a mark with pebbles. However, it was a pity that Jiang Fei did not notice these marks. He only found Malia because he was lucky. Anyway, it was a good thing that they managed to meet each other again. Malia herself had no idea why she had changed from a little lowly to a big lowly overnight and why her name and attributes were now hidden. Even though she had grown into a big lowly, she was still 8 or 9 years old mentally. Well, it doesn't really matter that she's grown up, Jiang Fei shrugged. It was in the game anyway. Maybe it was because Malia's growth rate was fast. He was too lazy to get caught up in this. Do you remember the way? Jiang Fei switched the topic. I do. I remember how to get around the entire celestial realm now, Malia said with confidence. Ah. Malia was full of confidence, but Jiang Fei did not believe it. This little girl had absolutely no sense of direction before this, and she would even lose her way along the way. Hence, Jiang Fei found it quite hard to believe that she remembered everything now. I'm serious, big brother. I'm not lying. When I woke up this morning, my mind suddenly became clear. I suddenly remembered a lot of things from the past, including the places I have been to before and how to get there, Malia said with a serious face. Really? Are you sure? Jiang Fei confirmed again. Of course. Malia nodded. Then, how do we get to the central altar? Jiang Fei asked. That way. Malia pointed her small finger toward Jiang Fei's left. How long will it take? Jiang Fei asked again. If everything goes smoothly, we can reach by tomorrow, Malia said after she pondered for a moment, her head tilted to one side. That's pretty long, Jiang Fei sighed. Judging by how serious Malia looked, she was probably not lying. As she grew up so suddenly, even though Jiang Fei did not know the reason behind it, she definitely did not look quite the same as before. Let's go! After he shook it off his mind, Jiang Fei decided to believe in Malia. He chose to believe in Malia because they had been together for quite some time. Even though she would do bad things at times, she still had the heart of a child. She would not subjectively harm anyone. Previously, although Malia had gotten Jiang Fei into trouble at birthplace, it was also just an accident caused by the little girl's playfulness. After all, Malia did not know that there was a level 300 big boss there. Moreover, Jiang Fei had no other choice now. He did not know the way at all. If Malia was at his side, he would also have a bodyguard. There were 3 powerful bosses hidden inside this little girl, so it was definitely better for him if he stayed with her, especially if he was being chased down by all the primordial celestials. After they set off, Jiang Fei soon realized the benefits of bringing a small bodyguard with him. Wherever Malia went, those monsters would flee. Although Malia had grown up, her aura had not changed. The monsters who have been taught a lesson by Lucifer would run away without a trace as soon as they see her, as if they had seen a ghost. Without the monsters harassing them, Jiang Fei advanced quicker toward his destination. It was only when they were near the center of the celestial realm did an ancient god obstruct them. A human? A human has actually managed to break into the celestial realm. The boss that rushed over to stop Jiang Fei was an intermediate celestial harpy. It was superior in strength and even more so in speed, so Jiang Fei had absolutely no chance of escaping. Damn! Why are these bosses always so powerful? Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Now, he could only hope that Malia would summon her accompanying angels. Haha, I haven't tasted the blood of a human being for a long time. Go to hell! This harpy boss was way more straightforward than that gay minotaur. He did not bother talking nonsense with Jiang Fei at all. Instead, he directly launched an attack. Unsheath! Jiang Fei commanded his sword. He had to fight for his life this time. No! Don't you dare hurt my big brother. Jiang Fei did not expect Malia to actually take the initiative to stand in front of him, blocking the attack. One had to know that Malia, who used to be a little lowly, would always hide behind Jiang Fei whenever there was a battle. After Jiang Fei's sudden disappearance, Malia began to cherish her playmate even more. Also, after she grew up, she was not quite the same as before. The next moment, a green name appeared above Malia's head. Malia, the Chosen Maiden, High Celestial, level 129, health points, attack power. Skills? Remarks, Malia's second form. Chapter 1069, full of doubt, how is that possible? Jiang Fei was in shock after seeing Malia's attributes. This was not the angel of death, Azazel, but Malia herself. Just overnight, she had advanced from the level of a small animal to a level 129 pinnacle high celestial. It was impossible to become a celestial overnight, let alone a pinnacle high celestial. This would never happen to a player, let alone an NPC. And what the hell is the Chosen Maiden? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had never seen such a race description. Who are you? The harpy boss who saw Malia was also surprised. Before this, there was no powerful aura coming from this girl at all. Now, however, the godly power that she was exuding made the harpy boss shake with fear. Stupid, go away now or it'll hurt you. Although her strength had increased, the little lowly still had the temperament of a child. Malia, don't let him go. Jiang Fei shouted. If they let this ancient god go, he would surely inform other ancient gods to come as reinforcements. Then, Jiang Fei would definitely get chased around the entire celestial realm. It would be extremely difficult for him if he wanted to get near the central altar again. But, Malia hesitated for a long time and did not attack. Malia had always been very weak. Previously, other than the fact that she was very agile, she only had some harmless magic spells. She could never attack. So, she never did. Now that she had to take the initiative to kill the harpy boss, she was somewhat hesitant. Damn human, go to hell! When the harpy boss noticed Malia's hesitation, he became bolder. He thought that Malia was being held back by some restrictions and could not attack him. So, he did not escape. Instead, he charged at Jiang Fei. You're not allowed to hurt my big brother. Malia instantly became anxious when she saw that the harpy boss had charged toward Jiang Fei. Swoosh! A silver-white light flashed. Malia's attack did not seem to have any effect. At that time, the harpy boss was already in front of Jiang Fei. His claws were about to touch Jiang Fei's nose, and Jiang Fei did not even have time to react. Whoosh! A breeze blew through. The harpy boss, who was right in front of Jiang Fei, instantly turned into green smoke and drifted with the wind. What the? Was that an instant kill? Jiang Fei was completely dumbfounded. He did not even see how Maluya launched the attack. This intermediate celestial harpy boss had died just like that. It took almost a minute for Jiang Fei to register what had happened. Maluya, did you do that? Jiang Fei's eyes were wide open. Did I? Maluya seemed more confused than Jiang Fei. How did you? Jiang Fei was about to ask her how she suddenly became a high celestial, but Maluya's name disappeared again before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Fei could not see her name and basic information anymore. Sigh. It's so annoying, there's a lot of things that I don't understand. Maluya suddenly began to shake her little head roughly. Maluya, what's wrong? Jiang Fei waited for Maluya to calm down again before he came forward. I don't know. It was like this when I got up this morning. A lot of messy information suddenly appeared in my head. It made me feel very uncomfortable. Maluya pouted. It seemed like she had no idea why this was happening to her. What sort of information appeared in your head? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know. A lot of information flashed through, then I forgot everything. Maluya tilted her head. What do you remember, then? Jiang Fei asked again. I remember how to get around the celestial realm. Maluya smiled smugly. The next moment, it seemed like she suddenly thought of something again, then she said to Jiang Fei proudly, I remember this, too. As Maluya's voice fell, she extended her pair of small hands. In the center of her small hands, there was a magic cube that was constantly rolling. Captain! Discovered an important data link, requesting to download. Jiang Fei suddenly heard 0542's voice in his heart. Big brother, who's talking? Jiang Fei did not expect Maluya to be able to hear 0542's voice. 0542, what do you want to download? What do I need to do? Jiang Fei knew that 0542 would not do pointless things. If 0542 actually took the initiative to contact him in the game, it was definitely important. You don't have to do anything. You just have to authorize it. 0542 replied. Okay. Download it. Jiang Fei nodded. As 0542 was a smart assistive system, 0542 could not do things that would harm the interests of the captain, so Jiang Fei trusted 0542. Big brother, who are you talking to? As Jiang Fei was ignoring her, Maluya tugged on his sleeve. One of my friends. Jiang Fei replied casually. He did not want to hide it from her on purpose. It was just that it would be really troublesome to explain anything about the real world to these in-game NPCs. Oh. Maluya nodded and did not inquire further. However, the next moment, she looked at Jiang Fei with confusion. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Big brother, your friend is a thief. He wants to steal this. Maluya pointed to the magic cube in her hand while she spoke. This? Jiang Fei was confused and a little embarrassed at the same time. He was confused as he did not understand why 0542 was interested in this magic cube, and he was embarrassed because 0542's actions were not smooth enough. It was fine if 0542 wanted to steal, but 0542 actually got caught in the act. Big brother, if your friend really wants it, I can give it to you. It seemed like Maluya really cherished the friendship she had with Jiang Fei. With a wave of her small hand, another cube appeared and she handed one of them to Jiang Fei. 0542, what do you want this for? Jiang Fei asked as he stared in the magic cube in his hand. Captain, I can't explain it to you in a clear manner now. When you return, I'll tell you in detail. 0542 did not immediately give an answer. Previously, as 0542 was downloading the data sneakily, the process was relatively slow. However, now that the little lowly had given Jiang Fei a copy of the magic cube, 0542 could download it openly. So, in just a short time, the magic cube in Jiang Fei's hands disappeared. 0542 also fell quiet after he completed the download. Big brother, if there's an opportunity, can you introduce your friend to me in the future? I feel a sense of familiarity with him. Maluya suddenly said to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1070, Discovering the Altar, A Sense of Familiarity? What do you mean? Jiang Fei raised a brow. Well, it's hard to explain, Maluya pouted. Okay, I'll introduce you both to each other if there's a chance. Jiang Fei gave a seemingly perfunctory reply but began to ponder. There was no way Maluya could have met 0542 before. First of all, 0542 was not involved with the development of the game Dawn Break, so it was impossible for 0542 to know any NPCs in the game. Moreover, 0542 was a new intelligence system that only appeared after 0541 was sealed. 0542 had only been around for a short time, so there was no way 0542 could have interacted with any NPCs in the game, including Maluya. Who is she, really? The doubts in Jiang Fei's heart deepened. Although he was confused, Jiang Fei still followed Maluya around in the celestial realm. They did not encounter any obstacles for the rest of the day. At the end of game time, Jiang Fei was kicked out of the game world. After returning to the real world, it was already noon by the time Jiang Fei woke up. Han Tianyu had not returned yet and the super radar still had to take 2 more days before it could produce the data results. So, Jiang Fei had a lot of free time. As he kept himself busy with accompanying his parents and the girls around him, the day passed by quickly. After a short nap, Jiang Fei returned to the game at 4 o'clock in the morning as usual. Big brother, we're going to the altar soon. Maluya pointed into the distance. After another 3 hours, they stopped at a small hill. There was a huge altar a few dozen miles away from it. The altar looked like a small castle, spectacular and majestic. Finally! Jiang Fei sighed. After going through so much trouble in the past few days, he was finally here at the quest location. Although he had smoothly arrived at the quest location, Jiang Fei was frowning. After all, his quest was not to find the altar, but to destroy it. However, Jiang Fei had already crafted the Dream Crystal Ring and became a god. What could he use to destroy the altar now? Jiang Fei felt a little dazed looking at his minimap. As he was now a god, he now had heightened senses just like all the other Celestials. However, a player's senses were more intuitive. The coordinates of other Celestials were directly displayed on Jiang Fei's minimap. As the minimap had a zoom function, the player's actual range of sense was actually way larger compared to a Celestial tier NPC. When the minimap zoomed out to the maximum, Jiang Fei could sense up to dozens of miles away from the altar. Although his minimap had stopped functioning and the entire range was dark, he could clearly see red dots and red skulls. In Jiang Fei's minimap, lower Celestials that were the same level as him were displayed as small red dots. Intermediate Celestials that were 1 tier above him were displayed as big red dots, and other Celestials that were 2 or more tiers above him were displayed as red skulls. Currently, there were more than 30 red dots and 7 or 8 red skulls on Jiang Fei's minimap. These Celestials were distributed around the altar. Each red mark had a yellow circle around it. This represented the sensing ranges of the Celestial tier NPCs. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the yellow circles, those NPCs would immediately notice him. As he was a player, Jiang Fei had the advantage of discovering these Celestial tier NPCs in advance. However, he could not really do anything. If he was not a god, he could walk toward the altar openly. As long as he did not appear directly in front of these NPCs, he would not be discovered at all. He was supposed to go toward the underground of the altar and trigger the power of the gods to destroy the altar. This was how Oyezi had planned it out for him. However, since he was now a god, it was like there was a big light bulb above his head. As long as he entered the perception range of these NPCs, they would immediately hunt him down. Malia, can you help me destroy the altar? Jiang Fei could only ask Malia for help now. There was no way he could get rid of those celestials around the altar by himself, let alone destroy the altar. Okay. Malia smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. In order to keep her only playmate, she was willing to do almost anything for him. Swoosh! At that moment, a holy light flashed and Michael appeared automatically without Malia having been injured. After she appeared, Michael stared at Jiang Fei for a while. Then, she turned and walked to Malia's side, whispering a few words in her ear. The next moment, a white light flashed and she disappeared. Malia, what did your sister say to you? Jiang Fei asked curiously. My sister told me not to destroy the altar. She said that I shouldn't interfere with the war between the high humans and the primordial celestials. Malia pouted. Ah. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had only dared to come to this altar because he thought that the two powerful bosses Michael and Lucifer could help him destroy the altar. If they were not going to help him, he would not be able to destroy it by himself even if he managed to get there. Big brother, I'm sorry, Malia looked at Jiang Fei apologetically. She was afraid that Jiang Fei would be angry and would never play with her again. Sigh. Jiang Fei sat down on the floor, feeling extremely hopeless. Am I really going to return empty-handed? Jiang Fei was upset. He had spent so much effort to come here. Now, he could only stare at the altar. There was nothing he could do. He looked at the altar but nothing came to mind. This suffocating feeling was driving him mad. In actuality, Jiang Fei had thought about just diving straight into the altar. Malia would definitely follow him in order to protect him. If they encountered an enemy, Malia would definitely attack the enemy to save him. Then, even if this little girl could not defeat the enemy, there was still Lucifer and Michael that could come to the rescue. Therefore, Jiang Fei could easily get to the altar, but he would certainly offend Michael and Lucifer. It was easy to fool the little lowly Malia, but not the two powerful bosses. Lucifer and Michael were not immature children. They would definitely be able to tell that he was just using Malia to get them all involved in this. At that time, if the two powerful bosses refused to help, Jiang Fei would not be able to destroy the altar even if he got there. Even if Malia, who was a pinnacle high celestial, wanted to help, she could not. If he wanted to destroy an altar of this scale, Jiang Fei, who had nothing left to use, could only hope that the powerful gods Michael and Lucifer would help him. Jiang Fei pondered away while he sat on the ground, his head lowered. He did not know how to get Michael and Lucifer to help him. After all, these two were the only ones that could help him finish his quest now. However, almost every time, these two would immediately disappear after they removed any danger around Malia. Jiang Fei never had the chance to talk to them, so they were just like strangers. Big brother, don't be angry at Malia, please? As Jiang Fei looked extremely upset, Malia came over and gently poked his shoulder. Chapter 1071, Young Lady Malia, nah, I'm not. It's just that I went through so much just to come here, and my goal is right in front of me, but I can't achieve it. So, I'm feeling really upset. Can you leave me alone? Jiang Fei shook his head. Big brother, I'm sorry, Malia looked extremely apologetic. It's not your problem. I just want to be alone for a while, Jiang Fei waved his hand. Big brother, are you chasing me away? You don't want me anymore? Malia started tearing up all of a sudden. Sigh. Jiang Fei lowered his head and did not say anything. He was not in the mood to comfort Malia. My brother and sister have never accompanied me. Now, even Big Brother doesn't want me anymore. All of you don't like me anymore. As Jiang Fei ignored her, Malia silently turned around and walked down the hill as she muttered to herself. Jiang Fei was busy pondering, so he did not notice that Malia had gone down the hill alone. Moreover, he did not notice that the big lowly, who was already 12 or 13 years old, was growing up at a rate that was clearly visible to the naked eye. All of you don't want me. Malia herself did not notice the changes. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she had turned into a graceful young lady. At this time, Malia looked exactly like the angel of death, Azazel. The only difference was that Malia did not have 13 pairs of wings and gray light was not radiating from her body. As Malia carelessly came down from the mountain, she did not have anywhere in mind. She just strolled aimlessly, but she was walking in the direction of the altar. Jiang Fei was still pondering away on the hill. If he looked at the mini-map just then, he would notice that a green skull was approaching the warning range of a small red dot. As Malia was considered a friendly target, she was marked as green on the mini-map. Moreover, Malia was more than 2 tiers above Jiang Fei, so she was naturally displayed as a skull. Humph. Nobody likes Malia. Nobody! Malia complained continuously as she walked. Although she had grown into a young lady, she was obviously still a child at heart. Swoosh! A green light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Malia. Obviously, Malia had already alerted an ancient god. Get out of the way, don't bother me. Malia glared at the ancient god. The young lady who had just been cold-shouldered by Jiang Fei was extremely angry. This is the forbidden land of the gods. You're not allowed to go any further. Although the ancient god felt the powerful pressure that Malia was exerting, it was his responsibility to guard the place, so he had to block Malia no matter what. I said don't bother me. You're so annoying. Malia screamed at the ancient god. The ancient god crossed his arms in front of himself. A powerful impact accompanied Malia's screams, which put the ancient god under considerable pressure. Crack crack. When Malia screamed, the ancient god maintained his defensive stance, but his body started to crack and it shattered into pieces. Instant kill. Ah! Malia was shocked. She had not wanted to attack this ancient god. She had only screamed because she had lost her temper. Hey! Are you really dead? Don't scare me. Otherwise, it'll hit you. Malia leaned closer and carefully kicked a shattered piece of the dead ancient god's body. After 2 kicks, Malia confirmed that this ancient god had indeed died, and there was no way it could come back alive. Humph. It's your fault. You're the one who wanted to block my way. Malia, who had turned into a young lady, still acted like a child. After she realized that she had done something bad, she made excuses for herself. Why hasn't Big Brother come to look for me yet? I've been gone for so long since I ran away from home, he doesn't care about me at all. Malia stomped her foot in anger after she turned back to look and realized that Jiang Fei had not followed her. If Jiang Fei heard Malia's complaints at this time, he would probably shake his head in disbelief. Young lady, what do you mean by you ran away from home? And you've only been gone for less than 10 minutes. He would say in his heart. However, it was clear that Jiang Fei could not hear Malia's complaints because he was at the top of the mountain, racking his head as to how to make Michael and Lucifer help him, not realizing at all that Malia had gone down the hill. Humph. You don't care about me at all. Malia stomped her foot again, then marched forward angrily. If Jiang Fei looked at his mini-map, he would find the green skull approaching a red skull, and there were 4 big red dots and 6 small red dots near the red skull. There were 11 ancient gods gathered together in front of Malia. One of them, who looked like a lion, was giving instructions to the other ancient gods. This ancient god was very strange. His body was like that of a lion, with golden fur. However, this guy had not only 10 heads, but also a pair of wings. If someone with knowledge was present, they would realize that this ancient god was actually a rare 10-headed guardian lion. He was very ferocious and he fed on human brains. Moreover, he did not need to break the heads of humans before he ate their brains. He could fly over a village and just open his mouth to suck all the brains of the people below him and feed on them, leaving all the people in the village mentally handicapped. The passage is about to be opened very soon. You must guard this area more strictly from now on. Those abominable human beings will not be willing to be ruled by us again, so they will definitely come to create trouble, said the 10-headed guardian lion to his subordinates. Don't worry, boss. We're at the core of the ancient celestial realm. Those weak humans could never come here. Now, all you have to do is wait for the passage to open, then you can enjoy your life in the human world. A lower celestial ancient god flattered the 10-headed guardian lion. Ha ha ha, you're making me drool. I've not tasted a human brain for thousands of years. All 10 of the lion's mouths started salivating at the same time. It seemed like he was reminiscing about the splendid taste of a human brain. A god is near? At that moment, the 10-headed guardian lion jerked his head in a certain direction. Malia's aura had alerted him. Go! There's an intruder! After he commanded his subordinates, the 10-headed guardian lion was the first to rush to the place where Malia was at. Ah! Malia was caught off guard. A dozen strange-looking creatures had rushed over in an instant, giving her quite a shock. Who are you? The 10-headed guardian lion frowned. He could tell that Malia was not a high human. Chapter 1072, The Wolf in Sheep's Skin, Don't disturb me. Go away, ugly beast. Malia snarled like a frightened kitten when the guardian lion approached her. You dare talk to me like that, the guardian lion roared. Never in its life had anyone treated him with such disrespect. He was the infamous 10-headed guardian lion. His strength was formidable and known throughout the celestial realm. Even though he was not as strong as the 4 elemental primordials, he was still a primordial celestial. No one could hope to match his strength, not even the other primordials, less the 4 elemental primordials. Enraged with such treatment, the guardian lion stomped towards Malia, wanting to teach the insolent little girl a lesson. At that moment, a smaller NPC appeared beside him. My lord, there's no need to sully yourself for this small matter. Please allow this one to teach her in your stead, said a primordial celestial that looked like a squid. The NPC was an intermediate celestial, at level 118. He most certainly had no problem dealing with Jiang Fei but not Malia. The man was staring at death herself and yet he failed to realize it. Then again, it could not be helped. NPCs never had the ability to identify others like how players were able to, with name tags and status checks. The squid NPC did not know who it was going up against. Come now, little one. It takes 2 hands to clap. Or in this case, 10 limbs to slither you around, said the squid NPC as he walked towards Malia with eyes that gleamed with lust. Even though they do not have a gender, they still have a certain preference when it came to personal interest. Anyone that had seen enough would know where this was going. Repulsed by the NPC but not the lustful and suggestive moves, Malia retreated back. The girl might still be young but she was intelligent enough to know that anything that was coming towards you with such movements was bad. Stranger danger. You! Get away from me! I'm warning you! I will beat you up! Malia shrieked. Come at me, little beauty. I shall thoroughly enjoy it. Nye he, the squid NPC laughed menacingly before extending its limbs towards her. No! Go away! Malia screamed. At that moment, Malia's entire body burst in a grayish flame. The flame was large and strong, yet it did not harm her at all. The squid NPC, on the other hand, did not manage to retract its tentacles in time and got its tentacles caught in the flames. Ugh! What is this sorcery? The NPC quickly tried to put out the flames by slamming its tentacles on the ground. However, no matter how hard it tried, the flames kept on burning. It did not take long for the flame to spread throughout its entire body. Help me! Cried the squid NPC. I'll save you, the guardian lion responded. Unfortunately, before the guardian lion could do anything, the squid NPC went poof, turning into a pile of ash. You killed him, the guardian lion roared furiously, glaring at Malia with all of its 10 heads. His low solemn voice reverberated with the air, sending chills to all that were intimidated by it. I told him not to come close, said Malia, defending herself even though she knew she was at fault. She was, after all, a little girl at heart. Being threatened by a huge 10-headed lion was terrifying. "Kill her," said the guardian lion before turning his back. The rest of the underlings jumped forward to attack. Malia's appearance was a little girl at the age of 12 or so. Besides the perverted squid NPC, the rest of them were merely jumping at her with the sole intention to kill her. Nothing else. As mentioned, primordial celestials had no lust in their spectrum of emotions. Only a few were special, but most of them were completely sexless. The rest of the guardian lion's underlings jumped in quickly, but they retreated just as fast. The gray flames on Malia were still burning. Besides the 10-headed guardian lion itself, all 9 of the other primordial celestials were burned into ash. All of them tried their best to put out the flames before they died, but none of them succeeded. The 10-headed guardian lion did nothing but stood silently when his underlings were writhing in pain as they were burned to death. He had only managed to put out the flames that had accidentally spread to him when he tried to attack Malia. If Malia had intentionally tried to burn him, he might not be able to put out the flames. From the start, besides retreating from the perverted squid NPC, Malia had barely moved. Without actually moving, she had single-handedly defeated 9 primordial celestials. And that was not done intentionally. When the guardian lion realized that truth, he started to question his position then. What sort of situation did he put himself into? Just who was this girl that had just burned all his underlings without even lifting a finger? Was she just as strong as the 4 elementals? Alone, the guardian lion tried to pace backward, away from Malia as slowly as possible. Right then, she was distracted. When the giant guardian lion approached her with powerful killing intent, she squirmed and started to cry while squatting. When the wails of pain were over and even the guardian lion had retreated a few steps back, she came to and looked up. This time, instead of a gaze fueled with killing intent, Malia saw the guardian lion's eyes, shivering with fear. Where are the rest of the ugly beasts?" Malia asked, standing up. The 10-headed guardian lion stopped pacing when Malia stood up. At that moment, he had only managed to get a few meters away from her. When she stood up, the frightened guardian lion was frozen stiff. The powerful aura that the girl was giving off made his legs weak, rendering him immobile. "How unlucky of me! What kind of monster is that? She's literally a wolf in sheep's skin. If I knew just how strong she was, I would have run," thought the guardian lion. Looks can be deceiving. It was one of the life lessons he had learned but completely forgot about. The display of power by the girl was just, instead of defeating her, running away might be a problem now. "Ah! You!" the guardian lion shrieked when Malia was addressing him. "Could you please move aside?" "I'm walking here," said the girl politely as the guardian lion was peeing on the ground. "I'm sorry." "Forgive me," cried the guardian lion as he had misunderstood what the girl was conveying. He even knelt on all fours. Malia gasped. She was surprised at the sudden change of attitude. How could one expect to see a giant lion monster begging for its life to a little girl? At that moment, "There you are. Malia. I'm glad you're all right." "How could you walk around without me?" said Jiang Fei, appearing from behind. He had spent too long thinking about what to do next. It was when he realized Malia was missing did he quickly descend the mountain to search for her. Currently, Malia had grown slightly older again. However, Jiang Fei understood that such a phenomenon was nothing out of the ordinary. Or, in a crude way of saying, Jiang Fei did not give a F***ck anymore. Chapter 1073, Jiang Fei's Master Skill. "Ah, big brother! You're here! I knew you wouldn't leave me alone." Malia cheered. Being a young girl at heart, Malia had found herself emotionally attached to Jiang Fei even though she was physically approaching 15 to 16. My. What have you become?" Jiang Fei jeered but laughed it off later. He knew that it was impossible for anyone, besides the level 300 mother of the world, to harm her. Even so, he was relieved to see Maluya unharmed. He too felt emotionally attached to the young girl. Big brother! I did something awesome today. There were so many bad guys bullying me, one of them was even doing this. Maluya waved her hands around, trying to mimic the movement of the tentacles. I beat them all up by myself. As soon as she was done bragging about her feats, she jumped into Jiang Fei's embrace and hugged him tightly. Maluya, I'm happy that you could defeat the bad guys by yourself, but could you please stop hugging me for a moment, said Jiang Fei awkwardly. The little girl was growing and she was becoming a beautiful girl with perfect forms where most girls wanted to have. Jiang Fei, not used to touching a girl in those kinds of places, besides sea-tying, felt embarrassed about that. It felt incredibly wrong since he knew the girl was only 5 years old, mentally. Okay, the girl squealed happily. She was still naive and had yet to learn about the dirty minds of men. She just wanted to share the happiness she felt with Jiang Fei. An innocent hug, that was it. After she was asked to let go, the girl went ahead to the crouching guardian lion and pointed towards it. Big brother! See this? He was trying to bully me but I told him not to, cried Maluya with her chest held up high proudly. She obviously wanted to be complimented again. Jiang Fei recognized that. He quickly clapped and praised Maluya and even pat her on her head. However, he understood that there should be more enemies since Maluya had mentioned about them. Besides the guardian lion, there were no corpses lying around, nor any indication that there was a fight. Maluya, where are the others? There, and there, and there. Oh! There too, Maluya got busy and ran around the place, pointing out the ash remains of the enemies that she had burned. Jiang Fei traced her around, looking at the burnt ground that Maluya had pointed out. There were very little ashes remaining and they were extremely fine, as if they were burnt away in extremely high temperature. Woohoo! Maluya is very strong. Jiang Fei praised her again. At that moment, the guardian lion made a small noise, which prompted Jiang Fei to notice him. Oh my King God! Jiang Fei gasped in horror. 10-headed guardian lion, primordial celestial, level? Health points? Attack power? Skills? Note, unknown. Besides the name, Jiang Fei was unable to procure any information about the guardian lion. The only sensible explanation would be an exceedingly large level gap. That guardian lion must be level 120 and higher. A high celestial at least. When he understood that, Jiang Fei calmed down immediately instead of panicking. He knew the situation all too well. Why would a primordial celestial, capable of ripping him in half effortlessly, be crouching on the ground, like an obedient chihuahua? Big brother, how are we going to deal with him? Maluya asked as she tugged Jiang Fei's armor. Heh, Jiang Fei smirked. He had guessed it right. It was the same reaction he got from an NPC when he had the Black Dragon scale in his inventory a long time ago. Please don't kill me. Spare my life. I'll do whatever you want, the guardian lion squealed in horror when he noticed Jiang Fei's devilish grin. To be honest, the guardian lion had noticed the extremely faint aura of a celestial coming from Jiang Fei. However, he felt the same thing with Maluya and had underestimated her until she had completely disintegrated his underlings. Hence, when Jiang Fei appeared and was treated like a big brother by Maluya, the guardian lion immediately assumed Jiang Fei was far stronger than the girl. Learning from his experience, the guardian lion decided to play ball with Jiang Fei, especially when he saw what the little girl was capable of. If Jiang Fei was stronger, who knew what he could do to him? Are you telling me what to do? You? Jiang Fei started a farce, activating his master skill of intimidation. The man had already achieved celestial tier. He had already learned and mastered the art of trickery and intimidation. Seeing that the guardian lion was already on all fours before he could even start talking, Jiang Fei knew very well to take full advantage of the situation. It was time to rev it up a notch. In real life, however, Jiang Fei was but a naive little boy that could never play in the same stage as the old foxes of the Martial Artists Alliance. In the game, especially against NPCs, Jiang Fei was the master of intimidation. He could pick up a dull-looking stone and claim it to be the crystal ichor of the gods. "No! My lord! Please!" "I would never," the guardian lion stammered as he buries all 10 of his heads onto the ground. "Humph. Prostrate yourself properly." Jiang Fei roared again, sending the poor, frightened guardian lion further. Jiang Fei took a step closer to the guardian lion, placing his hands on its furry head and said, "What would it take to spare your life? I'll give you everything." "My treasure," said the guardian lion. It was an offer that he had already made preparations for before Jiang Fei appeared. Greed was an emotion that was fundamentally rooted in everyone, even amongst the primordial celestial. "Treasures? I could kill you and take them all." "It seems I don't have any reason to keep you alive," said Jiang Fei, scoffing coldly. Such an offer was basic of all. If he accepted what the guardian lion gave, he would be ashamed of himself for tricking the other NPCs in the past. The guardian lion was utterly scared for the first time in his life. This, and perhaps the other primordial celestials, had thought that greed amongst humans remained the same for over thousands of years. He had thought he was strong enough to stand against the test of time, but he had realized he did not fully understand how humans' greed could evolve. He did not expect Jiang Fei was the kind of human that could steal the fruit of a tree and even cut it down after. "Oi! What are you stammering about?" "As I said, give me one good reason to keep you alive," said Jiang Fei as he forcefully pulled the fur on his forehead. I the guardian lion stammered, completely broken like a broken record. It was when the guardian lion was about to break into tears did he notice the weapon that Jiang Fei was carrying on his back. "Soul Cutter? Is that you? Think back to how I treated you a while ago." "Please help me," said the guardian lion as he tried to pull a favor from Soul Cutter. Soul Cutter materialized itself into a human form and scoffed at the guardian lion. Even though he understood that Jiang Fei was completely incapable of defeating the guardian lion, the sword spirit had already established a contract with Jiang Fei. He could not do anything that would directly or indirectly wrong his owner. "Soul Cutter! Please! Help me a bit out here," cried the guardian lion. "Help you? I would help myself before I would help you. Or I would never have offered my soul contract," said Soul Cutter bitterly. If he had known that Jiang Fei was nothing but a common adventurer, he would have lasted a bit longer during the fight. Chapter 1074, Ginseng Fruit, Soul Contract? To become his servant, the 10-headed guardian lion was extremely ticked when Soul Cutter suggested it. In any other situation, the pride of a primordial celestial, or his own love for freedom, would never allow himself to serve others. However, the human adventurer that was tugging his fur was truly intimidating. Who knew what he would do if he was angry? Then again, it was better to live as a powerful being's servant than to die meaninglessly. "There, I've given you a path to live. It's up to you whether you want to take it," said Soul Cutter before flashing back into the sheath. Even though he was a little disgruntled about becoming Jiang Fei's weapon, he was not any happier when he was still free. He was this very same guardian lion's servant. When the guardian lion mentioned about treating Soul Cutter nicely, it was when Soul Cutter was serving him as his underling. As a matter of fact, he was really good as an underling. However, Soul Cutter only mentioned soul contract because of an old grudge. If the guardian lion offered his soul contract to Jiang Fei, he would be effectively lowering himself to the same rank as Soul Cutter. That kind of ending that would sate Soul Cutter. Sigh, the guardian lion sighed under his breath and said, "My lord, I am willing to follow you if you would spare my life." "Who? Are you saying you would be mine?" Jiang Fei clarified again. "Yes. As long as I live, I shall become your most loyal servant," said the guardian lion with pride. Even though there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice, it was better than dying meaninglessly. "Interesting. Before you do so, I want to see that treasure of yours," said Jiang Fei with an evil grin. That was his plan all along, to completely own the primordial celestial. However, that did not mean that he would give up on the treasure now that he had mentioned it. Yes! Immediately, cried the guardian lion. Since he was already offering himself to Jiang Fei, there was no meaning in keeping the treasure to himself. The lion materialized a silver box. When opened, it revealed a bright red light. A holy item, said Jiang Fei, a little disheartened. Although it was a valuable tier, it was disappointing to see a primordial celestial to have only that tier. My lord, this is no ordinary holy item, said the guardian lion immediately when it noticed that Jiang Fei was not satisfied with it. What is it? Jiang Fei asked, without being too overly curious. Have a look at it yourself. Ginseng fruit, spirit fruit, holy, use, immediately increase 10 levels. Note, effective only for high celestial or under. Holy *T indeed. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Unfortunately, his expression betrayed him. My lord, I know this spirit fruit would not be of any use to yourself, but it would be extremely useful for your underlings, said the guardian lion. He had kept this ginseng fruit for some time and wanted to give it to one of his better underlings. Unfortunately, all of them were killed off by Maluya. Since he was becoming someone else's underling, the fruit served no purpose but to please his master. He himself was already a high celestial and could not use it for himself. Good, said Jiang Fei, nodding slowly. To be honest, Jiang Fei was extremely pleased with the gift since he would be able to make further progress in a flash. Most importantly, he could ascend to intermediate celestial and use the powerful destructive effects of celestial Kapla during his ascension to destroy the altar. Master, please accept this as a token of my loyalty, said the guardian lion when the metal was hot. Jiang Fei was extremely pleased with it and might even grant the guardian lion a path to live. As such, without wasting time, the guardian lion quickly knelt down and conjured up a contract that would immediately give Jiang Fei ownership of himself. A master and servant contract. Stumped, Jiang Fei was dumbstruck when he noticed that the contract could not be accepted. The guardian lion's contract would only allow Jiang Fei to use him in two ways. The first being a mount and the second was a pet. Jiang Fei's mount was a special evolved skygliding dragon which prohibited Jiang Fei from taking a new mount. Even if the guardian lion was 100 times stronger than the skygliding dragon, there was no means to use the guardian lion as a mount. On the other hand, when he tried to accept the guardian lion as his pet, the system automatically rejected it. Besides hunters and special class, all other players could only own one pet. Although Akatsuris was missing, the pet slot in Jiang Fei's character profile was not empty. It was still being occupied, albeit being an error message. Something was wrong and Jiang Fei did not like it. F***CK. Jiang Fei vented in frustration. He had never expected it to turn out this way. My lord, the guardian lion asked when Jiang Fei was not accepting the contract he was offering. Big brother, do you not like him? Malia asked whilst tugging his armor. Jiang Fei turned and saw Malia gazing at him with a particular look. Malia? Do you want to ride him? He asked. Yes. Very much so. Malia replied with eyes that sparkled with interest. All right then. You can have him, said Jiang Fei, smiling kindly at her. Since he was unable to take ownership of the guardian lion, it was best to let the little girl have him instead. At the very least, even if he could not directly own him, it was still within the family. Yay! Thank you, big brother. Malia cheered, not knowing that Jiang Fei was unable to accept the guardian lion. She had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei was being extremely caring for her. Little lion, would you take me on rides? I get lonely sometimes, said Malia after she had accepted the contract and became the guardian lion's new owner. Although the guardian lion knew that the girl was his new master and would not hurt him, the feeling of being touched by the hands of the killer that had just effortlessly killed all 10 of his underlings was terrifying. Malia, let me help you up. Sit tight and let's move forward, said Jiang Fei as he helped Malia to mount the giant guardian lion. Right then, Jiang Fei was armed with the ginseng fruit. He now had the means to destroy the altar and finish the mission. All right. I will go wherever you go, big brother, said Malia happily. He was her only companion for as long as she could remember. She had developed a strong emotional connection with Jiang Fei. Riding the powerful guardian lion, Malia moved slowly to follow Jiang Fei's slow pace. Even though he had two powerful guardians with him, Jiang Fei did not dare to carelessly run into the unknown. He used the mini-map to his advantage, avoiding all the primordials that he could detect to avoid any fights. Chapter 1075, Emergency. Jiang Fei walked along the path quietly to avoid being detected by the other primordial celestials. Currently, Jiang Fei had no idea where he was. He only knew that the altar was just right down the mountain. That was it. Even with the help of the mini-map, he could not expand its range without first exploring the continent. Just when he had just sneaked past one or two primordials, 0542's voice blared in his head. Captain, there is an emergency communication request. Who is it from? Jiang Fei asked. Han Tianyu, something's wrong. Jiang Fei stopped moving, which caught Malia's attention. A while back, Jiang Fei had distributed a special emergency communication device to all of his family members and Han Tianyu. The device was an extremely powerful communication broadcaster and receiver. It could be used to transmit signals wherever you are. Right now, instead of calling him, Han Tianyu chose to activate the emergency signal, indicating that he must be in some sort of emergency. Malia, I have to go right now. There has been an emergency, said Jiang Fei. Big brother? When are you coming back? Malia asked. She did not need to ask about the reason why since she could hear 0542's voice. Tomorrow, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei was not too sure himself. Han Tianyu had only activated the emergency signal. It could be a small issue. Jiang Fei prayed that it was a small issue. All right. Malia answered and left Jiang Fei alone. She then patted the guardian lion on his furry head and said, Come little lion, big brother is busy. Let's go play by ourselves. With the 10-headed guardian lion with her, the girl was no longer alone and could cope without being with Jiang Fei for some time. Seeing that Malia was all right, he quickly logged out. As soon as he opened his eyes, he picked up the communication device and called Han Tianyu. Brother Yu, what's wrong? We are in trouble, he answered briefly. Judging from the rustling background noise, Jiang Fei could tell that he was either running or sitting in a moving vehicle. I'm going to need more than that, listen. When I was helping the martial artists to escape the border, the military found us and started their chase to capture everyone. We managed to lose them for a bit, but those bastards are fast. Han Tianyu huffed. Where are you now? I'll come right to where you are, said Jiang Fei whilst getting ready to fly. We are BZZ. BZZ. ZZZZZ. Before Han Tianyu could finish his sentence, the channel was filled with static noise and the communication was cut off. 0542, I am detecting a powerful electrostatic interference. Have you found them? Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei was not surprised that Chinese military had possessed the means to disrupt communication. He did provide a good number of communication devices to the military. Using them, the engineers of China had reverse-engineered it and even managed to create a signal disruptor based on Planet Namex technology. I have their general location. 0542 had only managed to trace Han Tianyu's general location, which was close to the coastline of western China. With that knowledge, Jiang Fei summoned his giant sword and flew out of the window. Dear? Where are you going? At that moment, both Ariel and Isabella flashed themselves beside Jiang Fei. Good timing. Take me here, said Jiang Fei, pointing out the location on a holographic map projected by the ring. All right. Ariel answered promptly. Even though the location was a place that she had never been, she could still teleport everyone to a nearby location that she had been to. It was faster than to actually fly from the Winter Islands. 0542, Keep scanning the surroundings and inform me if there's something, said Jiang Fei when he arrived. Based on Jiang Fei regular search inquiry, 0542 knew what to look out for. It was when they were approaching the general location of Han Tianyu did 0542 found something. Captain, I am detecting a vast number of high-energy lifeforms, said 0542 before it projected a map via the ring, highlighting it with a red circle. The location was 50 kilometers away from where they were and there were at least 3,000 of them. Shit! Just how many did Han Tianyu plan to smuggle? Jiang Fei grunted as he ran as fast as his legs could carry him. 1 minute later, 0542 was done with a result from the second scanning. Captain, I have completed the second scanning sweep. The high-energy lifeforms ahead consists mainly of machine lifeforms. Is there any signs of a battle taking place? Jiang Fei could deduce from the result that Han Tianyu and those that were escaping China were greatly outnumbered by those machines. No. I do not detect any signs of high-energy readings besides those contained in lifeforms, said 0542, which made Jiang Fei slightly relaxed. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella had arrived at the coastlines. He was still hiding in the forest and was tracking the position of the martial artists. 0542's scanning had managed to detect around 50 of them. The group of martial artists were not very strong. The strongest was only at the advanced stage of level 4 and the rest were a mix of level 3 and level 2. 0542, investigate the machine lifeforms headings, Jiang Fei ordered. Captain, they are currently trying to spread out to form a perimeter to surround the martial artists, 0542 replied immediately. It's time for us to act, said Jiang Fei before signaling the go sign to Ariel and Isabella. The three of them quickly flashed themselves to the group. Who goes there? One of the martial artists roared when Jiang Fei appeared out of the blue. He was even ready to deliver a punch to Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei dodged it effortlessly and was not mad since the situation was extremely tense for them. Where is Han Tianyu? Jiang Fei asked as he glanced at all the unfamiliar faces. Mr. Han had separated with us, said a young fighter when no one could answer Jiang Fei's question. When did this happen? Jiang Fei roared. Jiang Fei was pissed. How could one not protect the person who was risking his life to save them? I don't know where, but it was about half an hour ago, said another fighter that was standing at the front. Fine. What's the situation now? Mr. Han had managed to arrange transport for us to leave to the Winter Islands. However, just when we were arriving at the beach, we were attacked by an army of robots. They were not strong, but their numbers alone proved too much for any of us to handle. We could only retreat. That was when Han Tianyu was left behind, said the same fighter. Captain, I have found another group of martial artists, said 0542 when Jiang Fei was listening to the fighter explaining. Let's go, said Jiang Fei. Before he left, Jiang Fei turned back and yelled at the leader of the group, Come with me, Chapter 1076, Badly Wounded Han Tianyu I, based on 0542's location. Jiang Fei took the lead with Ariel and Isabella following closely, and the rest of the martial artists. It was hard trekking through the dense forest, but that did not matter since 0542 had discovered a group of enemies heading towards them in less than 5 minutes. Captain, enemy supreme androids detected. Detecting. 32 of them, good. It's been a while since I've fought with everything I've got. Jiang Fei unsheathed the Qingying sword and infused wind power origin force into his legs, granting him a burst of supersonic speed, akin to that of a cannon. Protect darling, both Isabella and Ariel cried out at the same time. The two did not engage in the fight. They were merely intercepting anything that was lethal to Jiang Fei, all while they were on extreme alert. As soon as Jiang Fei showed his face to the androids, they responded quickly by firing their energy-based firearms. SWSSSH. Jiang Fei's speed was too quick for the androids. Before the first round could be fired, Jiang Fei had already taken down one android with one swift slash. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's current fighting capability was still at the pinnacle of level 4. Fortunately, the enemies were nowhere close to his power level, allowing him to take down as many as he could effortlessly. With the power of origin force infused into the blade, the Qingying sword's sharpness was unparalleled. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Fei had taken down all 32 androids without sustaining any damage. "Move on!" Jiang Fei roared to call the rest of the martial artists that had only just arrived at the scene of the fight. Jiang Fei had only just eliminated the weakest group of androids that were moving in to surround the martial artists. Technically speaking, as long as the martial artists behind Jiang Fei could keep up with his speed, they could break past the surrounding parameters. "Captain, I have found traces of high-energy spikes directly ahead. A battle is happening right now," said 0542 after 10 minutes. Jiang Fei frowned immediately and grunted. He turned to the martial artists behind him and encouraged them to move faster. After a short distance, Jiang Fei could feel the soft tremors on the ground. The sound of explosions was faint but clear. "What's happening?" Jiang Fei asked 0542. "There is a huge battle between 23 martial artists and 874 androids, sheesh. Just how much money is the military bleeding away?" Jiang Fei complained as he moved on. To surround and capture less than 100 members of the Alliance, the military had actually deployed over 4,000 androids. It was either they had too much to spare or they had every intention to kill every martial artist, sending out as many androids as they could to guarantee the result. On the one hand, it also spoke volumes on the improvement of android production. At this point, Jiang Fei could tell that the androids right now were different than the ones that he had met in Japan. Although they were not as strong as they were supposed to be, they were all at the beginning stage of level 4. A mass-produced android army, with its weakest soldier being at the beginner stage of level 4. The only reason these androids could be categorized as level 4 was contentious, since it was solely based on their firepower. In a fair fight, no level 4 android could defeat a level 4 martial artist. There was even a chance that a level 3 fighter could defeat a level 4 android. One way to change this outcome was to play the numbers Gamito overwhelm the martial artists with an army of unfaltering mechanical soldiers. A full-scale assault on the level 4 martial artists would be effective unless the martial artists could figure out a way to bottleneck them. "How are the martial artists holding up?" Jiang Fei asked. "I have detected 12 deceased bodies. All other surviving members are sustaining heavy to minor injuries," Jiang Fei nodded. Although they were tough, it was hard to face an army 10 times the size of theirs. Having casualties was only natural, and those that were still on their feet were the strongest amongst them. When Jiang Fei had reached viewing distance, he was surprised with a scene of utter depression. The sky was lit up by sparks of projectiles, fired by the androids and landing on the martial artists. Most of their attacks were aimed poorly, giving the martial artists a good chance to dodge and deflect them with their chi armor. The level 4 fighters were doing fine, but many level 3 and level 2 fighters were suffering greatly. If they could survive this round, their avoidability training would have been improved with flying colors, if they even had those to begin with. "Student Wang, take the rest of the students and leave this place. I shall remain here to buy you some time," said a level 4 master. "No! Master, I will not leave. If this is where I die, I shall fight with honor," said the man who was called Wang. "Enough. This is an order from your sect leader. I order you to retreat with the rest of the students. I don't care what it takes, you must bring Mr. Han out of this mess," cried the level 4 master whilst dodging and deflecting incoming projectiles from the enemy. Disgruntled, Wang turned away with tears rolling down his cheek. He dragged one of the fallen students that was still alive and led the others further back. Jiang Fei gasped with relief when he heard the conversation between the two. Han Tianyu was there and he was still alive. "Ariel, destroy them all," Jiang Fei ordered. Even though he was strong and he could kill all level 4 androids at a rapid speed, having Ariel to do it was far more efficient. "Sure thing." Ariel nodded and said. She took off into the sky and into the clouds. With a wave of her hands, she gathered static electricity that was in the air and gathered them all into her hands. The sky crackled with thunder, and when the androids had noticed her presence, it was too late. Ariel unleashed an array of lightning that struck all the androids indiscriminately. No matter where they tried to run, they could never escape the speed of lightning. Not before long, all 800 androids were zapped and destroyed. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fei prompted when he finally arrived with the injured student Wang. Are you our reinforcements?" "Are we safe?" said the man, startled and shocked. The others that were still sane took notice of the destruction of the androids and immediately cheered. It spread out quickly and everyone could finally draw in a breath of relief. "Calm down. There might be more of them coming. Help the injured." "Where is Han Tianyu?" Jiang Fei shouted the name louder. "Here," cried a female fighter, waving her arms high to attract Jiang Fei's attention. Han Tianyu was currently unconscious. Most importantly, the man had lost both of his legs. Fortunately, whoever treated Han Tianyu had saved his life. The bleeding was not stopped but merely slowed down with tight bandages on the severed limb. "Hold him up," said Jiang Fei. He then pretended to slip his hand inside his pocket, which was a ruse to materialize 2 Grand Restore pills from the ring. The pills were a hyper-condensed version of healing potions. It could not restore Han Tianyu's legs, but it could at least completely stop the bleeding. After Han Tianyu was force-fed with the pills, his pale complexion was replaced with a normal one. In less than a minute, Han Tianyu was rudely awoken by Jiang Fei. "Ugh! My leg! My leg is gone," he grunted when he saw his legs were missing. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "I'll repair your legs when this is over. Most importantly, tell me what happened here." Healing Han Tianyu's legs was nothing but a simple task with the medical bay. Right then, he needed to know what had happened in order to tackle the problem. Chapter 1077, Badly Wounded Han Tianyu 2, the pills were taken and Han Tianyu was woke up, yet his legs were still missing. But at least the man could talk. What the hell, the man was still in shock after he was awake. When he came to, he thought he was still in the middle of an attack and was frantically struggling when he opened his eyes. Jiang Fei held him down and shouted into his face. "Wake up! You're fine. No more bad guys here. It's just me, Jiang Fei." "Is that you? Oh God. You're here." Han Tianyu calmed down, but he was still in a daze. It took him a few seconds before he was caught up to speed. His cognitive abilities returned after. He reasoned the situation was taken care of when he was sure that Jiang Fei was shouting in his face. If he was there, the 2 level 5 companions would surely be around, which meant that no enemy would survive. "Have you calmed down?" Jiang Fei asked as he offered a bottle of water for Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu took a sip of it and started to explain. "I'm not sure what happened. I remembered things going smoothly. I bought a few men and gained access to a few ships to leave this country. When everything was going according to plan and the martial artists were boarding the ship, we were suddenly bombarded with attacks. Han Tianyu's information was truly insufficient. According to what he explained, Han Tianyu had bribed a few key officers to gain access to the port. The port was only a small, inconspicuous port for small fishermen boats to dock after they were done for the day. He then threw in a large sum of money to keep a few people quiet about it and arranged for the pickup during the dark of the night. The entire operation was prematurely deemed as a success when the boats that he arranged had arrived on time. However, when they had only started to board the ship, the androids suddenly made their move and attacked. Being only a level 2 fighter, Han Tianyu was gravely injured during the first wave of attacks. "I suspect foul play here. Someone is betraying me from the inside," whispered Han Tianyu. He had never told anyone about the port's location beforehand, merely a few moments before departure. If there was a leak, it should be someone from when he started the entire operation. We'll deal with that later. Right now, where are the boats? Are they still here? "We need to leave," said Jiang Fei. Although it was crucial to sieve out the betrayer, it could be left for the future. Right now, it was vital that they leave the country as soon as possible. "Captain, I have detected a large number of high-energy mechanical lifeforms approaching our location, said 0542. Ariel, there are incoming enemies. Please handle them. The rest of you, follow me. Jiang Fei ordered. Right now, Jiang Fei could only place his hopes on Han Tianyu's boats. Ariel's teleportation could not be used since traveling via space-time manipulation would rip apart the human body. Only level 4 or stronger humans could stand the after-effects of teleportation. These martial artists were good, but they were not strong. Moreover, almost half of them were in dire need of treatment. Some had even lost their limbs. Darling! I hate to interrupt, but the enemies are already here, said Isabella. Even without actually using her powers, Isabella's perception ability was better than 0542 within a certain range. Ariel, you think you could handle them? Yes. There aren't any strong androids amongst them. I shouldn't have any problem by myself, said Ariel confidently. Good. I trust you to it. If it was possible, Jiang Fei would not want Ariel to handle the threats alone, but most importantly, he did not want Isabella to fight at all. Even with the Corval resting on her head majestically, there was still the problem with limited Valium supplies. Engaging with the enemy would exhaust the Valium he had on Isabella. Before he could replenish his supply of Valium or gain the means to fully treat Isabella, it was crucial to prevent her from fighting. It took some time to help Han Tianyu, and before Jiang Fei could bring everyone away from the already devastated battlefield, beams of blue lasers pierced the night sky. The enemies were here, and they were not going to play nice. Darling, let me take care of them. Please retreat, said Ariel whilst gathering electrical energy in her body. Be quick about it, said Jiang Fei before he ran towards the beach with the other martial artists. Jiang Fei was worried about Ariel, but not as much as Isabella. Even then, Isabella's problem was greater than Ariel handling some made-in-China robots. She was, after all, a level 5, even if she was a pseudo-level 5, her powers triumphed over mere level 4 androids that could never defeat even a level 3 martial artist in a fair fight. 0542, are you sure there aren't any level 5 androids? Jiang Fei asked. Captain, I have scanned the area 3 times and had not detected any level 5 energy readings beside Isabella and Ariel, 0542 replied. That's great. Without level 5 androids present then, dealing with level 4 androids would only be a matter of time. Crackles of thunder could be heard, and that was an indication of the start of the battle. Ariel conjured a bolt of lightning so massive and large that she formed it into a large dragon, crackling with sparks of electricity. Like a dragon, Ariel controlled the flow of electricity to strike the ground, spreading over 1 billion volts of power throughout the ground where the androids stood. Ariel had inherited powers that once belonged to Phoenix. She was a true Achilles heel to anything that functioned on electricity. Even though her electromagnetic disruption could not affect the androids due to Planet Namek's superior build quality, an extremely powerful surge of electricity would still render them useless. It only took several of those electric dragons and 3 minutes in total to annihilate the entire army of androids. Over thousands of androids ceased to function immediately when the electric dungeon struck them. They were either destroyed or short-circuited, with their core chips destroyed from the inside. A few fortunate ones only had their battery supply fired, yet they were rendered motionless without them. I'm done, said Ariel after she flashed herself to Jiang Fei's side. They had yet to make it to the beach. Good job. Don't let your guard down just yet. The enemies might still be coming. We need to leave before they send in a level 5 android, said Jiang Fei. The sight of many wounded fighters was not convincing Jiang Fei that they could make it to the port before the enemy did. Project Supreme Android achieving a level 5 breakthrough was not a secret anymore. If China dared to attack the martial artists, he bet that they already had a way to deal with the level 5 masters with level 5 androids of their own. Keep going, everyone! The port is near! We are almost out of here. Jiang Fei cheered as he could faintly see the outline of the beach ahead. It's only a few kilometers left. We can do this. Remember our training. We have run more than hundreds of kilometers with boulders behind our backs. "This is nothing but a walk in the park," said the other, trying to give pep talks to their fellow students. To be fair, a few kilometers of flatlands were truly nothing but a walk in the park. However, almost every one of them was carrying the wounded. At that moment, it was no longer a walk in the park but a trial of pain and endurance. "Warning! Warning!" Detecting Supreme Lifeform approaching our location, just as when Jiang Fei had thought he saw a glimpse of hope, 0542's alarm blared. Chapter 1078, Too weak, something's wrong, level 5? Jiang Fei froze. The last thing that he wanted was a level 5 enemy. Come a million level 4 but never a single level 5. Isabella could not really fight and Ariel was not even a real level 5. There were no words to describe how conflicted Jiang felt was then. On one hand, he needed to save the people there, on the other, he needed to stop the level 5 from coming. The question was, how? "Darling, I'll handle them," said Ariel immediately when Jiang Fei's mind was beginning to drift towards the negative. She braced herself and shot off into the sky, facing off the incoming enemy alone. "Bella, follow me and only act if Ariel is in an absolute pinch. Everyone else, start running. I don't care if your feet falls off. Pick up the pace." Jiang Fei roared. The amount of Valium he had was extremely scarce. However, whether he liked it or not, Isabella might be using them tonight. "It'll be fine. Even if I'm not, I will be," said Isabella, comforted Jiang Fei before she too shot off into the sky to join Ariel. Han Tianyu scowled as he saw just how painful Jiang Fei felt when he had to send off two of his companions away. Feeling guilty, he shouted to the other martial artists, "Move faster. We're so close." Concurrently, Ariel had just encountered the enemy. Without even exchanging words, the enemy fired off a streak of blue particle beam towards her. In response, Ariel fired off a bolt of lightning imbued with everything she had. When the two attacks met, it clashed into each other, releasing a surge of power that was so bright that it lit up the night sky. "Get down!" Jiang Fei roared. He quickly pushed down the person that was carrying Han Tianyu to the ground and put up a chi barrier on him and protected the two. The fight between Ariel and the other level 5 was happening far away from where Jiang Fei was. The blast of the clashing attacks was so strong that its residual energy could still travel as far as 100 kilometers. Jiang Fei was well within that range and had to do something to protect Han Tianyu from taking the full effect of that. Those that were not protected immediately fell to the ground, vomiting blood from being bathed in the residual power of a level 5 metahuman. Those who can stand, pick up those who can't. "We need to leave. We need to leave now," Jiang Fei roared. By shielding Han Tianyu and the others, Jiang Fei had taken a full blast of that residual energy, sending his own energy inside his body on a runaway mode. Even so, the pain and discomfort he felt was not enough to render him immobile. The fear of being struck once more was good enough to keep him moving. As expected, those that could still move were level 4 fighters. There was only a small portion of fighters at the pinnacle stage of level 3 who could walk, but they were too weak to help the others. Everyone was either limping or dragging their unconscious friends, a scene no different from war refugees. While Jiang Fei and the others were pushing themselves beyond their limit to escape, Ariel breathed a sigh of relief. Her opponent was clearly not as strong as she thought, allowing her to repel the attack. The enemy might have the energy reading of a level 5, but his body, much like Ariel or even weaker than her, was incredibly weak. "Sister Bella, I think I can handle this alone. Please go to Darling and help him," said Ariel with confidence. "All right, I'll leave you alone to deal with him," said Isabella calmly, as she too had sensed that the enemy was not as strong as what it seemed. Ariel and the enemy exchanged blows 3 times before one of Ariel's attacks finally hit its target. With a clever feint, she diverted her lightning bolt to bend behind the enemy and strike him from behind. The bolt of lightning hit its target, but it was not enough to destroy him. However, it was more than enough to reveal a vital piece of information. The target was burnt on the entire left portion of his body, revealing a metallic skeletal system underneath a synthetic skin. "I knew it's a machine, both Isabella and Ariel cried. Jiang Fei was right all along. The military had already managed to make the breakthrough in creating level 5 androids. Someone's coming, cried Isabella when she was about to return to Jiang Fei. Looks like the battle will only escalate further, said Ariel, preparing herself to fight by summoning the power of lightning and allowing it to flow throughout her body. Before the enemy reinforcements could reach, Ariel ended the fight with continuous, rapid attacks, making the enemy utterly useless in doing anything. Her last attack had managed to overload the enemy's circuitry, rendering many of its internal parts unusable. Just as when she was going to destroy the enemy with a huge bolt of lightning, fashioned into a javelin, for androids with the power readings of level 5, appeared and erected 4 barriers to protect their severely injured comrade. Big sister, I can handle this. Please let me, Ariel pleaded, not wanting Isabella to use any of her powers. After exchanging a few blows with the first androids, she had understood how they fought and how their system worked. Every time they did something, be it offensive attacks or defensive barriers, they would need some time to recharge. That feature only caused them to be incredibly inefficient in a fight, not to mention weak. Knowing that, Ariel was confident that she could fight all of them alone. Be careful, Isabella cried, not wanting to leave. She was there preparing to interfere if Ariel was about to be defeated. The bolt of lightning that she had fashioned in her hand was made even bigger. It grew so big that it was at least 20 times her size. While the enemies were still preoccupied with tending to their comrade, Ariel split the bolt of lightning and animated it into snakes. Eat this, Ariel sneered and released all of them towards the enemy. In the next second, the battle ended with the barrier that the enemy erected was destroyed and the attack striking them down. If Jiang Fei was present then, he would not believe his eyes. There was no doubt that Ariel was strong, but those level 5 androids were incredibly weak. Something's not right. Why are they so weak? Isabella thought to herself. She was not looking down at Ariel, but something about those level 5 androids make it seem that they were nothing but level 4 androids. That being said, Ariel, capable of manipulating lightning itself, was the kryptonite of androids. Until the day they could figure out how to deal with electrical surge, they would have to bow down to her. To put in comparison, Ariel's elemental advantage made her much stronger than level 5 androids. However, if Ariel's power level was considered a pseudo-level 5, the androids would have a genuine level 5 energy reading but an extremely weak vessel. If that were the case, a real level 5, Isabella, for example, could take on at least 25 level 5 androids alone without even breaking a sweat. As soon as the battle was concluded, Jiang Fei and the rest of the wounded had boarded the ships. The battle stopped then when all 5 androids ceased attacking and decided to escape, leaving Ariel completely unharmed. To be fair, Ariel could never fully defeat all of them without Isabella's help. Darling, we're back. Ariel greeted Jiang Fei as she and Isabella flashed themselves to his side. How did it go? Isabella, how do you feel? Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei knew about the level 5 androids through information feeds from 0542. He had genuinely thought that the only way to defeat them was by having Isabella unleashing her power of berserk. Well, I feel fine. The truth was I didn't move a finger. Ariel took care of everything by herself. What? How is that possible? Said Jiang Fei, surprised. Jiang Fei did not bother sugarcoating the fact that Ariel was only a pseudo-level 5 metahuman, but the fact that she could single-handedly win a fight against 5 level 5 androids was unbelievable. It's true. I didn't even need to be there, to be honest, said Isabella before she started to explain how the fight ended. I understand that Ariel has the advantage of lightning, but those level 5 androids couldn't be that weak? Jiang Fei groaned as he frowned. Although he was glad that Ariel had defeated the enemies without taking much of a scratch, the fact that they could not even land an attack on her proved that something was extremely wrong. How could they possess the power of a level 5 but fail to fight like one? Chapter 1079, Unexplainable Intuition. The Exodus was a success with all 6 boats leaving China and into the open sea. Are the military's level 5 androids really that weak? said Jiang Fei to himself, pondering on the strength of the androids. Based on what Ariel had described, those androids had genuinely reached the power of level 5 yet. When they were put up against another level 5 fighter, the androids were completely outgunned even when they had more fighters. Are they not related to the unknowns that we fought before? Are they a separate entity? Who are they? Jiang Fei began to ask the real question. According to 0542's analysis, the difference between the unknowns and the military's level 5 androids differed greatly. 0542, I want to hear your opinion in this, Jiang Fei asked. In terms of numbers and data analysis, 0542 would have a better processing capability than Jiang Fei. Captain, according to my analysis based on data collected from previous battle and Ariel's experience, I have calculated and concluded that the military's level 5 androids are too weak. If they are really built based on Namek's technology, they are only at the rudimentary level, 0542 continued to explain. The unknowns that Jiang Fei had encountered the other day were built using technology from Namek. Based on the data collected, whoever had built the unknowns had clear mastery of Namek's technology. However, they lacked proper facilities and insufficient data to fully master Namek's technology to its fullest. To put in comparison, the unknowns were postgraduate students while the military's androids were only at junior school. That was the vast difference between the unknowns and the military. So, based on what you said, could the two be related? If not at all? Jiang Fei asked, since he had always assumed that the unknowns were developed by the military. It is impossible to state that the two entities are not related, but I have only calculated a 15% chance of them being related to each other, said 0542. Who are they really? Gotta put that in my schedule. I need to take some time to investigate them, said Jiang Fei as he made his decision to uncover the truth of the unknowns. They had made themselves an enemy out of Jiang Fei the moment they revealed themselves trying to steal Braveheart's ship fragment. My suggestion is to wait until the super radar system returns with a proper result. That way, you would have a detailed report on Braveheart's position throughout the globe, said 0542. Right. Let's wait for that. We are not really out of danger yet, said Jiang Fei. To be fair, Ariel might have fended off a few androids. They were not really in the green zone since the ships were still in Chinese water. To make things worse, they were riding on boats that were meant for fishermen. Not only were they small and slow, but they were also completely defenseless. Not even Jiang Fei could do anything if they were suddenly attacked by Marines. Besides Jiang Fei, no one else had the means to fly away. However, Jiang Fei's worries were for naught. Han Tianyu had already prepared an aircraft carrier-class ship in the middle of the open sea. By the time everyone had boarded the aircraft carrier, they could rest and recuperate without the need to worry about being attacked by China. Take these people to Island 904. Once there, prepare temporary accommodation for them, said Jiang Fei, ordering the crew members to prepare for their arrival. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to stay on the ship since it would take several days before they could reach the Winter Islands. With the legless Han Tianyu hugging him like a baby koala, Jiang Fei pulled out the hoverboard and boarded it. He picked up Han Tianyu from his back and carried him with both of his hands, the Princess Carrie, to be exact. Ariel and Isabella flew beside him at all times. If you don't mind, because I am, could you please not carry me like this, said Han Tianyu, feeling uncomfortable being carried like a girl. He had always been the one that carried girls into his chambers that way. It felt wrong being carried by Jiang Fei. Shush. No one's here anyway. Be nice, it'll only be a few hours, said Jiang Fei. Before Han Tianyu could say anything else, Jiang Fei controlled the sword and zoomed past the ocean. It took a few hours to reach the Winter Islands. Rest. When you're awake, you'll on your feet. Literally, said Jiang Fei. They were in Han Tianyu's own private mansion on the island. There, Jiang Fei made sure that there was no one in the mansion before materializing the medical bay. Han Tianyu, knowing what Jiang Fei was going to do, felt confident that Jiang Fei would cure him. All right, I'll leave myself in your capable hands, he said before closing his eyes in one of the medical pods. He knew that his benefactor had the means and methods of alien technology. If there was someone in the world that could fix his legs, it would be Jiang Fei. Once the doors of the medical pod were closed, a special liquid was infused into it. Han Tianyu was immediately placed into a comatose state before he was fully submerged into it. A series of numbers and text scrolled past the information screen before the sound of the whirling electricity started. Jiang Fei left the mansion and made his way back to his own house. It would take more than a day for Han Tianyu to fully recover, and Jiang Fei would not want to waste his time waiting for that. He returned to his room and lay down on his bed without changing his clothes. Of all the things that happened, the one thing that troubled him the most was the Chinese military. If they were able to develop and produce level 5 androids, who were the ones that had made the unknowns? If the military had no connections to the unknowns, how were they daring enough to publicly go against the martial artists? Ariel was not even a genuine level 5 metahuman, and she had hooped those level 5 androids' asses back to China. What about real level 5 martial artists? They would pack up those level 5 androids in recycling bins back to the military with ease. I can't figure it out. Jiang Fei roared, venting his frustration at his own incompetence to grasp what was going on with the world. Captain, there is no need to worry. There will be answers when the super radar systems complete the scans, said 0542 in an attempt to console Jiang Fei. When will that be? In about 55 hours, Captain. So, 2 more days. To be honest, 2 days was nothing for Jiang Fei. In the meantime, Jiang Fei spent all his free time with his family, Si Tang and Shang Guanqi. With the help of potions, Si Tang and Shang Guanqi had both made enormous progress. Shang Guanqi, who was already at the beginner stage of level 4, had reached the pinnacle stage, while Si Tang was already in the advanced stage. However, even though the two girls were strong, Jiang Fei was still hesitant in taking them out into the world with him. The reason was rather unfortunate, as most of the troubles he faced were mostly dealing with level 5 enemies. Even Jiang Fei himself had recognized that he was being a deadweight to Ariel and Isabella. Taking Si Tang or Shang Guanqi would only worsen the situation. During those 2 days, Jiang Fei spent his sleeping hours in the game. While he was worrying about many things in reality, there was one unexplainable intuition he had when he logged into the game. 0541's message had been bugging him ever since he had heard it the first time. He felt something bad would happen if he chose not to follow 0541's words, and that was to kill all NPCs of celestial tier and higher. His instincts told him that he could never face the consequences if he failed to follow 0541's advice. Chapter 1080, Hard-Headed. When Jiang Fei appeared in the game, Malia was standing right in front of him, waiting. "Big brother! You're here! I've missed you so much," cried the no longer little girl as she jumped to him and gave him a hug. "Eh? How? Why? Did you wait for me here all this time?" said Jiang Fei. The little girl had always been on her own, and Jiang Fei would take some time before he could even find her. Today, oddly enough, she was waiting for him. TCH. It's because of that little lion. He's not fun to play with anymore. Malia vented. "Oh no! What did you do?" said Jiang Fei nervously, thinking that she might have killed the guardian lion. Malia had the appearance of a young adult, perhaps the same age of Jiang Fei now, yet her mental age was still that of a child. With Jiang Fei, Malia completely lowered her guard. She saw Jiang Fei as someone as close as her own brother. She then proceeded to tell everything about the 10-headed guardian lion and how he had managed to piss her off. After she was done venting everything, Jiang Fei pitied the guardian lion. To think that the girl had actually learned to be angry. Jiang Fei could empathize the guardian lion of what he had been through. Jiang Fei knew that the girl might have grown physically while still behaving like a child. The guardian lion did not. Everything that the girl said or told was treated as the truth by the guardian lion. He was already scared stiff to how Malia grew, and when she started to lash out words when she was mad, the guardian lion, even as a high celestial tier boss, was afraid to go against her. How could he still play around with the girl that had killed all of his underlings? The unfortunate part, besides being forever bound to Malia, was his silence and stoic demeanor around Malia. The more careful he was, the more Malia felt he was boring. As such, Malia could not stand to even look at him until the point where the girl would not want to play with him anymore. Which led to where Jiang Fei was now. The guardian lion was still there, standing majestically by her side but not daring to stand too close. To become Malia's mount was a fate far more cruel than actual death. At least he would be spared from days of being in constant fear. "Big brother, where are we going to play today?" said the girl as she tugged his sleeves. The girl was not contented with playing with the guardian lion and wanted to play to her heart's content with Jiang Fei. "Let's go to the altar," said Jiang Fei. "Oh yeah, to the altar." Malia cheered happily. She had been to the altar before, but it was when she was only a little girl no taller than the base of a chair. She was chased away before she could even get close to the altar. Now that Jiang Fei was taking her there, her mood was immediately better. "Oh yeah, let's go," said Jiang Fei, matching her enthusiasm. The 10-headed guardian lion remained quiet even when Jiang Fei was already there to lighten the mood. He was still afraid of Malia and what she might do. In the end, as his servant, he needed to follow wherever she went. After a short walk, Jiang Fei realized that he was being surrounded by primordials. Not purposely, but merely position. They were all unaware of his current position, but if Jiang Fei tried to move forward, he would be stepping into their aggro range. There was no single open path for him to move. Jiang Fei sighed heavily before he opened the bad news to Malia. "Malia, we need to stop here. If we go any further, the bad guys will know and come and stop us." "What?" "No! I don't want to stop." "It's the same as the last time," said Malia disgruntledly. She clearly remembered what happened the last time she came. "Let's go back." "I'm sure there's other places we could go," said Jiang Fei. There were so many primordials then. With only 3 of them, it was impossible for Jiang Fei to open a path into the heavily guarded altar. He was actually secretly hoping that Malia could do something about it. "No! I don't want to. I'm here now. Let's go. I don't care if they come." Malia grunted madly before she turned to the guardian lion behind her. The poor guardian lion froze stiff when the girl turned to look at him. He knew that the girl was going to ask him to do something that was not going to end well for him. "Go, little lion, open a path for us. I want to see the altar." "Well, I stammered. The guardian lion could not bring himself to disobey his master, yet he dared not move forward. He was actually one of the 4 great guardians of the altar. He knew who were the other 3 great guardians well enough to know never to fight them head on. After thinking it through, the guardian lion swallowed whatever pride he had left in him as a primordial celestial and decided to obey his master's order. He had already made a soul-binding contract with Malia and was no longer part of the primordials. The guardian lion roared, sending a wave of power throughout his surroundings. He then grew so large in size that he was at least 3 times larger than before. Now, he stood at least 10 meters tall. After transforming into his feral form, the guardian lion stomped loudly as he made his way towards the altar, not wanting to be covert about it anymore. His roar was so loud that the other primordials must have heard it. "Let's go," said Malia as she pulled Jiang Fei's hands. When the guardian lion was close to the altar, he roared deafeningly once more and charged towards the group of more than 10 primordials. Those primordials had odd appearances. One looked exactly like a rock golem and one was literally a pool of moving dirt water. While the others shared the same odd appearances, there was only one that had a human form. The one that looked no different than a middle-aged man came forward to face the guardian lion. "What are you doing? Have you finally gone mad?" said the man. Due to the massive size of the guardian lion, its aura completely blanketed Jiang Fei and Malia's aura, masking their presence from the other primordials. "Humph, enough of your fake grandiose posture. I am here to fight you fair and square, dumb bear," the guardian lion roared. Naturally, he would never reveal that he had already become someone else's servant. Without giving the other time to prepare, the guardian lion leaped towards him with his jaws wide open to bite. "Please! If it's violence you want, then it's violence you'll get," said the man before turning into a huge bipedal bear that was the same height as the guardian lion. The two primordials started their fight. Beastkin were different than other beings as to how they fight. Usually, they would resort to the most primitive means of fighting, a simple brawl, even for a primordial level. "Wow! There's a fight! Go! Lion, go!" cried Maluya when she reached. "Sheesh! Why are they still fighting one-on-one? What era are they still stuck in?" said Jiang Fei when he noticed the other primordials were sitting by the side, spectating the brawl as if the fight was nothing of their concern. When the massive brawl between two giants continued, Jiang Fei took the time to examine the other primordials. Beside the bear, and two others that Jiang Fei could not access their level range, perhaps due to being in the high celestial tier, the rest of the spectators were intermediate celestials and lower celestials. "Go! Lion, go!" Maluya continued to chant even when they could be seen and heard by the other primordials. Maluya's naivety was so profound that sometimes, Jiang Fei could see Maluya not fear anything in the world and yet still be afraid of tentacle monsters. Unfortunately, her cheers had caught the attention of the other primordials. Chapter 1081, Forgotten Almighty Weapon, Human, That's a Human. The cries of Maluya had caught the attention of the other primordials. To be honest, the two of them were exposed and clearly seen by all. However, the others did not care about the two of them because of their masked presence. The other primordials had only thought that they were lackeys of the 10-headed guardian lion. After all, they had a tendency to take in humans or elves as their servants. However, when the primordials paid attention to Maluya and Jiang Fei, their masked presence was discovered. Especially Jiang Fei, being a celestial tier human in the realm of the primordials, was unforgivable. "Guardian lion! What have you become? Why are humans here? Are you helping them?" the giant bear scoffed whilst attacking the guardian lion. "You've said enough," the guardian lion roared. He did not want to reveal anything more, as the fact that he became the girl's mount was a laughable matter. "Stop watching and get rid of them," said the bear to the other primordials. "I knew there's going to be trouble," said Jiang Fei. There were at least 8 lower and intermediate celestial bosses and 2 primordials which he could not see their levels. The two of them, without a doubt, were high celestials. "Maluya, I leave all of them to you," said Jiang Fei before he pushed Maluya to the front and hid behind her. "Hiya," the girl gasped in surprise after being pulled and pushed to the front. She had never expected Jiang Fei to actually do something that shameful. Was that not the best situation to show how manly Jiang Fei was? How could he just push all the trouble to her? Unfortunately, before she could say anything about it, the primordials were already charging towards her. "No! Get away from me!" cried the young lady. Although she was strong, she was still a young girl at heart, having to face a large number of scary-looking things were terrifying at best. Whoosh! The gray flame ignited and her entire body was on fire. The guardian lion jumped at the sudden whoosh of the flame and quickly diverted the fight between him and the bear further away. He knew how strong the fire was and how scary it could be. "Finally, you're going to regret looking down on me," albeit still being scared, the guardian lion could still cheer happily. He knew that he would be dragging down the bear with him down the gutter. The jubilant feeling he felt was akin to having someone who laughed at you falling into the same outcome as you did. "Get away!" "No!" cried the little girl as she waved her arms and hands, trying to chase away the primordials as if she was chasing flies from a plate of a freshly cooked dish. However, it sent out flames that were in her hands and arms towards the incoming primordials. "Third brother, fifth brother, you guys take care of this pipsqueak, the rest, and I will handle the other." Everyone besides the guardian lion was severely underestimating Maluya's powers. They ignored the girl's flames and focused on trying to kill Jiang Fei. One of the primordials did not bother to dodge the gray fire that Maluya had thrown out and got burned by it. Before he could even open his mouth to scream in pain, the fire completely engulfed the primordial, turning it into dust before the burning process could even start. It all happened in an instant. Fourth brother, the other primordials who noticed cried out in horror. "What's going on? Argh, argh." Before anyone could make sense of the situation, 2 more primordials were burnt to ashes. "Damn it all! Kill that girl first," said the one that was heading towards Jiang Fei. He quickly stopped his tracks and turned towards Maluya. 3 of his comrades were killed in a blink of an eye. Even though they were all lower celestials, the girl had proved herself to be formidable to have killed all of them with just a swing of her arm. "What a shame," Jiang Fei sighed. Those primordials that Maluya had killed off would not drop anything. "Could I sneak in a kill?" said Jiang Fei to himself. Since all the primordials then were fully focused on trying to stay alive and kill Maluya, Jiang Fei, being ignored, thought of trying to kill at least one of them. "It's been too long since I've used this," said Jiang Fei as he took out Dragon's Bane. Dragon's Bane, projectile weapon, Nephilim's holy weapon. Use, throw Dragon's Bane to target, dealing damage equal to 100x attack power. Note, automatic homing capability. Ignores all defensive properties with 100% accuracy. Requires the user to manually pick Dragon's Bane up after using it. Dragon's Bane had long been forgotten since using the weapon was a huge gamble. If Jiang Fei failed to kill the enemy after using it, the enemy could pick it up and use it against Jiang Fei himself. It was a double-edged sword that Jiang Fei needed to be extra careful when using it. Before he reached the rank of Celestial, Jiang Fei was already more than capable of killing all NPC bosses weaker than Celestial. That was why he had no use for the Dragon's Bane. Against Celestial tier boss or higher, using Dragon's Bane would only be for naught. He might even permanently lose the weapon. Today was different. Today, he shall dust off the Dragon's Bane and use it to kill a primordial. Jiang Fei was prepared to attack, but instead of joining forces with Maluya, he chose to get far away from her. The girl was blindly throwing out her flames. As much as he wanted to utilize that to his advantage, he would not want to die due to friendly fire. Another factor was Maluya's sure kill hits. Dragon's Bane attack attribute was considered to be chaos type, but it was still impossible for it to instantly kill a celestial boss. His current attack power was only around 3 million, 100 times that was only 300 million, powerful but not enough to properly kill a celestial. There was no chance that Jiang Fei could land a minor blow to any of the primordials around Maluya since her attacks would instantly kill her targets. He had 0 chances. On the other hand, the bear that the Guardian Lion was fighting could be a potential target. The fight between the Guardian Lion and the bear was far away from where Maluya was. Moreover, boss NPCs were fighting with their fists instead of throwing out powers that might cause wide area damage. Jiang Fei could literally stand beside the bear without worrying about getting caught in the fight. The best part, both sides were attacking, trading blows slowly. Jiang Fei could easily find the right moment to throw out Dragon's Bane and kill the bear boss. Right then, there were 2 battles happening at the same time. The first being between the Guardian Lion and the giant bear. The other was between Maluya and the remaining 6 primordial celestials. Both sides were ignoring Jiang Fei's existence, allowing him to sneak out of one into the other. Sword form, Jiang Fei called out Soul Cutter into the air. Even though he wanted to use Dragon's Bane as the final killing blow, he would need to build up his attack power with Ruthless Barrage. Chapter 1082, Pouring Cold Water. When the Soul Cutter was summoned and ready to deal some damage, Jiang Fei dared not to unleash his plethora of skills. His intention was to inflict the least amount of damage to build up Ruthless Barrage. Unleashing skills would attract unwanted attention from the boss. Unwanted attention would lead to unwanted endings. Knowing how much of a farce he would cause, Jiang Fei found himself a nice tree of which he hid behind and attacked slowly to stack Ruthless Barrage. The damage was not important right then, as he could not afford to build enmity towards the bear boss. That was the job of the Guardian Lion. All he needed to do was to make sure Ruthless Barrage was stacked and deliver the killing blow with Dragon's Bane. the bear grunted when he noticed he was being poked at even though Jiang Fei was already attacking at a rate so slow just to make sure Ruthless Barrage combo timer did not end. Fortunately, the bear had only glared at Jiang Fei every time Jiang Fei made an attack. From the perspective of the boss, Jiang Fei was nothing but a tiny annoying fly. Annoying enough to make him glare, but not annoying enough to make him want to kill Jiang Fei. The aggro that the Guardian Lion had generated was far greater than what Jiang Fei could. Minutes later, even though Jiang Fei's level was too low to allow him to actually see the actual number of health points the bosses had, he saw the boss health point bar, which was already at around 55%. Ah, F***CK. I don't know what the actual numbers are. Jiang Fei grunted when he noticed the one flaw of his meticulously planned strategy. Even though Dragon's Bane could inflict around 1 billion damage, the problem was with the boss health. 55% could literally mean 55 billion health points. 1 billion damage might only be a scratch to the bear but a lethal blow to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei might be a celestial tier, but a celestial NPC and a celestial player differed greatly. One key difference was the maximum health points. Players might have the superior attack power, but they could not ever match with a celestial tier NPC. Jiang Fei had to think carefully before he acted, especially since he was without his 9 treasure cauldrons. Just when Jiang Fei's patience was about to be paid off, the bear's health bar was already at 15% and Maluya came to the fight and interfered. Bad Lion! What are you doing? Bad Lion, cried Maluya as she hurled out a gray fireball towards the bear. Oh! With a loud, solemn cry, the bear was burned into ashes, killed. The high celestial tier boss was not supposed to be killed in an instant. It only happened because the bear had 15% health points left. Arg! F***CK. Jiang Fei roared frustratingly. He had been holding the Dragon's Bane in his hand for so long, just to have his kill stolen by Maluya. Huh? Big brother? Did you say something? Maluya turned when she noticed Jiang Fei came out from behind the tree. Nothing. Nothing important, said Jiang Fei, defeated. What could he say? Could you undo the death of the bear? The man had been waiting for so long, just to deliver the killing blow, only to be outgunned by Maluya. She had just poured the world's coldest pail of water on his head. Humph. Bad Lion. Bad boy. Why did you take so long to kill the bear? I'm disappointed in you, said the girl as she pinched the Guardian Lion's ear, completely ignoring the fact that Jiang Fei too was disappointed with Maluya. The girl was completely oblivious of what had happened, even when she saw the defeated Jiang Fei came out of hiding with a solemn expression hanging on his face. She was too naive to pick that up. Oh well. Quest comes first. There should be more bosses further on. I would still have a chance to kill some primordials. I just need to inform Maluya beforehand, said Jiang Fei, consoling himself from the defeat. Huh? How is he back to full health? Jiang Fei cried when he noticed the Guardian Lion's health was back to 100% when it was just at 10% not too long ago. Oh! My little lion is injured, so I healed him, said Maluya proudly. Wow! What a good girl you are, Maluya. You can fight and heal at the same time. How reliable, said Jiang Fei, not holding back when it came to complimenting Maluya. Until now, he still did not know where the girl actually came from. Why were there 3 holy spirits inside of her? How did she appear in the celestial realm in the first place? Hee hee. I'm reliable, said the girl, fidgeting with excitement from being praised by Jiang Fei. All right. Calm down. Let's continue our journey to the altar, said Jiang Fei loudly to pick up Maluya's spirit. From where they were, it would only take less than 30 minutes to reach the altar. Jiang Fei would be able to finish his quest soon. Not 5 minutes later, Maluya suddenly cried out. Whoa! There's so many coming to us. What? Stunned, Jiang Fei quickly checked his minimap. All the primordials that were scattered all around the realm were gathering at their position. Moreover, based on the minimap, they were coming at them at intense speed. Shit! We're discovered! Jiang Fei gasped. If he wanted to ascend the altar, he must first deal with all the incoming enemies. Especially the guardians of the altar. Based on the minimap, there were 15 small red dots, 8 large red dots, and 5 skull icons that were coming towards him. The small dots represented lower celestials while the larger dots represented intermediate celestials. The skill icon was used because they represented absolute death, the high celestials. Amongst those 5 high celestials, 2 of them were ranked the same as the guardian lion, the strongest of all high celestials. They only took less than a few seconds to appear in front of Jiang Fei. Explain yourself, guardian lion. Why did you betray your own kind? You had killed Satyr. The NPC that spoke was another beastkin, a wolf to be exact. Satyr was the bear that guardian lion, or more specifically, Malia had killed. Warrant, are you here to stop me as well? The guardian lion snarled back at the wolf's growl. The two were once comrades, but now, they were reunited as enemies. Enough talking. It is time to end their lives, said another high celestial. This time, it was a huge stone golem. It looked even more vicious than the wolf. Garland, son of the earth, primordial celestial, level? Health points? Attack power? Skills, unknown. Note, elemental lord, son of Therazane the Earthmother. F***ck Jiang Fei had finally met one of the elementals, one of the rulers of the primordial celestial realm. The entire celestial realm was ruled by 4 great elemental lords. The Lord of the Wind was killed by King Zhou of Shang. That was why there were only 3 elemental lords who had a cycle ruling system. Moreover, Garland was the son of Therazane the Earthmother. He must be one of the important NPCs in the entire realm. Chapter 1083, Surrounded, Outnumbered, Garland? How are you here? Said the guardian lion, scared. Humph. It's fortunate that I've suddenly thought of changing shift with Satyr or I wouldn't know of your betrayal. Garland sneered. Is this guy strong? Jiang Fei whispered. Something was wrong with the guardian lion and Jiang Fei could easily tell from the subtle tics of his body. Strong is an understatement, the guardian lion huffed before he quickly went through Garland's history and background. Although it was known that the primordials possessed no sex, that did not stop them from producing offsprings. Garland was the son of Therazane the Earthmother. Therazane breathed life into one of her footprints of which she left on the Great Earth. Although not directly, Garland shared the same blood with Therazane, making him an important celestial to Therazane and the realm. Not only did she place Garland in the ruling cabinet, but she had also bestowed a primordial gear to him. Because of that primordial gear, Garland is near invincible in this realm. Besides the 4 great elemental lord, there are no entities in all of the realms that could harm him, the guardian lion explained. He had never thought that Garland would have thought of participating as one of the guardians of the altar. Sheesh. Things might really get out of hand. It was clear that Garland was strong, at least stronger than the guardian lion. The only unknown left was how strong was Malia. Could she take him on? Jiang Fei was worried, but as he had already made it this far, Jiang Fei was not afraid. Even if Garland proved to be too much for her, she could still summon Lucifer and Michael to fight. Even then, if the 2 powerful angels could not defeat Garland, there was still Azazel, the angel of death. No matter how powerful Garland could be, Azazel only needed to speak his name to effectively kill him. She could even kill the mother of the world. What more could the son of the earth do? Hence, with so many trump cards in play, Jiang Fei did not worry about any of the primordial celestials, only how to take advantage of the situation to score a kill. Master, please allow me to fight Warren. Please take care of the rest, said the guardian lion before he leaped towards the wolf boss. Garland had proved too much for him to take on, leading him to Jiang Fei and Malia. Kill them! Leave no one alive! Garland commanded, sending a wave of primordials to attack Jiang Fei and Malia. Garland was over tens of meters tall. His steps alone could carry him a few meters away. Even if he attacked with his steps and missed, the shockwave of his steps would be more than enough to send a lower celestial off his feet. "Maluya, I'll leave them to you," said Jiang Fei before running away. Garland was on a whole other level. Even without his primordial gear, the boss could literally stomp him to death. "Ayaya! Big brother! You're just lazy," cried the girl as she angrily pouted at him. Back when she was still in her child form, Malia was always hiding behind Jiang Fei as he took care of smaller monsters around. It was imprinted in her mind that Jiang Fei was the knight in shining armor sent to protect her. Little did she know that when she had actually grown stronger, Jiang Fei was seen as incredibly weak. While she was venting out, all the intermediate and lower celestials split into 3 groups. One was led by Warren to fight the Guardian Lion, one charging towards Malia, and one led by Garland himself, chasing after Jiang Fei. This group of primordial was smarter than the previous groups Jiang Fei had met. Instead of fighting alone while the other watched, these primordials fought in large numbers, suppressing them with the advantage they had. Garland had made Jiang Fei his priority since out of the 3 intruders, Jiang Fei was human. Killing a human was the greatest thing anyone in the realm could contribute. What the hell? Why the hell are you chasing me for? I'm just a tiny insect. Stop chasing me! Jiang Fei cried frantically when he noticed Garland himself had decided to come for him. He had even brought along the other primordials with him. Insolent human! You shan't escape from my grasp. Stop resisting death. Surrender to its embrace, said Garland as he chased after Jiang Fei. Even though Garland was a massive stone golem, its steps could travel far, but Jiang Fei was too nimble for him. The other primordials that were with him did not dare to snatch their boss thunder by overtaking him. Just then, a loud cry of pain could be heard coming from where Malia was. Finally! My little girl is starting, said Jiang Fei with relief. He did not need to turn back to know that Malia had started her cleansing ceremony. Arg! What fire is this? Cries after cries of agony were heard, so much so that Garland grew curious and finally stopped chasing after Jiang Fei. Useless! How could you let a tiny girl destroy you? Said Garland with steam puffing from his stone-made nose. Malia had killed 4 lower and intermediate celestials and injured 2 high celestials. That level of incompetence portrayed by his underlings had angered him. Chase after him. Do not kill the human. I will personally kill him myself, said Garland before he turned back to deal with Malia. Finally able to breathe normally, Jiang Fei ran slower to catch his breath. Even so, he dared not lower his guard just yet since there were a total of 5 vicious-looking primordials chasing after him. It was then when Jiang Fei regretted his decision to run slower. When Garland finally gave up on Jiang Fei, the underlings had no need to worry to steal their boss thunder. In a flash, they increased their speed and managed to get as close as a hair length away from Jiang Fei. Shai-yi-eat! Jiang Fei screamed frantically as he ran madly. Unfortunately, the primordials were faster and effortlessly, they surrounded Jiang Fei from all corners. No way to escape, time to fight. Jiang Fei thought to himself and unsheathed Soul Cutter. These primordials that were surrounding him were all lower celestial, which meant that Jiang Fei could fight them on even grounds without the need to worry about level suppression system. Soul Cutter, exclaimed the other primordials when they saw the sword hovering above Jiang Fei. Even materialized, Soul Cutter did not want to speak, the same reason why he did not want to speak to Guardian Lion, because of shame. The other primordials knew Soul Cutter as the realm of the celestial was only so small and had only a handful of primordials to begin with. Sword form! Jiang Fei roared, unleashing the sword into an attack stance. Right now, Jiang Fei was on his own since Malia and the Guardian Lion were preoccupied. If he wanted to prevent himself from being captured, he needed to fight off the 5 primordials. With Jiang Fei's hand movement, Soul Cutter split into 128 swords, gleaming with sharp edges as it flew around the air. Human, it is best for you to just surrender. Save the trouble for later, said one of the surrounding primordial. They were in a difficult position since Garland had ordered them to capture Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei engaged them, it would most likely end up with death. Be it Jiang Fei or the primordials, death was inevitable. If Jiang Fei died during the fight, Garland would kill all of them. If the primordials died, Garland would still be able to chase after Jiang Fei and kill him. At the very least, Jiang Fei could still save effort and time. Or so they thought. Chapter 1084, Gamble, Soulcutter was ready and waiting. Before Jiang Fei engaged, he studied each and every primordial celestial to properly formulate his battle strategy. They were all lower celestials, but not every one of them was similar. Everyone had a different attack power and health points. The one that came in from behind was an assassin. He had a powerful attack power but lacked endurance. He could dish out attacks but unable to take a hit for a living. Even with that, he still had at least 500 million health points. One of the softest ones out there. The one that was facing Jiang Fei head-on was a regular fighter, brawler defender type. His attack power was considered to be the average and had over 1.2 billion health points. Both of his attack and magic defense was rather high. Killing him would be harder than the others. Jiang Fei thought for a bit before he tried to buy some time for himself to examine the others. He needed more time to find a perfect spot to start the fight. "If I surrender, promise that I would not be harmed," said Jiang Fei. "I promise that neither one of us would harm you." "Only if you surrender to us," said the tank, delighted. If they were to fight, neither one of the primordial celestial were afraid of losing to Jiang Fei. He could run, but he could never truly escape. On the other hand, if Jiang Fei was accidentally killed during the fight, Garland would have their heads squashed. Having Jiang Fei to surrender was the best outcome they could ask for. The tank was not the only one that had the same thought. They knew just how ruthless Garland could be. No one had dared to stand against him since he was the beloved child of Therazane the Earthmother. "Very well, I will surrender, but I have conditions," said Jiang Fei with a sudden twist. "Speak your mind, human," said the tank. They had already considered Jiang Fei trapped in the bag. No matter what sort of trickery Jiang Fei could pull off, he would not be able to change his fate. He could buy as much time as he wanted, but Garland would have his way with Jiang Fei sooner or later. They did not really care about Jiang Fei escaping, only if he was still alive to be killed off by Garland. "I will surrender if any one of you dares to take 10 skills from me." Jiang Fei grinned. "I have your word, human," questioned the tank. "My word is gold," Jiang Fei retorted. "Your word means nothing. Put your life on the line." "Make a contract," said the tank, knowing that Jiang Fei might be planning to do something and would not want to risk it. "So be it," Jiang Fei snorted. "Good, let's get it done." Out of the blue, a golden envelope appeared between the tank and Jiang Fei. The contract would be made if Jiang Fei agreed to its terms and conditions. Ding! The primordial celestial Alistair would like to make a contract. Content of the contract are as follows: if Alistair survives after taking 10 hits from player Jiang Fei would surrender to Alistair unconditionally. "Do you accept the terms?" "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. The envelope flashed into nothingness and the system had registered the contract had been made. "Haha. The contract has been made. I always knew that humans were cunning and sly, but I'd never know they were as dumb as they look." The tank, Alistair, laughed from the top of his lungs. He glared at Jiang Fei condescendingly and said, "Human, the condition of your surrender was 10 hits, not 10 skills. I will survive 10 hits easily. You will surrender at the end of the day." "Ha ha ha, oh no! I've been fooled," said Jiang Fei as he made an overly nervous expression. It was merely a farce. Jiang Fei's heartbeat remained the same. Since the start, he had always been as calm as a cucumber. "Let's get this over with, human. You will honor the contract." The tank roared and stood in front of Jiang Fei to take his attacks. Both Jiang Fei and he were at the lower celestial tier. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to kill him in just 10 hits. "Very well. I shall honor the contract," said Jiang Fei, hanging his head defeated. All 128 swords in the air were shrunk back into one. First strike. Jiang Fei roared as he sliced the boss when Soul Cutter returned into his hand. Minus 3,024,784, it was a decent amount of damage, but merely a prick for the tank. Second strike, minus 3,674,589. Ruthless Barrage had started to work its way, increasing Jiang Fei's attack by 20%. Interesting. So you have a stacked attack boost effect. Unfortunately, I know about your scheme. 10 hits would not do you any good, said the tank, laughing condescendingly as he did. Surely you jest. Be patient and wait for the 10th strike, said Jiang Fei. Third strike, fourth, fifth. Eighth, Jiang Fei's 8th strike dealt over 8 million damage. 2 more and you're done. Haha. You will surrender as I said you will, said the tank. Jiang Fei's attack had only managed to boost his attack to only 8 million. Even with the accumulated damage, the tank was completely unfazed. Ninth. Jiang Fei grunted but grinned at the last second. He shifted the direction of the sword, intentionally hitting the air and quickly activate the helm he was wearing. Boom! A powerful laser beam blasted out and hit the tank directly in his face. Minus 400 million. A 400 million damage popped right then, sending the tank into a fit of surprise. What is going on? Deranged, the tank was incredibly scared. 400 million damage was nothing serious, but it was so much more than the previous strike. Phew! That worked, said Jiang Fei. He had intended to use his morphing skill if the gnome adventurous goggles had failed to prop. Now that the goggles had worked, he did not need to waste his morphing skill. As the last strike, Jiang Fei thought of using the one weapon that he had been longing to use since a while back. With only over 700 million health points left, the boss would never be able to handle Dragon's Bane 100 times damage. Time to eat your words, said Jiang Fei as he hurled out the spear. Chapter 1085, Title Upgrade. The spear came whistling through the air with such intensity that it made a small sonic boom as it flew past the speed of sound. It made a loud boom as it pierced through the tank boss, dealing over 800 million damage in one hit, killing the boss with no mercy. That was the specialty of Chaos Attack. No matter how strong your defenses were, or even invulnerability, chaos damage would surely reduce your health points as long as it hit the target. Impossible, the others gasped. Of all 5 of them, Alistair the tank had the highest health points and defense. If he was not able to hold his stand being attacked by Jiang Fei, no one could. Who's next? Said Jiang Fei as he picked up the body of the dead tank from the edge of the spear and effortlessly tossed it to the other boss. It was merely an act. He had no intention to let the others prepare for anything. When the body landed, the spear was already in the air, heading towards the assassin boss. Jiang Fei's original plan was to challenge the tank boss into a one-on-one fight. The purpose was to stack up Ruthless Barrage, gaining attack power to allow him to fight properly. It was a divide-and-conquer technique. If he were to fight all 5 of them, he would never be able to survive. His attack might be strong, but his health points and defense were nothing but a piece of toilet paper when compared to the boss's. Now that he had accomplished his plan, the next thing to do was to utilize his stacked attack boost to start the massacre. The assassin saw the incoming attack and responded just as quickly. He activated Shadow Walk, an assassin skill which granted an immediate speed boost and stealth. However, Dragon's Bane had a 100% accuracy effect. No matter how you evade, unless you could teleport instantly, Dragon's Bane would always find its target and pierce it. Minus 884,751,235. One hit was all it took to take out the assassin. After dealing with 2 primordial celestials, Jiang Fei did not plan to relax for a bit. The time for preemptive strikes was over once the second boss was killed. The other primordials were already on their feet and ready to attack Jiang Fei when the tank boss was killed. They were only momentarily startled by Jiang Fei throwing the dead body to them. At the moment Jiang Fei retrieved Dragon's Bane from the assassin's dead body, he quickly unsheathed Soul Cutter out, sword form, sword dragon. Soul Cutter split into 128 swords again, and with Jiang Fei's mental command, they came together to form a large dragon made of swords. It swiveled in the air for a bit before diving straight towards the archer. Retrieving Dragon's Bane as soon as possible was to prevent the other boss from knowing what it was and how it works. Even though they might not know about it, it was still the safest to get it back in his own hands. He then commanded Soulcutter to take control of its own attacks and focus solely on the archer as Jiang Fei himself headed for the other bosses. Like ripping a balloon with a spiked baseball bat, the sword dragon ripped the archer effortlessly. The archer boss might be able to attack with speeds faster than anything Jiang Fei had seen. The sword dragon itself was not an entity that could be attacked. Most importantly, the sword dragon charged towards the archer before crashing into it, dealing so many hits. If the archer had no invulnerability skills, it would surely die. Minus 6,258,741. Minus 7,042,754. Jiang Fei's attack had reached devastating value because Ruthless Barrage had reached its maximum stack count. Jiang Fei's attack power was over 9 million then, even though the archer's defensive power was stronger than a player, being attacked 128 times, each dealing over 6 million damage was still lethal. The archer would have survived if it had high evasion stats since Soulcutter attacks were merely an extension of the player itself. Unlike Dragon's Bane, Soulcutter attacks would miss and could be nullified. Unfortunately, the archer boss had zero defensive skills. Ding! You have killed Lornia the Rose of Iron Thorns. In just a few seconds, Jiang Fei had effectively killed 3 lower celestial bosses. Kill him, cried one of the 2 remaining bosses. With the fear of death looming over their heads, they had completely forgotten about Garland's orders. It did not matter then, since if they let Jiang Fei to live, they would die. There might still be a chance for Garland to understand the situation since 3 of their comrades had been killed by Jiang Fei. Kill me? You should have done that 1,000 years ago, said Jiang Fei, grinning like a madman as he charged towards them with Dragon's Bane in his hands ready to reap their lives. Wretched human! Descend to hell with you. Redeem your sins with your blood. The 2 remaining bosses were a magician and a holy knight. The magician started chanting a spell while the knight charged towards Jiang Fei with a shield and a short sword. Sword form, reflect. Now that the archer was killed, Jiang Fei had no use for the sword dragon. He ordered the swords to come to his side and form a protective shield to stop the magician to land an attack on him. At the same time, he aimed at the knight and hurled Dragon's Bane out. Holy armor of war! The charging knight recognized the incoming spear as a lethal attack and quickly activated his invulnerability skill. However, minus 1,107,552,000. As mentioned, no matter what sort of protective skill one used, Dragon's Bane would pierce through all of that and hit its target. 1 billion damage was finally achieved when Ruthless Barrage has reached its maximum stack count. Boom! Bam! Only when the knight was killed did the magician finish chanting its spell, sending out 2 fireballs that hit the sword shield. Not only were all spells blocked, but the magician himself also took damage from all the reflected damage. So, you're the last one, said Jiang Fei with a cold grin, like the devil himself. Before, he might still be wary, but after Jiang Fei had phased and killed 4 primordial celestials, there was no reason for him to be scared of lower celestial tier NPCs, even if they were primordials. With eyes that could freeze someone with just a glare, Jiang Fei paced forward slowly, eerily to the dead knight to retrieve his Dragon's Bane. Die! You humans are not supposed to be this strong, cried the last one. The magician included, almost all primordial celestials had viewed humans, or players, as nothing but weak, puny ants, incapable of performing such a feat as actually killing a primordial celestial. Today, that view had changed, inverted in fact. How did a human, surrounded by 5 primordial celestials, kill everyone in a few seconds? He had even killed 2 of them in just one single attack. Frightened, the magician conjured a protective barrier before chanting an attack spell. Holy Shield! Holy Shield was a common invulnerability skill that Jiang Fei had seen too many times. Jiang Fei himself had the skill embedded with his accessory. The skill, although powerful on its own, was incredibly weak against buff removal skills. The magician chanted his spell frantically as that was the only thing he could do then, not knowing that the attack might actually harm Jiang Fei. "All right. It's time to put you out of your misery," said Jiang Fei. He hurled out Dragon's Bane with the least amount of strength and killed the magician without allowing him to finish his spell. Ding! After killing 5 primordial celestials, Jiang Fei received a system notification. The red title Celestial Slayer glowed with an intense crimson light. Chapter 1086, Heart of the Heavens, Celestial Slayer, the title that Jiang Fei first obtained when he had killed Solon the evil god. It was merely a title, flaunting the color red. Now, after killing 5 primordial celestials, the title had received an upgrade. Primordial Celestial Slayer, all damage received from primordial celestials is reduced by 10%, increased damage dealt to all primordial celestials. Blood Mark of the Celestial, 6. Note, when blood mark count hits 10, you will receive a new title, Anti-Primordials. Interesting, the bonus stats that came along with the title was not much, but it was still better than nothing. It was only useful against primordial celestials, which was still a bonus for Jiang Fei. It would have been better if its bonus attack and damage mitigation was applied to all instead of only primordial celestials. The battle had ended for Jiang Fei, and after he had retrieved Dragon's Bane from the corpse of the magician boss, he glanced at the other side. Malia was just done killing the last of the intermediate celestial and was now dealing with Garland himself. The 10-headed guardian lion was not doing so well since the fight was between him and a few more primordial celestials. Warrant, the wolf primordial, was not alone when he was fighting with the guardian lion. Thus, the guardian lion was utterly suppressed. Just how strong are the high celestials, said Jiang Fei to himself, feeling guilty for not being able to help out. To be honest, he could give it a shot, but their health points had proved to be too much since Jiang Fei could only see the percentage count instead of its numerical value. It was due to the great level gap between Jiang Fei and the high celestials. To help the guardian lion was similar to a huge gamble. The only way he could truly help was to deal as much damage as he could. Soul Cutter would probably be dealing a minuscule amount of damage that would not be too significant. Using Dragon's Bane might still work, but if his strike did not kill the target, he would be dealing so much damage in just one hit, drawing in the attention or aggro of the target. The result would be instant death, as Jiang Fei could not fight a high celestial. "Meh, it'll just do my thing," said Jiang Fei, shrugging the problem away. The fight between Malia and Garland was at a complete stalemate. Neither one of them was sustaining damage. Garland was not taking any damage while Malia was only taking 1 damage per hit. Garland was not taking any damage due to the effect of the primordial gear he had. Moreover, the effect of the primordial gear was able to completely nullify the destructive effect of Malia's gray flames. Garland himself was not doing any well either, since all of its godly strength could only inflict just 1 damage to Malia. The current Malia was almost at her late adolescent period, almost reaching 20s. Her health points were no longer just 2 but at the thousands. It would literally take ages for Garland to hack away her health points at the rate of 1 damage per hit. As for the other battle, the 10-headed guardian lion had over 60% health points while the wolf boss had slightly over 80%. It would still take some time before the battle ended, so Jiang Fei did what every player would do after the end of a boss fight: looting time. Jiang Fei had already lost count of how many primordial celestials that had been killed when he had first entered this realm. He had even fought and survived the strongest boss in the entire game, the level 300 Mother of the World boss. Unfortunately, they were killed by Michael and Lucifer, hence, neither one of the boss fights had dropped anything. This time, all 5 lower celestials were killed by Jiang Fei alone. He saw the shiny loot box that was dropped when the bosses were killed. He would be lying if he was not excited about it. Arg, dang it! If only I had the luck cauldron on me. The drops of the 5 lower celestials were beyond what any other players could obtain, but Jiang Fei was just being Jiang Fei. If there was a way to earn more than he could, he would want it. To be honest, the effect of the cauldron of luck was beyond luck. 100% rate of dropping 3 of the most valuable items upon death. Imagine forcing the boss to drop 3 of the highest rarity item in his item roster. The first corpse that he went through belonged to the tank. Heart of the Defender, Heavenward's Core, lower Celestial, Fusion Effect, reduce all incoming damage by 20%. Increase 50% of maximum health points. Note: each player can only fuse with one core at a time. The fused core will be destroyed upon removal. Well. Surprise, surprise, that was the first time Jiang Fei had seen a Heavenward's Core. It must be an item that had only been implemented in the game after the Battle of the Heavens game patch. To be honest, Jiang Fei was impressed at how the game introduced new items. It was perhaps too early to introduce percentage-based bonus stats, but it was more than worth since it was a Celestial tier item. The Heart of the Defender alone would be coveted by all tank class players. 20% damage mitigation and 50% increased in health points was a buff that would make a tank almost invincible. Are there more of these? Curious, Jiang Fei quickly made his way to the other bosses. Heart of the Warrior, Heavenward's Core, lower Celestial, Fusion Effect, increase 30% physical attack. Reduce AoE magic attack damage by 50%. Note: each player can only fuse with one core at a time. The fused core will be destroyed upon removal. Heart of the Magician, Heavenward's Core, lower Celestial, Fusion Effect, increase 20% magic attack. Reduce 30% skill cooldown duration. Note: each player can only fuse with one core at a time. The fused core will be destroyed upon removal. Heart of the Sniper, Heavenward's Core, lower Celestial, Fusion Effect, increase 20% physical attack. Reduce disabling effect time inflicted on you by 50%. Note: each player can only fuse with one core at a time. The fused core will be destroyed upon removal. Heart of the Assassin, Heavenward's Core, lower Celestial, Fusion Effect, increase 20% critical chance. Increase 50% critical damage dealt. Note: each player can only fuse with one core at a time. The fused core will be destroyed upon removal. All bosses dropped a Heavenward's Core based on their class. Only the Assassin boss had dropped an extra weapon. Culling Blade, main hand dagger, holy, attack power plus 10,240, critical chance plus 50%, critical damage plus 500%, equip. Upon attacking a target for 3 consecutive times, the fourth attack will have 100% critical rate. Equip, a critical hit will reduce 50% of the target's defense value. Equip, after 3 critical hits on the same target, gains culling effect. All attack inflicted on the same target will have chaos attribute. Level requirement, 90, what the F***CK. Op! OP as F***CK. Jiang Fei roared out in excitement after he was done examining the dagger. The dagger itself did not have powerful attack power for a level 90 dagger, but its effect was beyond godlike. The user would gain chaos attribute only after 3 successful critical hits on a single target. As expected of a holy tier weapon. Chapter 1087, Final Battle. Previously, when Jiang Fei's level was still low, he had to rely on the powerful chaotic attack mode after his transformation to fight strong bosses. This time, Jiang Fei could defeat these 5 ancient gods all by himself because he had the Dragon's Bane with him. This weapon was especially lethal as it could deal special damage that completely ignored the enemy's defense. At the later stages of the game, invincibility skills were common among both high-end players and NPCs. Every player would have at least 1 or 2 pieces of equipment that had invincibility skills attached to them. After all, invincibility skills were amazing as they could prevent players from dying. Therefore, in the current era where invincibility and damage reduction skills were extremely common, it was especially important to have special attacks that could ignore the enemy's defense. It's a pity I can't wear it. I'll pass it to someone else when I get back, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although the culling blade had great attributes, he already had the soul cutter. So, he could not equip this main hand dagger. After he kept the dagger, Jiang Fei also picked up the remaining items and placed them in his backpack. The 5 celestial bosses gave him 1 holy dagger and 5 hearts of the heavens. After Jiang Fei placed all the drops away, there was a change on the other battlefield next to him. The little lowly Maluya was still fighting with Garland. Both of them could not really damage each other, so the battle was pretty equal. However, the wolf boss was about to kill the 10-headed guardian lion. The 10-headed guardian lion was trying his best. However, the wolf boss was equal in strength and was accompanied by a group of little minions that encircled the guardian lion. So, the guardian lion gradually became weaker as the battle continued. At this time, there were bruises all over his and it looked like he was close to death. Maluya, stop fighting that huge idiot. Your little lion is about to be killed. Jiang Fei noticed that the wolf boss still had more than 50% of his total health points, so he did not want to risk his life and join the battle. So, he could only ask Maluya for help. Ah! Who's bullying my little lion? Maluya immediately became anxious when she heard Jiang Fei. This little girl was quite protective. Even though she always bullied the 10-headed guardian lion, she would not allow anyone else to touch her little lion. You meanies, don't bully him! Maluya screamed, then directly ditched Garland and charged at the wolf boss angrily. Damn! I'm your opponent. Garland had to stop Maluya from helping the 10-headed guardian lion, but Maluya's defense was way too godly. If the little lowly did not want to fight with him, there was nothing he could do. Master, this was the first time the 10-headed guardian lion called out to his master so heartily. When he saw that Maluya was coming over, his tears were about to flow. Although he was always bullied by the little lowly, at that moment, Maluya was definitely the loveliest person in the entire world to him. All of you, go away. Don't bully my little lion. Maluya screamed at the ancient gods who surrounded the 10-headed guardian lion. Kill! Kill that traitor. The wolf boss completely ignored the little lowly. The guardian lion was already close to dying. They had to kill him now. How could a girl that popped out of nowhere stop a group of ancient gods with just a few words? I'm angry now. Seeing that the ancient gods were actually ignoring her, Maluya lost her temper. Burn you! Maluya casually waved her small hands and countless gray balls of flame flew toward the ancient gods, immediately igniting a few unlucky ones. Ah, damn! What kind of demonic flame is this? In a blink of an eye, all the ancient gods except the wolf boss were burned to ashes. Although the wolf boss fortunately survived the attack, he was now more heavily injured than the 10-headed guardian lion who was encircled previously. From Jiang Fei's perspective, the wolf boss probably only had 1% of his total health points left. Bastard! You actually killed all my men right in front of me. Garland had rushed over. Although he chased after Maluya quickly and had managed to enter the battlefield, Maluya's gray flames were too powerful. Those ancient gods were killed before they could even do anything. Ah! Maluya screamed and was once again trapped by Garland. The son of the earth, Garland, had figured out how to defeat Maluya. Although this little girl had godly defense and would only take 1 damage no matter how he attacked her, she only had around 2,000 health points. It was too low, completely incomparable with the other ancient gods. Although 2,000 health points made it appear like a lot as she had such godly defense, he would be able to empty her health bar sooner or later. Compared to Maluya, Garland, who could use his primordial gear to defend himself, had more of an advantage in this battle. After I kill you, your companions will be dead too. Garland growled. You meanie. It'll make my brother teach you a lesson. Maluya pouted. As she now had much more health points than before, Michael and Lucifer would no longer appear as soon as she was attacked. Garland had dealt more than 200 damage to the little lowly, but it was clear that he had not triggered the conditions for Lucifer to appear yet. This is my chance. As the little lowly was once again restrained by Garland, Jiang Fei rushed toward the wolf boss with his dragon's bane. This pinnacle high celestial boss only had 1% of his total health points left, so Jiang Fei felt like it was now or never. Did you have a lot of fun beating me up just now? Now, it's time for you to die. Someone was one step ahead of Jiang Fei this time too. Seeing that the wolf boss was seriously injured, the 10-headed guardian lion that had been suppressed for a long time immediately charged toward him. F***CK. Let me deal the final blow. Jiang Fei roared, then rushed toward the wolf boss at full speed. Unfortunately, however, he could not stop the 10-headed guardian lion whose anger was filled to the brim. The guardian lion who had been encircled for a long time had suppressed his anger for too long. With the wolf boss who was the chief culprit extremely weak now, how could the guardian lion not want to kill the enemy by himself? So, even the little lowly Maluya could not stop him now, let alone Jiang Fei. Rip, rip. Before Jiang Fei could even get in range to use the dragon's bane on the wolf boss, he watched the guardian lion shred the wolf boss into pieces. F***CK. What a waste. You're recklessly wasting precious gifts from God. Jiang Fei clenched his teeth in anger. As the guardian lion took the kill, Jiang Fei lost at least one high celestial great heart of the heavens, not to mention the ascended equipment that could have possibly dropped. As the wolf boss had died, only the little lowly Maluya and the son of the earth, Garland, were still fighting on the battlefield. Jiang Fei and the 10-headed guardian lion could not help her. Jiang Fei was way too weak, so he would instantly die if he went up to help. Also, the guardian lion was left with 2 little health points that if he went into the battlefield, Garland would probably trample him to death. Chapter 1088, Miscalculated. As time went by, Maluya's health points reduced further. However, Jiang Fei, who was watching the battle, was not worried at all. It's about to fall to 50%. Lucifer will probably come out and help, right? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Aren't you going to help? The 10-headed guardian lion turned to Jiang Fei. He had seen Jiang Fei kill 5 ancient gods instantly. Although all 5 of them were lower celestials, Jiang Fei was one too. Jiang Fei's strength was far beyond that expected of a lower celestial. So, the 10-headed guardian lion thought that Jiang Fei was actually an unimaginably powerful being disguised as a lower celestial. Me? There's no hurry. Jiang Fei shrugged. If he went up now, there was nothing he could do. Even though the dragon's bane could ignore defense, it was impossible to kill Garland, who still had full health. Now, Jiang Fei could only hope that Maluya's health would continue to decrease, so that she could summon Lucifer to kill Garland. No hurry? The 10-headed guardian lion was very confused. As he was an NPC, he could not see the health bars above Maluya and Garland's heads. However, he could tell that his master was not really winning the battle. You'll find out soon. Jiang Fei smiled. Maluya's health points was now very close to 50%. Swoosh! Boundless darkness enclosed the area. Within the darkness stood something even darker. Lucifer had appeared. This is, the 10-headed guardian lion's eyes suddenly widened. The pressurizing atmosphere clearly shocked him. Big brother, he's bullying me. Seeing that backup had arrived, Maluya immediately began to complain. Boom! Lucifer was still the same. Without any questions, he started attacking. The black energy ball exploded on Garland's body. Lucifer was so strong that even Garland, who had his primordial gear as protection, was knocked back a dozen steps. Jiang Fei noticed that the health bar above his head had been reduced by nearly a quarter. Damn! It's no wonder Lucifer's a big boss. Jiang Fei smiled. Although Lucifer failed to kill Garland instantly, 5 more energy balls would be more than enough to send him to the death gate. Flash! Garland's body illuminated with the obsidian light. The next moment, something shocking happened. Garland, who was originally already a rock giant, grew taller once again, and his health points were back to full. What's going on? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. The primordial gear has been triggered. The 10-headed guardian lion's voice was shaking. Primordial gear? What are the effects? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know. Everyone who has seen the effects of a primordial gear is dead, said the 10-headed guardian lion. Whoosh! Lucifer became serious. A mysterious circle appeared in front of him. The black energy ball was continuously strengthened in the circle until the energy ball reduced from the size of a basketball to the size of a shot-put metal ball. Swoosh! Lucifer fired the compressed energy ball out directly at the enlarged Garland. Boom! An explosion sent Garland flying. From Jiang Fei's perspective, it could be seen that Garland had suddenly lost half of his health points. Flash! Once again, Garland's body illuminated with obsidian light. This time, Garland grew even bigger. Even though his health points were not back to full, he recovered up to 80%. Moreover, his health points were regenerating quickly. Don't worry, just do it a few more times and he'll be dead. Jiang Fei shouted. Obviously, the health points that Garland would gain back from each attack was not unlimited. As long as Lucifer's attacks kept exceeding this limit, Garland's health points would slowly reduce and he would eventually die. However, after he gave his words of encouragement, Jiang Fei inadvertently glanced at Lucifer and his heart sank. After that last attack, the black fog around him had become way thinner. Obviously, that attack was supposed to be fatal and it had consumed a lot of his energy. So, there was no way he could use it continuously. Boom! Sure enough, Lucifer did not summon the strengthening circle once again. However, when his next normal energy ball hit Garland, it failed to reduce Garland's blood. It also triggered the primordial gears effect once again, which allowed Garland to grow once more. At the same time, he had also recovered all of his health points. *T. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Lucifer could not kill Garland. The short interval between his powerful skills was long enough to allow Garland to recover. Moreover, Garland grew bigger and get stronger every time the primordial gear was triggered. Boom! Garland stomped his heavy foot and the shockwave that radiated from that attack was enough to take away 20% of Lucifer's health. Holy *T. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. He also had a celestial equipment, but his dream crystal ring was simply rubbish when compared to Garland's primordial gear. What now? Are you still not gonna help? The 10-headed guardian lion looked at Jiang Fei anxiously. It's fine, don't worry. Jiang Fei looked relaxed. Even if Lucifer could not beat Garland, there was still the angel of death, Azazel. The little Lola's ultimate form could kill anyone in an instant. Swoosh! When Lucifer realized that he could not help the little lowly, he turned into black light and returned to Malia's body. Ah! Malia was also very surprised. In her heart, her big brother Lucifer was invincible. She never expected him to ever lose a match to someone else. Boom boom boom. The reinforced Garland continued to attack Malia. However, due to the effects of Malia's strength, the little lowly still only took 1 damage from each attack. After about 20 minutes, the little Lola's health points finally dropped to 20%. Swoosh! A holy light flashed and Michael appeared. Why do I have a bad feeling? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. What? The 10-headed guardian lion looked at Jiang Fei, confused. Swoosh! Michael waved her hand after she appeared. A holy light shone down and the little Lola's health was back to full. *CK. Why didn't I think of this? Jiang Fei was going mad. Originally, he planned to wait for Malia's ultimate form to appear and kill Garland. He did not expect such a thing to happen. It was impossible when a super healer like Michael was paired with the effects of Malia's strength. Even if people who were way stronger than Garland came, they would not be able to force the angel of death out, let alone Garland himself. The battle was once again in a stalemate. The little lowly Malia could not damage Garland. On the other hand, after Garland spent so much effort trying to reduce Malia's health points, her health was now back to full thanks to Michael. After several stalemates, Garland tried to kill the healer first. However, Michael had too many defensive skills. she had a variety of dodging and invincibility skills. So, even if Garland managed to hit her once occasionally, she would heal herself back to full health the very next second. It was harder for Garland to kill her than to go to heaven. Chapter 1089, All Mine. According to Jiang Fei's previous plan, he just had to wait for the little Lola's ultimate form to appear and kill Garland. Now, however, it seemed like his plan was not going to work. With Michael present on the battlefield, the little Lola's health points would never be emptied. F***CK. What now? Jiang Fei frowned. Even though Garland could not kill Maluya, they could not kill Garland too. There's no way we can kill Garland. His primordial gear is too powerful. You should find a way to help them get out of the battle. Otherwise, we'll be in deep trouble if other ancient gods came to help Garland, warned the 10-headed guardian lion. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. The 10-headed guardian lion reminded him of something. Looking at the current situation, there was no way they could kill Garland. However, Jiang Fei realized that he did not even have to kill Garland. Jiang Fei came here for a very simple reason: to destroy the altar. As for Garland, of course, it would be best if they could kill him. If they could not, it did not really matter at all. After thinking about this, Jiang Fei immediately stopped hesitating. At that moment, all the ancient gods who guarded the altar had been killed except for Garland, and Garland was busy fighting with Maluya. So, if Jiang Fei secretly climbed the altar, no one would notice at all. Go take cover somewhere further, your job here is done. Jiang Fei smiled at the 10-headed guardian lion, then quietly set off. He crept behind Garland to get out of Garland's sight, then ran toward the altar. Garland was fully focused on the little lowly Maluya and the holy light angel Michael. He was not bothered about a small fry like Jiang Fei. So, even though Jiang Fei was quietly rushing toward the altar, this did not catch his attention. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei climbed up the altar without any hindrance. Strange energies surrounded the middle of the altar, so Jiang Fei was unable to get close. This energy was probably the energy that the cultists collected from the overworld. If the altar was maintained for long enough, these energies would be enough to open the portal that connected the ancient celestial realm and the overworld. Come on! I can go home after I finish this quest. Jiang Fei took the ginseng fruit out of his backpack. The ginseng fruit melted in his mouth and his level soared to 110. Swoosh! Jiang Fei's level had exceeded the lower celestial level range. As he had advanced to an intermediate celestial, this immediately summoned intermediate celestial tier thunder. The next moment, the originally clear sky was shrouded in thunderclouds that formed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, they almost touched the top of Jiang Fei's head. Damn! When did this abominable human climb the altar? Garland finally noticed that Jiang Fei was on the altar. Big brother, you're awesome. Maluya still cheered for Jiang Fei even though she did not know what was happening. Damned human being! It was obvious how important the central altar was to the primordial celestials. This was the only way for them to invade the overworld. So, when Garland saw that Jiang Fei had ascended the altar, he immediately let go of Maluya and rushed toward Jiang Fei. Big brother, it's dangerous. Let me help you! Maluya screamed. However, before she could set off on her rescue journey, she was stopped by Michael. Even though Michael and Lucifer had never ever said anything, this older sister was definitely way more clear-headed than Garland. The thunderclouds in the sky were ready and the thunderstorm was about to come. If they rushed into the thunderstorm area at this time, it would be equivalent to suicide. Since ancient times, only two kinds of creatures have managed to survive the lightning strikes during a celestial's ascension. The first kinds of creatures were the people going through ascension. These people were just like challengers to be tested, so the lightning itself would not be too powerful. As long as their strength was up to standard, they would be able to survive the lightning strikes. The second kind of creature was the mother of the world that appeared not long ago. Since ancient times, this level 300 big boss was the only one that had managed to survive and even stop the thunderstorm with its invincible power. Additionally, anyone else that broke into one's Ascension thunderstorm would be identified by the thunder as a provocateur. In such situations, the thunder would automatically increase its strength according to the provocateur's strength and eventually kill them. Precisely because she knew how powerful the thunder was, Michael immediately stopped Malia when she saw that the little lowly was about to rush into the minefield. The little lowly was fortunately stopped by Michael, but Garland did not have such good luck. He was worried that Jiang Fei would destroy the altar, so he did not think straight. He did not realize that he had broken into a minefield. Buzz! The first lightning struck Jiang Fei. As he was the one going through Ascension, Jiang Fei definitely had to take the first hit. Minus 18,520. Jiang Fei was only accepting the thunder's test, so the thunder did not deal too much damage to him. Boom! However, when the second lightning struck, Jiang Fei was no longer the target. Obviously, the pinnacle high celestial, Garland, who was more than 10 meters tall at this time, was the next target. No matter from which angle, he was the perfect lightning rod. -1. As the strength of the thunder was still at the level of Jiang Fei's test, it could not break through Garland's defense. Precisely because of this, the thunder was angered. Swoosh! A golden light flashed and the intermediate celestial level thunder rose to the level of a high celestial. Boom! -1. Lightning struck again, but the high celestial level thunder still failed to break through Garland's defense. With his primordial gear to protect him, Garland's defense was terrifyingly high. Swoosh! Golden light flashed once again, signifying that the thunder's level was increasing. The next moment, it turned into a supreme celestial's Kapla. Boom! Golden lightning struck Garland's head, instantly smashing him to the ground. -8 billion. A damage figure of 8 billion appeared above Garland's head, instantly reducing his health points to around 50%. Damn! Thank God I didn't rush in to fight him. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He did not expect a high celestial boss to have that much health points. Swoosh! An obsidian light flashed and Garland grew taller again. His health points returned to 80%. The primordial gear's effect had been triggered again, but this did not put Garland at an advantage. The protection offered by his primordial gear had made the thunder even angrier. After being provoked several times, the thunder directly leaped to its strongest level. Boom! Another golden red lightning struck Garland and he fell to the ground. From Jiang Fei's point of view, Garland's health bar was already empty. However, his name was still bright red, so it seemed like he still had a small amount of health points left. F***CK. You're all mine now. Seeing that the thunderclouds in the sky were still recharging before they could launch their next attack, Jiang Fei immediately took out the Dragon's Bane. This time, there was no one who could steal his kill. Chapter 1090, a very rewarding failure. Previously, as Garland had rushed over quickly in order to kill Jiang Fei, he was struck by lightning not that far away from him. After Jiang Fei took a big step forward, Garland was already within the Dragon Bane's range. Go to hell! Jiang Fei pulled the Dragon Bane's trigger. The Dragon's Bane's attacks were all sure hit. So, without Jiang Fei having to aim properly, the attack had automatically flown toward Garland. -369,184,000. As the effect of Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage had disappeared a long time ago, he only had more than 3 million basic attack power. So, even with the Dragon's Bane that increased his attack power by 100 times, he only dealt more than 300 million damage. Even so, this amount of damage was enough to kill Garland, who was already extremely low on health points. Jiang Fei knew that Garland's health bar was basically empty. He was only living on a tiny amount of health points. He was still alive not because the thunder was not strong enough, but because his primordial gear forcibly disallowed his health points to fall to 0. However, this tiny bit of health points maintained by the primordial gear did not save Garland's life. Instead, it fulfilled Jiang Fei's wish. Ding! You have eliminated the son of the earth, Garland. Obtain 10,800,000,000 experience points. Obtain 10,000 gold coins. Ding! You have eliminated a high celestial ancient god. God Eater Signet +3, ding! You have eliminated the son of the earth. Your reputation with Therazane the Stone Mother has reached the level of eternal hatred. Several system prompts appeared. However, before Jiang Fei could read them, he was struck to the ground by lightning. Ding! Jiang Fei's undying aegis had been triggered. His Celestial's Kappa was already at the strongest level. Since ancient times, the rule has been that it would only keep increasing in level and would never decrease. So, even though Garland was dead, this thunder would not return to its previous level of strength when it was testing Jiang Fei. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed and immediately activated his shadow barrier. Invincibility skills such as Divine Shield were ineffective against the lightning strikes. Only the Holy Grade Shadow Armor could provide Jiang Fei with 3 chances to block the attacks. I gotta hurry up and clean the battlefield. Jiang Fei clearly knew what he was supposed to do. Before he even climbed the altar, he knew that there was no hope of a successful ascension. His ascension to an intermediate celestial was bound to fail. The only difference was how profitable this failure could be. Originally, Jiang Fei thought this failure would only allow him to complete his quest, at best. However, Jiang Fei never imagined that the son of the earth would actually rush forward and get himself killed. Seeing that the thunderclouds in the sky had begun to prepare for its next attack again, Jiang Fei did not dare to waste any time. He immediately ran to Garland's body and opened it. Swoosh! A golden dragon ascended into the sky. This was a special effect that accompanied only celestial equipments. As expected. Awesome! Jiang Fei was ecstatic. As holy grade items would surely drop upon death, Jiang Fei guessed that the primordial gear in Garland's hands would also drop upon his death. Even though he expected it, he was still surprised when he saw the primordial gear for real. Radiant of the Umbral Daystone, Plate Armor Equipment Set, Celestial, Physical Defense plus 100,000, Magic Defense plus 100,000, Strength plus 20,000, Vitality plus 40,000, Equipment, you have obtained the skill Son of the Earth. Equipment, every time you take damage that is greater than 10% of your total health points, you obtain the Earthen's Growth effect. Equipment, retain a small amount of health points when you are fatally injured. The effect of Earthen's Growth cannot be triggered within 5 seconds after this effect is triggered. Son of the Earth, when your feet are on the ground, your strength is increased by 20%, your vitality is increased by 40%, and you recover 5% of your total health points every second. Earthen's Growth immediately restores 30% of your total health points, increases your strength by 5% and your vitality by 10%. Equipment requirement, Heart of the Earth. Holy *T. This is super godly. Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled after he looked at the radiant of the Umbral Daystone. Compared to this celestial equipment set, his dream crystal ring was simply rubbish. But what the hell is a Heart of the Earth? Jiang Fei frowned even though he was happy. He needed this Heart of the Earth to equip this celestial equipment set. However, Jiang Fei's doubts went away quickly because the second item he took out of Garland's body was the Heart of the Earth. Heart of the Earth, Heart of the Heavens, High Celestial, Fusion Effect, increase your strength by 50% and vitality by 80%. When your feet are on the ground, your attributes are doubled. Note, each player can only fuse one core. The fused core can be removed, but the core will be destroyed after removal. Awesome! Jiang Fei grinned. Fortunately, he did not fuse the other Heart of the Heavens yet. Otherwise, they would go to waste if he fused this Heart of the Earth now. Boom! Just as Jiang Fei picked the 2 items up, lightning struck again and he instantly crashed to the ground. Although the shadow barrier shielded Jiang Fei from this attack, the thunder was reminding Jiang Fei, "Kid, it's not over yet. Come on, it's time to go home." Jiang Fei clearly knew that even if he fused the Heart of the Earth and equipped the Radiant of the Umbral Daystone, he still could not survive the thunderstorm. So, it would be a silly move to equip the equipment set now. If he died, celestial equipments were bound to drop. Fortunately, I have a safe. Jiang Fei smiled, then stuffed everything including the heart of the heavens, the holy grey dagger, the celestial equipment set, and even the equipment he was wearing into the spatial ring. Boom! Another lightning struck and Jiang Fei's shadow barrier was left with one last guard. Malia, I have to go. If you have the chance, come to the overworld and play with me there. At the last moment, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Malia, who was in the distance. After all, during his time in the celestial realm, Malia had helped him significantly. He could even say that he would not have been able to complete his quest without Malia, let alone harvest so many good rewards. Boom! Another powerful lightning strike dealt away with Jiang Fei's last shadow barrier chance. Big brother, are you leaving? The little Lola's voice came from afar. I'm going home. Remember to come and play with me. As soon as he was done shouting, Jiang Fei was struck by lightning. Without the protection of his shadow barrier, his health points instantly fell to 0. Ding! You failed to survive and have failed to qualify as an intermediate celestial. Ding! You have died in a non-faction area, -1 level. After being killed by the thunder, Jiang Fei's level dropped to 109. When his ascension failed, he returned to being a lower celestial. Chapter 1091, God of Craft's Physique. Although Jiang Fei had been killed by the thunder, he still saw the scene he wanted to before his soul was released. The thunderstorm did not stop after killing Jiang Fei. After the thunder lost its current target, it started to strike the altar. The strange energy that was originally gathered in the center of the altar was quickly dispelled. With the constant lightning strikes, the central altar, which was dozens of meters tall, was torn down. When Jiang Fei's soul was forcibly released, the central altar was basically left with only one pedestal. Buzz! A white light flashed and Jiang Fei resurrected in the Demon Dragon Fortress. Phew! I've finally completed the quest. Jiang Fei let out a deep breath. This time, his journey to the celestial realm was filled with hardships, but he gained a lot from it. So, all of Jiang Fei's efforts had paid off. It'll go hand in the quest first. Jiang Fei did not look for his guild members. Instead, he directly used the Moonstar Orb. After teleporting to Heaven's realm, he quickly found Oyezi. Master, I'm back. Jiang Fei walked into the palace where Oyezi worked. Did you complete the quest? Oyezi was busy with some calculations at his table. He did not even lift his head to look at Jiang Fei. Of course. Don't you know whose apprentice I am? Is there a quest that I can't complete? Jiang Fei flattered him. Okay, whatever, kid. Stop being so arrogant. Just take this and get out of here. Oyezi waved and threw a small parcel over. However, he still did not look up. It seemed like he was extremely busy. Ding! Quest, Prequest of the Heavens, completed. Ding! You have obtained the Cauldron of Intelligence. Ding! You have obtained the Cauldron of Vitality. Ding! You have obtained the Cauldron of Agility. Ding! You have obtained the Cauldron of Strength. Ding! You have obtained the Cauldron of Luck. Ding! You have obtained the Envoy Command Plate. After Jiang Fei completed the quest, Oyezi returned all 9 cauldrons and distributed the quest rewards in one go. Envoy Command Plate, Special Item, Celestial, Effect upon showing, you have the authority to command all high human NPCs that are below Celestial tier. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. Previously, even though he had become the Heavens Trailblazer after collecting all 9 cauldrons, he was only respected by the high human NPCs. He could not command these NPCs at all. However, with this Envoy Command Plate, Jiang Fei could freely dispatch a huge NPC army. Although he still could not command the NPCs that were above Celestial tier, this amount of authority was already very powerful. Master, Jiang Fei still did not leave after receiving the quest rewards. What's the matter? Is there anything else you need? Oyezi still did not look up. He continued to write and draw at his table. Well, I've advanced to Celestial tier. Are you going to take time out and teach me some new skills? Jiang Fei smiled. What? You've become a god? Oh Yetzi's head jerked up suddenly. He kept looking at Jiang Fei from head to toe. After a long time, he finally confirmed that Jiang Fei had indeed become a god. Hee hee, I was lucky. Jiang Fei smiled smugly. It was completely accidental. Originally, according to Oyetzi's plan, Jiang Fei was supposed to enter the Celestial Realm and use his advantage as someone who was below Celestial tier to quietly sneak into the altar, then ignite the godly flame. This way, he would definitely alert other ancient gods, causing the thunder to increase in strength and end up destroying the altar. However, correspondingly, Jiang Fei would also fail to ascend. However, who would expect that Jiang Fei would meet the little lowly Maluya after entering the Celestial Realm? This hidden boss was definitely the tyrant of the Dawnbreak world. This little girl instantly killed the level 300 Mother of the World, which allowed Jiang Fei to successfully advance into a Celestial. Although Jiang Fei's second ascension failed, his strength had suddenly increased from the level of a Pinnacle Overlord to a Pinnacle Lower Celestial. Kid, tell me about your experience in the Celestial Realm. Oyezi finally stood up from the table. Well, it went like this. Jiang Fei told Oyezi about everything he had experienced in the Celestial Realm, including his encounter with the little lowly Maluya. Jiang Fei did not hide anything from Oyezi for two reasons. Firstly, he had considerable trust in his master. Secondly, it was because he wanted to learn about the origins of Maluya from Oyezi. Although Jiang Fei and Maluya got along pretty well, the origins of this little girl was too mysterious, so Jiang Fei was quite curious about her. Maluya? There are 3 great spirits in her body? Oyetzi's brows furrowed. He had never heard of such a character. It was said that Oyezi had been a follower of King Zhou of Shang since ancient times, and he had been alive for quite a long time. However, throughout his life, he had neither heard of the name Maluya nor heard that there was someone with such abilities. However, although Oyezi had never heard of Maluya, he had heard of the Mother of the World before. This big boss was definitely the strongest boss in the world, but was instantly killed by Maluya. Who the hell is Maluya, really? This Maluya is definitely a variable. If she stands on the side of the ancient gods, the situation will become extremely difficult for us. Oyezi frowned. After all, such an uncontrollable factor had suddenly appeared, making the originally complicated situation even harder to control now. She probably won't, am quite close to her. Jiang Fei could not help but smile when he thought of the little lowly Maluya. This little girl definitely had the heart of a child. Although she was naughty sometimes, she definitely considered Jiang Fei as a close friend she held dear to her heart. Alright. Just try to be good friends with her. If she's really as powerful as you said, no one in the world will be any match for her unless King Zhou of Shang is born again. Oyezi said to Jiang Fei in a serious tone. Just leave it to me. Jiang Fei nodded. Okay, I'll now teach you the God of Craft's one true lost knowledge. After they finished talking about Maluya, Oyezi waved and golden light shrouded Jiang Fei. Ding! You have obtained the skill, God of Craft's Physique. God of Craft's Physique, passive. The descendants of the God of Crafts can not only forge equipment, but also forge themselves. Now, you can smelt equipment into your body so that you obtain all the attributes of these equipment. Remarks: the current number of smelted equipment allowed is 3. Damn! Seriously? Jiang Fei's eyes immediately sparkled after he learned this skill. Having this skill meant that he could equip 3 more pieces of equipment than other players, and these equipment did not take up his equipment slots at all. Chapter 1092, Equipment Fusion. Once Jiang Fei bade farewell to Oyezi, Jiang Fei thought about how to further enhance himself. Jiang Fei had several powerful items on him. The strongest one would be the Celestial Tier equipment set, the Radiant of the Umbral Daystone. However, there was no way Jiang Fei could melt down all 7 pieces of equipment and upgrade his character because that would take up more slots that he had. Furthermore, he had to first fuse with the heart of the earth if he wanted to equip that equipment set. It was a decision that Jiang Fei did not need to think twice about. Heart of the Earth was the most powerful heavenwards core, and the strength and vitality double buff effect was extremely suitable for Jiang Fei. As for equipment, the two strongest weapons he had were the Culling Blade and the Dragon's Bane. He had no problem melting down Culling Blade since he was unable to use it, and it would be a while longer before anyone he knew could. Dragon's Bane was selected to be melted down for its restriction in battle. It could only be used as a last-hit attack since failure to kill the target might allow the target to pick up and use Dragon's Bane against Jiang Fei. No use thinking so much about it. Might as well get it over quickly. Let's start with Heart of the Earth, said Jiang Fei to himself. The fusion process was not hard. He had only needed to hold it in his hand and execute the command. The core sublimated into air particles before seeping directly into Jiang Fei's chest. Once that was done, Jiang Fei had fulfilled the condition to equip Radiant of the Umbral Daystone equipment set. Alright now, time for the dagger. He had initially thought of handing it over to the guild. However, Jiang Fei had no reason to give it to the guild since he could now use it for himself. Somewhere in the heavens realm, Jiang Fei found himself a blacksmith's forge and started his fusion process with the dagger. It only took Jiang Fei 5 minutes to break down the dagger and fuse its attribute with himself. Your turn, said Jiang Fei, as he took out Dragon's Bane and placed it on the metal forge. Ding! You are about to destroy Dragon's Bane. Do you still wish to continue? Ding! Dragon's Bane is a ranged weapon, and since you're not a ranged class player, its effect cannot be applied on your character. Oof! Jiang Fei grunted. The hammer he was holding was only inches away from knocking on Dragon's Bane when the system notification had popped up. The first notification was nothing out of the norm, but the second notification was alien to Jiang Fei. From what Jiang Fei understood, Dragon's Bane itself, as an equipment, had no attribute that he could apply since the effect of the weapon lied with its range capability. He would have wasted the entire weapon itself if he had hammered it down. Sheesh. Almost gone there. Although he could not break it down to fuse with himself, he could at least have the spear in his inventory and use it in the future. Since he could not use Dragon's Bane to upgrade himself, he tried to think of another item that he could use. Since he was already at the blacksmith's forge, he might as well finish the job. At that moment, there was one more item that he had placed in the corner of his inventory, collecting dust. Abraham, the destroyer of kingdoms. Abraham was the sword that Jiang Fei had used for some time before he acquired Soul Cutter. Initially, Jiang Fei had wanted to return the sword to the demon race since the holy item brought nothing but trouble to those who wielded it. A sword that came from Ulysses. To be honest, Jiang Fei was already a lower celestial himself. With the 9 treasured cauldrons, Ulysses, the intermediate celestial, would not be a challenge to fight against. And since there was no reason to worry about Ulysses, Jiang Fei could use the sword for another something else. The sword itself might have been replaced with Soul Cutter, but that did not mean it was weak. In fact, the sword's attributes were great. Its 300% increase in attack power and other AoE attack boost was a package deal. As such, it was worth to have it destroyed. A few minutes after, Jiang Fei broke down Abraham, the destroyer of kingdoms, and fused it in one slot. There was one more slot for Jiang Fei to use, but there were no other good weapon that was worth breaking down just yet. Upgrade slots were limited and Jiang Fei did not want to waste them on garbage effect. Once everything was done, Jiang Fei stood up, stretched up a little, and felt so much stronger that he could take on the world. Excited, Jiang Fei opened his character window and examined his properties. Player, Verger Glider, Class, God of Crafts, Lower Celestial, Health Points, 28,108,992, Attack Power, 19,121,440, Physical Defense, 1,309,507, Magic Defense, 749,304, Skills, Ruthless Barrage, Demon Rage, Lifesteal Demon Form, Angel of Revenge, Battle Form, Earthen Growth, Sword Form, Sword Burst, Blade Dragon, Reflect, Riverflow Mountain Cutter. To be honest, Jiang Fei had not gone through his own character's attributes for quite some time. However, that did not matter because no matter how strong he was before, he was much stronger now. Besides having almost double attribute bonus, his skill set had shown a massive improvement. Active skills might not have expanded that much, but passive skills had definitely improved both his offense and defense. Because of the passive skills he had acquired, Jiang Fei's health points had almost reached the 30 million mark. Best of all, his attack power was reaching 20 million, without Ruthless Barrage applied. Passive skills aside, Jiang Fei had a plethora of active skills and even 3 morphing skills. Battle Form was Jiang Fei's coveted demon race's morphing skill. Once activated, Jiang Fei would gain chaos attribute attacks, other powerful defensive skills, and race-specific skills set that would serve as Jiang Fei's ultimate trump card. Lifesteal Demon Form increased Jiang Fei's attack speed and granted lifesteal, while Angel of Revenge granted double attack and defense stats, which served as a temporary boost of offensive power. Fusing with Abraham, the Destroyer of Kingdom had granted him a new skill, Demon Rage, which would later have a side effect. Even so, a 500% increase in attack power was more than enough to make others weary to even go up against him. Chapter 1093, Scanning Report. When everything was settled with the equipment fusion, Jiang Fei returned to Demon Dragon Fortress. He needed to have a grand meeting with all officers of Imperial Dragon. Jiang Fei had completed the quest to destroy the altar in the Celestial Realm, but Ouyezi had not updated Jiang Fei with further information. Still, Jiang Fei had a gut feeling. The War of the Heavens was just around the corner. Before Jiang Fei was given the quest to enter the Celestial Realm, Ouyezi always seemed to be busy. If Jiang Fei had not ascended into Celestial Tier, Ouyezi might have never talked to Jiang Fei again. On his desk, Jiang Fei had seen a large piece of paper that stretched as far as the table was big. With one quick look, Jiang Fei knew that the paper contained blueprints for a huge, mega-sized teleportation circle. Before he could confirm what it was, Ouyezi's servants had come knocking, hauling so many materials that it confirmed Jiang Fei's presumption about it being a large teleportation circle. From there on, Jiang Fei could guess that Ouyezi was planning to build a teleportation portal into the Celestial Realm to fight back. To prevent any damage done to the world, the War of the Heavens was planned to be in the primordial Celestial Realm. That was why he wanted to have a meeting with all officers of Imperial Dragon to inform and discuss plans about how to prepare for the coming conflict. Guildmaster, just how many surprises do you have up your sleeve? Said 7 Stars Warrior. From flying dragon mount, to a beautiful succubus pet, and even a celestial tier equipment set, everyone then was mostly numb from all the overwhelming feats that Jiang Fei had accomplished. I'd like to see one trick. Appear every day and talk to your members. You've been gone for several days, sometimes even weeks. There are so many of your members that thought you have already given up on the game. It's bad for morale, said Rosette Rose angrily. Her. I'll be more vigilant about that, said Jiang Fei, shrugging nonchalantly as he took out the 5 Heavenwards cores from his inventory. I have been in the primordial celestial realm for some time and only managed to get this many from those stingy bosses up there. See that these cores go to those who are worthy, said Jiang Fei as he passed the cores to 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova. What are these? They look like abnormally huge marbles. Neither Lady Casanova nor 7 Stars Warrior had ever seen the cores and thought they were merely minor upgrade gemstones. It doesn't matter what they are. What matters is they're strong. Read the description, said Little Rain as his hands slithered faster than a thief and grabbed the heart of the magician core. Hold your horses there, Little Rain. When I said find someone worthy, I meant guild members. These things are almost permanent and they will be destroyed upon removal. Be patient, I'll find even stronger cores for the lot of you, said Jiang Fei with a large grin. To be honest, even though these cores were epically strong, Jiang Fei viewed cores that dropped from lower celestial bosses as trash. For real? Little Rain gasped. He was only 2 steps away from fusing with the heart of the magician when Jiang Fei offered to give them better ones. When have I ever broken my promises? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Oh, so many times. As I recall, someone here promised me to join guild activities but only attended 1 out of 100, said Lady Casanova with a narrowed gaze. Well, that I can explain. See, I have urgent matters to tend to in the real world, said Jiang Fei awkwardly. By the way, you mentioned about the Battle of the Heavens. Do you have inside information? Seven Stars Warrior asked. About that, it's almost time. That's actually why I've called for this meeting. Group up the best players you know and start grinding levels. The weakest monsters in the Celestial Realm are level 90 Overlord tier. If you guys cannot hit at least level 85, you're not going to survive. That a big oof, 7 Stars Warrior sighed. Even though Jiang Fei had hit level 110 and dropped down to level 109, literally everyone else in the game had only hit around level 80. The best players in Imperial Dragon were only at level 82. Not counting the officers of the guild, like 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova. The guild's founding members were way above the curve. 7 Stars Warrior was the only one that hit Overlord tier, while Lady Casanova, Little Rain, and a few others were stuck at level 89. The quest for Ascension was hard, and it was harder to complete since those quests must be completed alone. Almost all normal players with normal gear set would never be able to complete them. Good luck then. So let us start planning what to do with the guild, said Jiang Fei as he officially started the meeting to decide the future of the guild. The next 2 days were extremely relaxing, be it in the game or in real life. Jiang Fei could literally feel the burden on his shoulders being removed. There was nothing ongoing in the game that Jiang Fei needed to do. As such, he had so much spare time to spend with guild members and also flirt with female NPCs that were still stuck in the game in the Demon Dragon Fortress. On the other hand, the Super Radar system had yet to produce any results. Without a proper, well-pinned location, Jiang Fei could not make a move. On the second day, Han Tianyu was healed and got out of the medical bay. When Jiang Fei helped Han Tianyu to get used to his new feat, Jiang Fei was incredibly impressed with the superior technology of Planet Namek. Previously, Han Tianyu's legs were completely crushed beyond any recognition from below the pelvis. Now, he was like a new man. From the perspective of a metahuman, especially a martial artist, having new limbs was favorable but unproductive for them, since losing their limbs was akin to robbing years of hard training. It would take the same number of years as they did before to train the strength of their new limbs. On the other hand, Han Tianyu was only a level 2 greenhorn. His new legs were 99% similar to the legs he had before. Now that Han Tianyu was all well and healthy, he quickly settled down and informed him about the ambush in China. Thanks for healing me. Right now, I need to find and hunt that F***er that betrayed me. He's going to get it real good when I get my hands on him, said Han Tianyu with the eyes of a killer. Han Tianyu was so certain that someone in his circle had betrayed him. So much so that he was willing to go all out to find out who it was. If it wasn't for the traitor, the military would never have found out about the Exodus and Han Tianyu would not have lost his legs. Well, off you go then, said Jiang Fei. He did not really care about what Han Tianyu was going to do, only his well-being. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not really care about being betrayed. At his vantage point, strength mattered the most. All schemes and plots would be easily crushed by having the superior strength. 2 days later, nothing happened. At least for Jiang Fei. There was nothing to do in the game, but Jiang Fei could no longer sit still as 0542 had only recently informed him about the completion of the radar scanning. Captain. Here are the exact locations of several points of interest. I have highlighted them on the hologram. Please examine them and determine your next course of action. A miniature globe of the Earth was projected. The red dots? Jiang Fei asked. Those are positions that emit the higher signal. They could be level 5 metahumans, high radioactive mineral deposits, or other events that could emit powerful energy. Where is the main engine room? Jiang Fei's voice increased in volume. He was excited for sure. Chapter 1094, Main Engine Room. Finally, I have located the main engine room. I have highlighted the location on the hologram. Finally, The globe spun around to position itself to have China face Jiang Fei. The red dot that represented the main engine room was highlighted brighter than the rest. In China? Jiang Fei gasped. It was hard to believe that the main engine room was located in China and, of all places, in the capital city. *T. Did the military get it before us? Jiang Fei asked. There was no proper explanation to how the main engine room ended up in China's capital city. There is no human activity detected around the main engine room. I have concluded that it has yet to be discovered. Good. Phew, even though the main engine room was yet to be discovered by the military, Jiang Fei's appearance in the capital would alert them. Excavating such a prominent object could trigger them to take action against him, as the position of the crucial part of Braveheart was extremely close to one of the military bases. The gap between them was so close that it was safe to say that it was literally next door. If they had expanded their base just a little more, they would have struck gold. What about the core of life? Jiang Fei asked. The next most important thing was the core of life, as it was the most important piece in order to save Isabella. 0542 was quiet this time. It was odd for it to do that, since 0542's usual response was always straight to the point. The core of life could not be properly traced, as its signal was being interfered. Not even the super radar system could detect its exact location. However, I am sure that it is still within China, said 0542. China? Did the martial artists do this? Jiang Fei asked a rhetorical question. When Jiang Fei first encountered the core storage facility that was supposed to contain the core of life, he had only managed to find traces of blood instead of the core itself. Someone had broken into the facility, and it was likely to be metahumans doing. Robots, androids, or even machine lifeforms would never leave a pool of blood. That's not right either. Chinese martial artists almost never get out of China. How could they be venturing into Africa to retrieve the core of life? Jiang Fei asked himself. It was certain that the intruder was a level 5 metahuman. And if it was the Chinese, no level 5 fighter would leave China and go all the way to Africa, all the way into the desert, and find the core storage facility. It seemed more likely that someone had purposely tried to search for it instead of accidentally stumbled across it. Arg! Why is it so complicated? Jiang Fei roared as he scratched his head. He had just acquired extremely accurate information, but it raised more questions than answers. What about the unknowns? Did you find them? Do they have a base or something? Jiang Fei asked, recalling the mysterious force that was proving to be a competitor in collecting parts of Braveheart. I have detected multiple readings. They appear to be active in many places around the world. 0542 then turned the globe around, removing red dots that were not related to them and highlighting several more points which covered the entire globe. Almost all high radiation natural deposits of radioactive materials had their positions marked. Could they be farming radioactive materials? Jiang Fei had a monologue. They could be like Jiang Fei, using Planet Namex's technology, and without the power supply from the main engine room, they had to resort to using nuclear energy. This point has the energy reading. It is likely that there are many of them concentrated in that position, said 0542, interrupting Jiang Fei's messy train of thought. In China, Jiang Fei felt nauseated. The more information he received, the more convoluted the entire situation became. There were just too many pieces of information that Jiang Fei could not piece together. *CK it. I'll just roll with it. There were supposedly hidden secrets waiting to be unraveled, but Jiang Fei was just too lazy to put in more effort into thinking about it. First things first, he should get the main engine room. Ariel, have Bella ready to depart. We've got work to do, said Jiang Fei upon entering Ariel's room. All right, Ariel replied and flashed herself into Isabella's room to relay the message. Isabella had recovered and was in a better condition than before. Unfortunately, she still required constant feeding of Valium into her body. Thanks to the core of will, she did not need to worry about being corrupted by the power of Berserk. Darling, where are we going? Bella asked. To the capital of China, Ariel nodded and flashed both Jiang Fei and Isabella there. She had not been to the capital itself, only the massive secret underground base. So that was where she teleported them, to a place not far from the capital. As soon as they appeared, 0542 blared a warning. Detected excess scanning wave, we need to leave. Jiang Fei cried, carrying the two girls in his arms before sprinting at full speed. Excess scanning wave was Namex radar radio signal technology. It had powerful detection rate but an extremely limited range. Within its effective range, not even 0542 could mask their presence. The technology was available to the military because of Jiang Fei's contribution. Jiang Fei reacted quickly, but he was not worried. Excess wave was powerful and accurate, but its range was extremely small. All he had to do was move out of radar range. He was not surprised about the military having the technology or why they were using it in the first place. Ariel's presence then might have been the trigger for its activation. It was, after all, a secret underground base. When they were safe from being detected, a short burst of energy was emitted from the ring. "What are you doing?" Isabella asked when she noticed the oddity. "I am scanning the surroundings," 0542 replied. "I didn't ask you to," said Jiang Fei, raising an eyebrow. "Retrieving the main engine room is crucial for your future development. I am doing everything I can to make sure you would successfully acquire the main engine room." "Oh? Since when were you able to think that way? Did you evolve?" Jiang Fei asked. If that were true, Jiang Fei would not be surprised. It did happen to 0541 and it might have happened to 0542. However, 0542 had only recently been born into the world. To evolve in such a short time was unprecedented. Analyzing deep layer protocol. No faulty coding detected. 0542 quickly did a self-diagnosis when Jiang Fei suddenly asked the question. "Heh. No need to go through that trouble. I for one would know if you have evolved," said Jiang Fei. For 0542 to resort to self-diagnosis, it explained that it had yet to achieve maturity as how 0541 did. Compared to 0541, 0542 like a few-month-old baby. 5 minutes later, out of the military radar range, Jiang Fei moved accordingly toward the main engine room was located. Chapter 1095, Emergence of Another Competitor. Jiang Fei was getting more excited by the minute. The thought of finally acquiring the main engine room was actually making his heart beat faster. It made sense since once Jiang Fei obtained the main engine room and secured an almost unending power source, Jiang Fei could make almost all of his problems vanish. He could have 0542 make as many equipment and weapons for himself, revive Nina and Sylphie who were being kept out of the game, and even have a chance to develop a method to break past the barrier that had been keeping level 5 out of his reach. "Is it here?" Jiang Fei asked when they had reached the location pinpointed by 0542. They had only taken several minutes to travel since Ariel had teleported them close to the capital. "Yes, Captain, good. Let's start digging." Jiang Fei took out the excavator from the ring and thought he should start working as fast as possible. They were just too close to the military base and anything he did, he might alert them to his presence. "Wait!" 0542 suddenly blared out. "What's wrong?" The main engine room is the most important part of the ship. It has been equipped with the strongest and deadliest form of security. "Digging down now might set it off," said 0542. "What do you suggest me to do?" "Please wait until I shut the security system down. I need to connect to the security system and establish a link to obtain authority over it. Once I deactivate the security system, only then, you can start digging." "How long would that take?" "I cannot provide a time estimate." "I will try my best," said 0542, stammering, for the first time. "All right then," Jiang Fei answered, without suspecting anything. He then had Ariel and Isabella take care of the surroundings as he configured the excavator. As soon as 0542 gave the green light, he would start digging at max speed. What was supposed to be a few minutes became half an hour. Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella had started to feel restless as 0542 did not return with a successful report. This was the longest time 0542 had taken just to establish a link to a part of Braveheart. A few moments later, Isabella staggered, as if she had felt something. "Something's wrong." Isabella cried out and quickly came to Jiang Fei's side. "What is it?" Jiang Fei asked. Amongst the three of them, Isabella had proved herself to be the strongest. If there was anything wrong, she would be the first to sense it. "Someone's down there," Isabella cried out. "Are you sure?" Jiang Fei barked with both eyes open wide. Down there was where the main engine room was. If someone was there, Jiang Fei would lose it. "I am sure. There are 13 of them. All are level 5, said Isabella after she concentrated for a little while. "What? 0542, have you been sleeping this entire time?" Jiang Fei yelled. Now was not the time to be afraid of a security system. There were people down there that were stealing his main engine room. At this point, Jiang Fei put the excavator away. It would take hours with that thing before he could reach the main engine room. "Ariel, you're up," said Jiang Fei, gesturing a hand signal to have Ariel to dig downward. "I got it." With a powerful surge of telekinetic power, Ariel placed her hands onto the ground, releasing all the power that she had built up. 1 second later, the earth in front of her cracked opened. She used her powers, like an invisible claw, to remove part of the earth. In just 1 second, she had dug 10 meters deep. "Again!" Jiang Fei nervously cried. Ariel's first attempt was merely to gauge the position of the main engine room. Now that she had firmly grasped the position of the main engine room, she placed both of her hands onto the ground, releasing more chunks of earth than before. "We're set," said Ariel after a few seconds. "Wait!" Jiang Fei cried out as he grabbed Isabella's tiny hands. "Can you do it? Is it safe for you?" Jiang Fei asked. Although the danger of losing the main engine room was looming over his head, having Isabella to fight in his stead might end up hurting her instead. "I'm fine. Don't forget. I was once a dragon and the princess of the royal Nephilim," said Isabella, with eyes that glowed crimson. She had, before Jiang Fei had permitted it, released the limiter in the bracelet, releasing Valium into her bloodstream to grant her power. Both Ariel and Isabella leaped into the hole which led straight down to the main engine room. In the dark hole, there was still a thin layer of dirt that separated them from the entrance of the main engine room. Just as Isabella was going to remove them, 2 powerful beams fired from beneath, heading straight for them. Both Ariel and Isabella were able to deflect the oncoming projectile. Isabella had merely slapped it away effortlessly, while Ariel had to muster all her powers just to put up a barrier strong enough to block the beam. "Arg! They're strong," said Ariel. Isabella had only needed to slap the beam away because of her overflowing power. In that state of berserk, being able to recognize Jiang Fei and answer him normally was good enough for her. It would be asking for too much if Jiang Fei wanted to have her relay information about the enemy. "Die," Isabella uttered slowly and eerily. In the next second, Isabella vanished from sight and reappeared beneath the layer of earth, right in between the 2 unknowns that fired the beam. Before they could even react, Isabella's hands were already plunged deep into one of the unknown's chest. When she pulled her hands out, she was holding onto a piece of crystal that had a distinctive incandescent-like glow. It was a glow that Jiang Fei would recognize from a million miles away, the glow of an energy crystal. "Is that a severed piece of an energy crystal?" With his power source removed, the unknown fell to the ground, lifeless. Sparks of leaking power could be seen in the void of its chest. From that moment, Jiang Fei knew that these unknowns that he had seen just once were supreme androids. They were not the same androids that China's military had developed. Nothing of that sort. These androids were so advanced that it made those that the military had developed look like a child's toy. The second unknown responded slightly faster than the first one. Unfortunately, before the second unknown could pull the trigger of its weapon, Isabella flashed herself in front of it and used her powers to flatten it into a piece of A4 paper. Before the flattened unknown could hit the ground, it released a series of violent sparks, which triggered an explosion. Isabella cupped her hands, and the explosion that was literally happening in her face was extinguished like a candle. After dealing with the first two unknowns, Isabella proceeded forward, leading Ariel and Jiang Fei to chase after her from behind. "I'd like to see the faces of those who dares to steal from me," Jiang Fei snarled. He had had it with the core of life, but when it came to the main engine room, the thing that he had been wanting to acquire since the start of this crazy journey to supremacy, he would kill anyone or anything that dared to come in his way. After the first two unknowns, the rest of the journey was uninterrupted. All three of them made their way deeper toward the entrance of the main engine room. Oddly enough, there weren't anyone stopping them there. It felt as if all those people had left the place. "Ariel, are they still here?" Jiang Fei asked. Isabella was incapable of processing information as Ariel could due to her state. It was already stressing her out having to suppress the urge to destroy everything and everyone. "They are still inside," said Ariel, pointing toward the entrance of the main engine room. Her tone was strange, as if she was taken aback. Chapter 1096, A Familiar Face, Jiang Fei, Ariel, and the stoic Isabella paced across the empty halls of the main engine room. It took them quite some time to arrive at the final empty hall where the group of unknowns was waiting for him. There were 11 of them, all hidden under thick black cloaks that masked their appearance. Even so, the aura that they were giving off allowed even Jiang Fei to sense their nature. They gave off the same presence as the two unknowns earlier. Once they were within sight, Isabella vanished from Jiang Fei's side. In literally a fraction of a second later, Isabella appeared a few inches away from the group, with a deafening bang sound. She was unable to move any further as there was an invisible barrier, blocking her from attacking the group of unknowns. One of them stood still while the other 10 started to configure two machines that seemed to be responsible for the creation of the barrier. Blocked and unable to move on, Isabella pummeled the barrier with her fists. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she punched, the barrier remained erected and sturdy. Isabella's attack began to grow stronger with every punch. So much so that her punches now created sonic booms. It did not take long before flames started bursting from her punches as the speed of her punches ignited the air around the barrier. Even so, the barrier remained erected, undamaged. "Jiang Fei, I had assumed you would not arrive until a few minutes later," said the one hooded figure that was standing a hair's length away from Isabella's punches, behind the barrier. "It matters not now, for I have accomplished what I had come here for." Stunned at the mention of his name, Jiang Fei staggered a little before he got back to his feet. "You know me?" Jiang Fei asked. If the enemy knew his name, the chances of him knowing much more than that would be high. "I do." "You're not the only one that has been bestowed with knowledge of the universe," said the hooded figure. The sound of his husky voice, albeit slightly robotic, seemed incredibly familiar. Isabella was completely ignoring the conversation Jiang Fei and the hooded figure were having as she continued to unleash everything she had on the barrier, trying to break it. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei questioned as he took a few steps closer. "Mincham. You and I had crossed paths several times now. Though I must say, you have a slightly different look from what I remember. It took me by surprise the first time I got to know the real you." "Know that we have been watching your every move ever since," said the hooded figure as he took a step back and revealed himself to Jiang Fei. "You?" How, befuddled, confused, and disoriented, Jiang Fei could not think straight when he saw the face of the hooded figure. It was the face that once belonged to a person that he held a grudge against for killing Isabella. "It's been a while, Verger Glider." "Bennett Straz? How did Bennett Straz come to be in this world? Did someone revive him like how Jiang Fei revived Isabella and Ariel?" It was not possible, since Jiang Fei was the only one that had access to the medical bay and biohuman technology. If that was not the case, how did the dragon god come into this world? Who was responsible for it? "Just who are you people?" Jiang Fei asked, his voice shaking. Mincham. It's hard to explain. Even I had trouble accepting it when I first came into this unfamiliar body. It took a while, but I finally understand what I am. Bennett Strass paced around as he studied Jiang Fei's reaction. When he was revived into the world, he found it extremely hard to believe the fact that his existence, a dragon god, was merely a program created by humans, purely for entertainment purposes. However, being reborn into the world, he was given a new sense of purpose. A purpose of which he now truly accepted. "Who are you working for?" said Jiang Fei. Now. You have asked just the right question. Even if I'd like to tell you, this new body of mine requires proper clearance before I can answer that question. Despite how well we know each other, I cannot tell you what we are, said Strass. He had retained every little bit of memory when he was still a dragon god in the game, including the time when he first met Jiang Fei as Verger Glider. How did you know I was Verger Glider? As I said, we have been watching you, all right? I heard enough. This ship is mine and I will fight you for it, said Jiang Fei when he realized Strass was not giving him the information he wanted. Let's not be hasty. I did mention that I've accomplished what I came here for. This ship is yours. Fare thee well. Till we meet again. Bennett Strass smiled before a wild light shimmered around him, teleporting him and the other unknowns away. 0542, trace them. Find out where they are going. Jiang Fei roared. Sorry, Captain. They had activated some kind of disruption field. I am unable to trace their location or where they're headed, said 0542. In that case, scan this facility and give a thorough report. Also, didn't you say something about having the best security and defense? How on earth did they manage to enter this place as if it belonged to them? Disappointed with the previous answer, Jiang Fei roared back at 0542 furiously. Captain. I do not possess the required security clearance for the main engine room. The only way I can obtain authority over this facility is through hacking. The intruders had probably done the same, only quicker. How? Explain! How did someone manage to obtain such advanced decryption technology that could even surpass you? Jiang Fei snapped, unable to believe the nonsense that 0542 was giving him. Actually, to be honest, it felt more like made-up excuses. Sorry, Captain. I do not possess sufficient data to answer. Enough. Jiang Fei roared before 0542 could finish whatever it was trying to say. Who the F***ck are these people? How did they manage to get Strass out of the game? Are they related to the military? Jiang Fei asked himself. The sudden disappearance of Bennett Strass from the game had always bugged him. He had first assumed that the military had extracted him to use him as one of their pawns. However, judging from how things turned out, it seemed like whoever or whatever organization Bennett Strass was part of might have something to do with the military. The technology they were using was just too similar to what the military had developed. The entire hall was empty and solemn. Isabella was still in her berserk state, punching the erected barrier even though there was no one behind it. Captain, I have bad news. All energy crystals in the storage facility had been taken away. Even the main teleportation core had been removed, said 0542. Jiang Fei mind blanked out. He stood there, processing 0542's words before he fell to the ground, defeated. How? Gra, angry and disappointed, Jiang Fei punched the flooring of the ship, leaving a bloody fist mark. The main engine room had been sitting there for more than 7,000 years. All those years of energy generation had been for naught. All those energy that he could have used to save Isabella. All gone. That wasn't even the bad news. The bad news was the missing main teleportation core. If the main engine room was the core of Braveheart, the main teleportation core was fuel for the engine. Without it, the main engine room would be nothing but an empty husk. The machine that was used to create the energy core was gone. It'll hunt you down. I swear it'll kill the lot of you. Jiang Fei roared with such volume that the walls of the empty hull reverberated a little. Captain, I have one piece of good news. The main engine room has one backup teleportation core. It can only be removed with the authority of a captain. It is still there, said 0542 after Jiang Fei was done venting his anger. A backup teleportation core, you say, said Jiang Fei, with hope gleaming in his eyes. Yes. That teleportation core is not as powerful as the main teleportation core, as its energy production efficiency is only 2/3 of the main teleportation core. Fortunately, it is still sufficient enough for us to do many things, good enough for me. I'll make do with what I have now. I don't care who the F*ck those random F**kers are, but I swear I will have them return what they had stolen from me. Captain, you can now store the facility away, said 0542. All right. Let's go home now. Even though he had only 2/3 of what he could have had owned, the fact that someone had been one step ahead of him made Jiang Fei incredibly aggravated. Someone else is here, said Ariel after she had flashed herself to his side. At the same time, Isabella managed to break past the barrier and destroy the machine that was creating it. Chapter 1097, 0542's Irregularity, this is beyond vexing. Jiang Fei snarled through his teeth. The people that Ariel had pointed out were real people. They were China military soldiers. Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella had gone all out during the fight, causing vibrations so strong that they could be felt physically. People in the military base did not need to rely on machines to know that something was up. The only thing that 0542 had done right that day was obtaining the authority of the main engine room. With a single touch on the metal wall, the entire facility was stored away in the ring's inventory. Once the entire facility was gone, a dark space of more than thousands of empty square meters was revealed. They're coming, said Ariel, standing in front of Jiang Fei to protect him from whatever that was coming. A loud explosion followed her words, and a large hole appeared right above their heads. A large number of soldiers, androids included, could be seen. Put your hands behind your head and come out of the hole quietly. A loud voice, spoken through an amplifier, could be heard from the surface. Arg! Isabella screamed before releasing a violent storm of lightning at them. The soldiers and androids bore killing intent, thus triggering a fight response from Isabella, who was still in the berserk state. Attack! Attack now, we can't. All our equipment were damaged. We have no means of attacking now, hold on then. I will call this in. With no working instruments that they could use, the soldiers sent in the androids to hold down the fort. An almost unending wave of level 4 androids jumped down to the caverns, all destroyed almost instantly as they entered the cave. Isabella was ruthless to anyone who dared to try and harm Jiang Fei. The military had level 5 androids, but at this point, they only had 2 functioning ones left. They knew the androids would be utterly destroyed if they sent them in. No need to fight any longer. We have achieved our goal. Let's go back. Ariel, fetch Isabella and get us out of here, said Jiang Fei. If he allowed Isabella to continue to fight, she would eventually chase them back to the base and destroy it entirely. It was too dangerous, not to mention too damaging to her due to the Valium inside her bloodstream. To be honest, Jiang Fei had little to no care about the soldiers of his own nation. He was more worried about Isabella's condition. He could not allow Isabella to burn out the last remaining Valium he had with him. I'll try, said Ariel as she mustered all her powers just to get close to Isabella. As soon as the violent, indiscriminate lightning storm was over, Ariel quickly flashed herself to Isabella and grabbed her and Jiang Fei before teleporting away to the Winter Islands. The moment they reappeared, Jiang Fei was violently tossed off his feet. There was a clash of power between Ariel and Isabella. Although she bore no killing intent toward her, Isabella had misunderstood Ariel's act of teleporting away as an attack. With unfocused eyes and bared teeth, Isabella held Ariel up by her neck with just one hand. Ariel struggled with everything she had, but she was ultimately weaker than Isabella. Jiang Fei quickly picked himself up and charged toward the berserking Isabella and held her from behind. Isabella! It's me! Calm down! There's no danger here. Only family, he cried out. In that instant, upon hearing Jiang Fei's voice, Isabella immediately let Ariel loose. She froze in place and was seen struggling with something. Her entire body began to tremble as her voice started to return. Acknowledge, ugh, that's right. Calm down. We are all safe here. No one will hurt you anymore. Jiang Fei continued his attempt to subdue Isabella as Ariel got to her field to recollect herself. This continued for only less than 2 minutes before Isabella calmed down. The entire process was much faster and debatably less violent than the last time. The violent energy that was flowing in her body began to calm down, and after 5 minutes, Isabella was completely back to normal. Bella, could you not control your power? Not even the slightest, said Jiang Fei, referring to when she was in her berserk state. 0542 had mentioned that wearing the core of what would stabilize Isabella's state of mind even during berserk mode. However, whenever Isabella tapped into the power of berserk, she appeared to be stronger and more violent each time. Although Isabella grew stronger with every berserk, Jiang Fei could not help but feel that something was wrong. 0542, prepare the backup teleportation core and start collecting energy crystals, said Jiang Fei after Ariel had sent Isabella back to her room to rest. Yes, Captain, how many are we able to gather? The backup teleportation core could send in at least 10,000 energy crystals every 24 hours, *T. Here I am using the backup when the main teleportation core could be giving me 15,000 energy crystals a day. Jiang Fei barked angrily. To think that the main teleportation core had been accumulating 15,000 energy crystals a day, every day for at least 7,000 years, and it was not in his hands. Then again, Jiang Fei was not thinking logically. Even though the main teleportation core had been active for 7,000 years, the storage for energy crystals was limited. There were not as many halls as Jiang Fei thought it had. Even so, the storage capability of the now empty main engine room was certainly plenty. What can I do with only 10,000 energy crystals? I need to get those back. They are mine. Jiang Fei said angrily as he sat down on the sofa. 10,000 energy crystals were plenty, but he needed over 30 million energy crystals just to revive Isabella. How much longer would he have to wait before he could revive Nina, Sylphie, and the rest of the girls in the game? Jiang Fei was pissed. There was no way he would allow himself to sit idly by for years to wait. He had to do something soon. 0542, how could you not trace their location, said Jiang Fei. Captain, the enemy is using powerful jamming signals to render the radar system ineffective, that's all right. They can run for now, but not forever. I will find them eventually, said Jiang Fei, a sinister grin showing up on his face as he clenched his fists hard. Even though he had no idea where the unknowns hid the main teleportation core and the stolen energy crystals, he could still find their approximate location via the super radar system. Captain, I cannot encourage you to launch an attack, said 0542 out of the blue. Any reason for that? We do not possess any reliable information about the unknowns. Secondly, the unknowns are individually strong. Barging into the enemy base without knowing anything about them is risky. Besides, there's no need for you to make an enemy out of them. What this? Are you telling me they aren't the enemy? Even when they had clearly stolen the main teleportation core and the accumulated energy crystals that I could use to save Isabella and revive Nina and Sylphie? How's that not an act of war against me? Jiang Fei roared. He was so aggravated that he punched the table. That sudden burst of energy broke the flooring of his house and even made the entire island shake a little. Luckily, it was extremely faint that no inhabitant of the island felt it. While Jiang Fei was venting, he had failed to realize the irregularity that was 0542. As a support system, 0542 should only be able to help Jiang Fei to assess the situation or plan for him. It should not be able to provide any opinion without prior consent by the captain. When 0542 had suggested Jiang Fei not make an enemy out of the unknowns, it was a clear breach of protocol. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's mind was clouded with rage and anger to realize that something was wrong with 0542. Then again, Due to the relationship he had with 0541 as a support system, he had the utmost trust in 0542. Enough. Stop talking. Isabella is worn out, and so am I. I'll call it a day today. Tomorrow, I shall pay them a visit. Directly in the stink hole from which they spawned, said Jiang Fei decisively. Chapter 1098, Assault. In the night, Jiang Fei took a nice long bath, ate a fancy dinner, and headed to bed. Instead of playing the game, Jiang Fei decided to sleep normally instead. There was nothing going on in the game that required his immediate attention anyway. Hence, he decided to sleep the old-fashioned way and even dream if that was possible for him. Losing the main component of the main engine room was getting on his nerves, but Jiang Fei was not a young boy that would be blindly driven by anger. Eventually, right before Jiang Fei dozed off, he thought about what 0542 said. Besides declaring the unknowns as the enemy, Jiang Fei had reconsidered what 0542 had said. Until this point, Jiang Fei had only encountered the unknowns twice. The first time was deep in the ocean floor, and the second time was inside the main engine room where one of the unknowns had revealed himself as Bennett Strass. From what he had gathered, they were vulnerable to Isabella's attacks while she was in berserk state. That was the only weapon he had against the unknowns. The fact that Jiang Fei only had Isabella to rely on against the unknowns was risky, and he had to admit that. Even so, he had the utmost confidence that Isabella would emerge victorious. All the fights with the unknowns were outdoors. This time, Jiang Fei planned to bring the fight to their base, their closely guarded, or even possibly heavily guarded base. It was likely that Jiang Fei would be met with fire and fury. Jiang Fei got too sleepy and dozed off. It had been a while since Jiang Fei had slept properly the way humans meant to sleep. He slept like a log for more than 12 hours, waking up the next day at 10 a.m. when Shang Guanqi came to wake him up. Just as when Jiang Fei had made all the preparations and was about to head out for Ariel and Isabella, Shang Guanqi held him back. "I'm just spitballing here, but... Are you going to do something dangerous today?" she questioned. "Nothing of that sort," choking on his words as he spoke. "There's no need to keep it a secret. I'll make sure Pa and Ma won't know about it." "I just felt the need to tell you to be careful," said Shang Guanqi. For as long as Jiang Fei could remember, he had never looked at Shang Guanqi as a family member, but that morning made the difference. Shang Guanqi was talking to Jiang Fei as if she was genuinely caring for her little brother. The worried look in her eyes and the concern in her voice was blaring. It was the first time he had felt kinship from anyone besides his parents. I will," said Jiang Fei, nodding his head with confidence. Jiang Fei left his room and headed towards Isabella's. He paused for a moment when he opened her door. "Are we going out?" Isabella asked only after she noticed Jiang Fei stayed at the same position for several seconds, quietly. Oh. Right. Yeah, we're going to the capital once more," said Jiang Fei. Even though he said that, the location that Jiang Fei had given to Ariel was not the location of the unknowns. It was, in fact, another point of interest that might or might not be related to them. It was just another point that was listed in the results obtained from the super radar system. The reason why Jiang Fei had a sudden change of heart was because of Shang Guanqi. Because of the attention given to him by Shang Guanqi, his stepsister, Jiang Fei was reminded about the pain he would be inflicting on his family if anything went wrong during the assault. Although he had a plan, he could not bet on it to return home safely. If he died, what would become of his family? Who was strong enough to protect them from the unknown threats? It so happened that the point of interest that he had randomly selected was in China's capital as well. It was related to the unknowns. Since it was luck, Jiang Fei decided to revise his plan. The location was a small outpost set up by the unknowns. Jiang Fei had decided to attack those outposts to gather enough information about the unknowns. Until he collected enough, he would postpone his main assault on the unknown's main base. For this trip, Jiang Fei dared not have Ariel to teleport them too close to the capital. Instead, he had Ariel to teleport somewhere far, roughly 100 kilometers away from their main destination. "Let's fly there," said Jiang Fei before he pulled out the hoverboard. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei was only several kilometers away from their final destination. At that distance, Jiang Fei thought it would help in their covert mission to just travel on their feet instead of flying in the air. 0542, Camouflage. Jiang Fei ordered 0542 to create a barrier to hide them. Even though the enemy possessed the same technology, having a barrier erected could at least hide them for a bit. Less than a minute later, the three of them arrived at their location, the Unknown's outpost. From its outer appearance, the outpost was fashioned out from an abandoned factory from the late 50s. It was small, measuring at only several tens of thousands square feet. However, Jiang Fei knew that the factory was just a front. Based on the data that Jiang Fei had obtained from the radar system, he knew that this factory housed a large underground facility. Of all the data that the radar had produced, only a handful of it was considered wasteful. The others were so valuable that Jiang Fei thought it was energy well spent. Not only did the radar manage to scan the detailed structure of the facility, but it had also highlighted several defense points where security was concentrated the most. Following the guide, Jiang Fei slid past all surveillance cameras and motion detection devices. After moving carefully around the factory, Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance to the underground facility undetected. "Open the door," Jiang Fei ordered. He placed the ring close to the keypad beside the metal door and let 0542 to do its thing. Although he was attacking this facility, he wanted to gather as much information as possible before alerting the enemy. He needed to make haste from the entrance to the center of the facility to gather information before the enemy could temper them. 30 seconds later, the door opened and the three of them entered quietly. The unilluminated corridors were hard to move around, but thanks to detailed mapping of the entire facility, Jiang Fei knew exactly where to turn to avoid being detected. The place he wanted to pay a visit before actually engaging the enemy was the archive room. 15 minutes later, they were close, almost halfway through before the alarm went off. The entire corridors were flashing red and the walls unfolded open, revealing beam particle guns that aimed and fired at Jiang Fei. *T. What gave me away? Jiang Fei groaned disgruntledly. He had honestly thought that he had done a good job sneaking around the facility by following the detailed map. However, it did not matter now since they had already been detected. "Let's force our way in," Isabella suggested while giving Ariel a certain look. Even though they were being showered with beam attacks, they were not strong enough to force Isabella to use the power of Berserk. Ariel alone was more than enough to handle those turrets. "We gotta move, ladies," said Jiang Fei as he grabbed Isabella to his side before running towards another corridor that was not armed with guns. Without distraction, Ariel snatched the map that Jiang Fei had sketched out with the least effort and made a hole in the wall. They were already been discovered and there was no reason to remain covert. Ariel created holes in the wall, building a straight path towards the archive room. Everything that was in between were either destroyed or forcefully moved away. 2 minutes of forcing their way through the facility, the trio arrived at the archive room. Based on the lack of security in the room, Jiang Fei thought they could either be lucky or unlucky. The archive room could be a dud since there were no security systems to defend the place. Chapter 1099, Request for Cooperation. 1 minute later, Ariel had destroyed all the hostile targets and secured the archive room. 0542, check the database and see if there's any important information that I can use, said Jiang Fei. Yes, Captain, 0542 replied and started hacking into the computers and databanks. Did you find anything that was being tampered with? Jiang Fei asked nervously. If there were, the enemy must have already deleted important information inside the computers since their presence was detected roughly 5 minutes ago. I am not detecting any destroyed data so far, said 0542 after a quick diagnosis. Looks like the enemy did not expect Jiang Fei to reach that far in such a short time. Download as much as you can. Alert me once we are good to go, said Jiang Fei before resuming sentry mode. There were more than enough entrances into the archive room that needed to be guarded. When 0542 was getting busy, Jiang Fei had ample time to examine the entire room. The unknowns had managed to conceal such a high-tech facility under the worn-down factory on the surface. The technology they used was so advanced that the military base, next to the capital, looked like a children's playground. It was even safe to say that this facility had incorporated Namex technology well. Even though it was not as strong as the real Namekian's defenses, it was more than enough to get rid of any earthly being. Just how did these guys get hold of Namex tech? Jiang Fei questioned himself. At that moment, when the room was quiet, Isabella whispered nervously, "Level 5 enemies are coming." "Well, get ready then," Jiang Fei said, preparing himself to fight if necessary. He was not surprised to have level 5 enemies coming in since he was the one that initiated the assault. 7 pillars of light flashed down, penetrating even the ceiling itself. The particles of light manifested in the pillar in front of Jiang Fei, and a few seconds later, 7 figures appeared. "Mr. Jiang Fei, how could you be so rash? Have you not learned your lesson?" said Bennett Straz. "Believe it when I say I will bash your mouth if you continue talking like that," declared Jiang Fei, clenching his fist ready to deliver pain. Isabella was also ready. She had been holding onto the bracelet in her hands, standing by to inject Valium into her bloodstream to initiate berserk mode. "Calm down. I am not here to fight. There are things we need to sort out," said Straz as he glanced at the computer and back at Jiang Fei. 0542 had downloaded a lot of information from the archive room, and since Isabella was in the room, ready to destroy all of them if the situation called for it, Straz had decided to give up trying to stop Jiang Fei from discovering their secrets. "Sort? How about you tell me what organization you are part of?" said Jiang Fei angrily. "That, I cannot. You can't even answer the first question I ask. How can you simply decide that you could even sort things out with me?" said Jiang Fei. "I could tell you about our goal. It is simple really. What we want was all the alien artifacts," said Straz. He wanted to speak more, but Jiang Fei snapped when he mentioned alien artifacts. "You've said enough. Those alien artifacts are mine," Jiang Fei roared. Jiang Fei was the one and only human that was recognized as the captain of the ship by 0541. The situation might have changed, but the fact that Jiang Fei held the highest authority over the ship did not change. "Calm yourself. I know about the ship and you being its captain. Just so happens, we now possess a few parts of the ship. Before you say anything, we would not surrender them, not at this moment. Hence, we wanted to have a parley. A temporary truce, so to speak. Perhaps we could even cooperate with each other to solve our problems simultaneously." "You want me to work with you?" "There's not going to be any cooperation with those who stole my ship," Jiang Fei barked. He could no longer stand the holier-than-thou attitude presented by Straz when he spoke. He often felt that Straz was playing with him like a mouse in a maze. "Calm down and think this through. Once we have what we needed, we will leave. We will give you all the artifacts that we have collected, and all the other equipment that we cannot move," said Straz. "Leave?" Jiang Fei asked, arching an eyebrow. "Where would they go? Did they assume that leaving China alone would be sufficient?" "Exactly. We will not be staying on Earth for too long. All of this farce was just to build a ship. Once we have the ship ready to leave the Earth, everything that we ever have will be yours to take." Jiang Fei could not answer at the moment. His mind was still stuck at leaving Earth and had not yet processed the information about building the ship. "Captain, they are telling the truth. I have found plans and data about building a ship," said 0542. "You would leave?" Jiang Fei asked. "Yes. Only after we have accomplished our goal," Straz replied. Something was wrong. In fact, everything Straz said was contradictory. Why would they leave Earth? Weren't they part of an organization in China? If they weren't, it did not make any sense. 0541 had assured Jiang Fei many times that all Namekians had died a long time ago. If they were of earthly origin, there should be a human steering the wheel. Even if they wanted to explore the cosmos, with that advanced technology, it would be easier to just distribute them to the entire planet and share it with all nations to advance the entire planet into space. That, or world domination. It would be much easier if they would just collect all of Earth's resources and start living in space. Why leave Earth? If they were of alien origin, 0541 would be wrong. 0541 had made sure of it. Jiang Fei was shown all evidence of Namekian extinction. The last surviving Namekian died during the long travels in space. Long before Braveheart had even crash-landed on Earth. Jiang Fei would not have been made the representative captain of Braveheart if there were surviving members of planet Namek. Think about it. Young Jiang Fei. If you wish to cooperate, you can find me in any base. I truly believe there is no need for us to be enemies, said Straz. Captain, I have downloaded all the information there is, said 0542. Just then, Straz interjected. You can compare what you have downloaded with what I've said. I'm sure you would find that I'm telling the truth. That is all I have to say. Fare thee well, said Straz before he left the same way he came. Machim, let's go home, said Jiang Fei. He did not bother to ask 0542 to track them down since he knew that 0542 was too useless to do it. Although this trip had created more questions than answering then, Jiang Fei did manage to get what he wanted: information about Straz and the unknowns. Chapter 1100, Shocking News. Jiang Fei's head had been throbbing since the day Jiang Fei knew that Straz was one of the unknowns. Problems after problems kept on piling up, making the headache worse. After returning home, Jiang Fei lied down on his bed, trying to take a nap to soothe the throbbing headache. The more information he received, the more complicated the situation became. Instead of solving one problem, it split into a million more branches. No matter how hard Jiang Fei tried to piece everything together, it raised more questions than it answered. It was almost as if something was missing in between. It was impossible to connect the dots when the lines were all jumbled up. 0542, have you consolidated the data you acquired from the unknown's base? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, where are they from? There is no information of their origins in the databank, said 0542. Arg. Give me a summary of what you have gathered. Jiang Fei was informed that the amount of data 0542 collected from yesterday was staggering. Jiang Fei alone would never be able to read it all in his entire lifetime. The factory that we have infiltrated yesterday was a smelting factory. The unknowns were using that base as a processing center to create an advanced permutation of metal alloy that they were going to use to build the hull of the ship. So, it's true then. They are building a ship, correct? To be precise, they are building Braveheart from scratch. Jiang Fei got to his feet the moment he heard that statement. They are building Braveheart? Where and how did they get the schematics for that? Braveheart was the culmination of all scientific research of planet Namek. It was the brainchild of the entire planet itself. It was impossible for someone to just stumble across the blueprint of the ship, and even if they did, there was another hurdle for them to actually understand it. Jiang Fei had the blueprints as it was built into the computer of the bridge. Even if he had them, without 0542 to translate and assist in construction, Jiang Fei would never able to rebuild Braveheart, even if he was assisted by all the bright minds on Earth. Even though Jiang Fei was educated a little about Namekian's technology, it was just the basics. Like 1 + 1 = 2. Jumping straight into reading the blueprints was akin to having a primary level student to help Stephen Hawking understand the theory of general relativity. The real question was, how did an unknown organization acquire the blueprints for Braveheart? Not only did they acquire it, without a doubt, but they had also even started the manufacturing process. What did that mean? 0542, are you certain that all of the original crew members died? Jiang Fei asked again. Affirmative. All 7 crew members of Braveheart had been found. Even though someone managed to acquire their missing limbs, all 7 members of Braveheart had perished. It's hard to believe, even when you say it like that. Show me the footage of their last surviving moments, said Jiang Fei. 0542 projected footage onto the wall. Pictures and video recordings of their last moments were broadcasted to Jiang Fei. When all the videos ended, 0542 even showed the dead remains of all 7 Braveheart original crew members. Jiang Fei recognized a few of the dead bodies as he had seen them when he had entered the bridge the first time. Jiang Fei did not really pay attention to them as looting the ship was more important than mourning for dead aliens. It had been 7,000 years since they were alive. Their eerie remains were completely dried up. All of their dead bodies were stored safely in the transport shuttle. "All right. I want all their remains cremated and disposed of," said Jiang Fei. Even though he was certain that all 7 crew members were dead, Jiang Fei could not shake the feeling that something was off. "Very well," said 0542. Jiang Fei lay down on his bed, resuming his attempt to take a nap. Every time when he was almost drifting off, the sense of insecurity sent a wave of guilt to his body, jerking him awake. "Just how are they?" said Jiang Fei to himself. Just when he wanted to give one last attempt to sleep, someone knocked on his door. Usually, Jiang Fei was able to sense when someone was standing outside his door. Unfortunately, he was too preoccupied with his thoughts that he failed to notice Han Tianyu was waiting for him for some time. "Come in, brother Yu," said Jiang Fei. "Get up. Something's happened," Han Tianyu exclaimed when he was finally allowed in. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fei flipped himself up from the bed. "I've just received a distress call." "From which sect?" said Jiang Fei immediately. Anything that had to do with Han Tianyu was related to Martial Artist Alliance. If there was someone asking for help, it should be them. During the previous attack on martial artists, Ariel had destroyed a lot of androids that belonged to the military. Due to the severe loss of troops, the military was not able to launch a full-scale attack on martial artists. As such, Han Tianyu had organized several infiltration teams to save the remaining sects that were still stuck in China. This distress call should be from those sects that could no longer fend off the military. See, I thought so too. But when I played it, it was General Fan, huh? Why would the enemies ask for help? Did the Alliance retaliate? Jiang Fei asked. If the military was asking for help, it would only mean the level 5 masters of the respective sects had started to make a move. General Han was probably trying to contact Jiang Fei to be the middleman, probably to request a parley. "Just watch the video. This one was for you anyway," said Han Tianyu, not confirming nor denying Jiang Fei's suggestion. He passed a small laptop to Jiang Fei to watch the footage. "Jiang Fei, I sincerely hope that this video could reach you just in time. You are our only hope. The last hope for humanity," said Fan Yao in the video. He looked extremely exhausted, as if he had not been sleeping well. "I do not have much time. So, here goes." Fan Yao made a long sigh before he continued. "The Supreme Android project is compromised. We have lost control of the system. The machines are taking over. Everyone is being forced to. I hope you sent help. Military compromised." The footage gradually turned into static before it was cut off abruptly. "When did you receive this?" Jiang Fei asked. "About an hour ago, right? There's still time. I'll be heading out," said Jiang Fei as he made his way to the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Han Tianyu barked as he held Jiang Fei by his arm. "I'm going to see General Fan." Even though he had borne little enmity towards the Chinese military and its government, having androids to turn against their creator was not something Jiang Fei could turn a blind eye. "Calm down, hothead," said Han Tianyu. "Why? I could still make it there and save him, fool. Look at the footage again. See, when did he record it?" Jiang Fei obediently replayed the footage and checked the timestamp. Jiang Fei had goosebumps when he read it. It was recorded several months ago. Jiang Fei was stumped. The rebellion was not recent. It started for almost half a year ago. That would mean, during the Second Japan War, with the mutants. The military was already compromised then.